Today we begin the eighth in a series of hearings conducted by the Joint Fiscal Committees of the Legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and the legislative law. Today, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's budget proposal for human services. With us, we have the chairs of the relevant committees, Assemblywoman Seawright, Chair of Aging, Assemblyman Hevesy, Chair of Children and Families, Assemblywoman Davia, Chair of Social Services, and Assemblyman Stern, Chair of Veterans Affairs. Also with us, we have Assemblywoman Rakumar, Torres, Lunsford, and Matanis, Burdick, and Ikas. Assemblyman Ra?
We have with us right now Assemblyman Brian Marr, who is our ranker on Children and Families, and Assemblyman Andrew Molitor, our ranker on Social Services.
Hi, I'm Senator Liz Krueger, Chair of Finance, and I have with us today Chairs Senator Brisport, Senator Persaud, Senator Liu, and my guest ranker, pending Tom O'Mara's arrival, will introduce the Republicans.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We have Senator Ashby, the ranker on Veterans Services and Aging, Senator Rollison, ranker on Children and Family Services, and Senator Murray, ranker on Social Services. Good morning.
And I neglected to mention Assemblyman Anderson and Assemblywoman Clark as in attendance. Go over some of the rules of the road now. All governmental witnesses are allotted 10 minutes for their testimony. Non-governmental witnesses are allotted 3 minutes. The chairs of the relevant committees to each governmental witness will get 10 minutes to question the witness and an additional 3 minutes at the end of the first round if they so desire. Ranking members of these committees will each get 5 minutes and no follow-up. All of the members of the relevant committees will each get 3 minutes. To all witnesses, all written testimony has been submitted to the legislature in advance. So we ask that all witnesses please do not read your written testimony to us. Instead, please summarize. All legislators, please let myself or Senator Krueger know if you wish to question each witness or panel of witnesses. After the witnesses panel has been closed, the request for questions will be closed. To everyone, please notice conveniently placed around the room are time clocks. Please pay close attention to these time clocks. They will be strictly enforced. When you see the yellow light, that means you have 30 seconds remaining in your allotted time. To all legislators asking questions, please be cognizant of this, because don't start a question when there's less than 30 seconds left, because you will not give the witness time to answer those questions. And we want to give everyone, and like I said, the time will be strictly enforced because we have a lot of witnesses and a lot of chairs. With that, I wish to commence this hearing, and I will call our first witness, Dr. Damia Harris Madden. What is it, we're doing a panel?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
we're doing a panel. I don't know. Who's on the panel? And the New York State Office of Temporary Disabilities Assistance, Barbara Goonin. Begin.
Good morning, Chair Petlo, Chair Krueger, Children and Families Committee Chair Hevesy and Newport, and distinguished members of the Senate and Assembly. I am Dr. Damia Harris Madden,
Commissioner of the New York State Office of Children and Family Services, I appear before this honorable body for the first time with the privilege of presenting Governor Hochul's state fiscal year 2025-26 executive budget. OCFS oversees a continuum of services across New York State aimed at promoting the safety, permanency, and well-being of children, youth, and families. OCFS is the steward of nearly $5.8 billion and supports 24/7 operations and more than 3,000 employees. The agency is an epicenter of extremes, serving New Yorkers from twinkle to wrinkle, the most innocent children to the most elderly of our communities. OCFS is charged with the oversight and operational responsibilities that spans across almost every domain. As a state-supervised and locally administered system, our responsibilities include oversight of local social service districts for child welfare, domestic violence and adult protective services, youth bureaus, foster care agencies, family and child care centers, and after-school settings. We also provide direct services to blind New Yorkers. With several months' tenure in my role, I am in awe of the work that is accomplished by this agency. I've seen firsthand the tangible impact it has across the state. OCFS manages upwards of 6,000 contracts for a wide range of interventions and critical supports, operates 9 residential youth justice facilities that require 24/7 supervision and programming. Last year, the statewide Central Register for Children Abuse and Maltreatment handled over 280,000 calls, while the Human Service Centers fielded 1 million calls on behalf of its 11 customer agencies. I am proud to share that OCFS has distributed more than 9,000 cribs across the state to promote safe sleep, provided over 2,700 duffel bags statewide to children leaving their homes and entering foster care, and launched the Heartline, a prevention service for youth who are currently in or have left foster care. The work that OCFS performs is far too exhaustive to enumerate today, yet it could not be done without the commendable budget of our executive, Governor Hochul, and through partnership with you. The executive budget underscores Governor Hochul's commitment to the most vulnerable, making our great state more affordable for children and families. The governor's Get Offline, Get Outside 2.0 initiative in this year's budget includes an investment of $15 million in increased funding for youth programming, $7.5 million for youth sports and education opportunities, and $7.5 million to increase base funding for youth development programming. This is just one of the governor's many proposals to better engage youth and disrupt social media addiction. In addition to the educational features included within this budget, there is $7 million in funding for the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library program aimed at increasing literacy outcomes for children ages 0 to 5. This year's investment in runaway and homeless youth services is to be applauded. The $10 million included in this budget reflects a doubling of the allocation over the last 3 years. This critical funding aids vulnerable youth who need stable shelter, transitional housing access, and tailored comprehensive services. Evidenced by the $9.2 million increase for child advocacy centers, Governor Hochul is committed to the protection of victims of unthinkable crimes, including those involving young children. Since taking office, Governor Hochul's executive budget has included the targeted inflationary increase. This year's 2.1% increase will once again benefit the families and volunteer agencies who care for New York's children in foster care and adoptive parents. The budget also includes roughly a $4.1 million increase in funding, more than $14.1 million overall, to raise the minimum wage of employees of OCFS-funded contractors. Governor Hochul has invested in child care in a way that no governor has, unwavering in her dedication to expanding access to high-quality care for New York's children and families. There has been a $7 billion increase over 4 years. This historic commitment has resulted in the largest expansion of the Child Care Assistance Program in New York State's history. Now, more than half of New York's families are income eligible. Under the governor's leadership, income eligibility has been increased to the federal maximum of 85% state median income, which is currently more than $108,000 per family for a family of 4. And a family co-pays have been capped at statewide at 1% of a family's income above the poverty level. Families have also been stabilized for 12 months through this process. Governor Hochul has more than doubled the amount of funding for the Child Care Assistance Program from $832 million in state fiscal year 2022 to nearly $1.8 billion this year. The governor's comprehensive strategy has also included supporting essential child care workers. New York is one of the few states that sets payment rates for child care assistance at the 80th percentile. In addition, market rates have been increased by an average of 12%, with the most market rate survey, and have increased by an average of 48% since 2019. The governor's proposal linking mental health to supports to after-school environments expands upon last year's commitment that increased child care providers' access to early childhood mental health consultants. As part of the governor's efforts to increase capacity, OCFS partnered with DASNY to award $50 million in capital grants, estimating 5,500 new child care seats at 45 sites across the state. This year's budget doubles that investment by providing $100 million in new capital funding to further expand availability. A portion of these funds will be accessible to counties and municipalities for child care construction, maintenance, and repairs. The budget also makes $10 million in federal funds to improve the safety and quality of home-based family child care programs. It was an honor to serve alongside Commissioner Reardon as the co-chair of the Governor's Child Care Task Force, which yielded the Roadmap for Universal Child Care, a set of recommendations to meet the goal of universal child care. This year's budget proposal includes the task force's recommendation for a substitute pool in the amount of $3 million, which will afford child care providers with access to qualified individuals that can cover classrooms so not to jeopardize operations and daily staffing ratios. This pool can also serve as a potential pipeline for the workforce. In furtherance of the goal for universal child care, this year's executive budget includes the creation of the New York Coalition for Child Care, which builds upon the work of the Child Care Availability Task Force and leverages the expertise of business leaders, labor unions, tax and revenue experts, providers, and other stakeholders. As a New Yorker, I am proud that this year's executive budget embodies synergy and innovation across multiple disciplines and systems, making transformational investments that will change the trajectory for many children and families. We must continue to advance the progress made by lending a comprehensive approach to critical services that span across the entire spectrum of life, from infancy to adulthood. Under the governor's leadership, OCFS looks forward to operationalizing this budget to ensure that New York is the quintessential state filled with promise and opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning, Chairpersons Kruger, Pretlow, Prasad, and Davila, and other members of the legislature. My name is Barbara Gwynn, and I'm the Commissioner of the State Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance. I am pleased to be here today to talk about Governor Hochul's 2026 executive budget and its support for the critical benefits and services our agency provides on behalf of residents of the state. OTDA is responsible in conjunction with local social services districts for the delivery of benefits that provide economic assistance and support to eligible individuals and families. This work includes helping very low-income New Yorkers meet their essential needs such as housing, food, and other basic necessities. At OTDA, we are focused on improving customer service and program access for each program we oversee. This work includes we are dedicated to making accessing social services as seamless and supportive as possible. We are excited about the many proposals contained in Governor Hochul's executive budget. Governor Hochul is committed to helping make New York more livable and affordable for all New Yorkers, and she is particularly focused on families and children. This focus includes making sure that we are taking actions to help residents raise a family in our state. In collaboration with this legislature, Governor Hochul has already expanded the Empire State Child Tax Credit to include children under the age of 4, provided extra food assistance to families with school-age children through the summer EBT program, totaling approximately $250 million delivered to over 2 million children. Significantly expanded access for childcare so that more families can access safe childcare and benefit from reduced copays. And importantly, increase the minimum wage and indexed it to inflation so workers' purchasing power is not eroded as prices rise. With these steps and others, the governor and the legislature have put in place policies, reforms, and investments that are improving families' economic security. According to the expert analysis of the Urban Institute, the permanent policies implemented by this administration over the past 3 budgets, when fully implemented, are estimated to reduce child poverty in New York State by up to 9.5%. Governor Hochul's 26 budget builds on this progress. The budget includes a historic expansion of the Empire Child Tax Credit, a continued focus on making sure families can afford safe childcare, and new initiatives to improve maternal and infant health, along with a variety of other investments to provide a better future for New York's families. The proposed expansion of the New York State Child Tax Credit will support more than 2.7 million children, giving 1.6 million New York families an annual tax credit of up to $1,000 per child under the age of 4 and up to $500 per child for children ages 4 through 16. In addition, this proposal eliminates the wage phase-in so that households with the lowest incomes will now receive the maximum benefit. As OTDA Commissioner, I also have the honor of serving as the co-chair of the New York State Child Poverty Reduction Advisory Council. In December, the council released recommendations for reducing child poverty in New York State. Expanding the Empire State Child Tax Credit tops the list of this council's recommendations. Evidence has shown that the child tax credit is one of the most effective ways for us to lift children out of poverty. Once fully implemented, the proposed expansion of the child tax credit is estimated to reduce child poverty in New York State by 8.2% for all children and by more than 10% for children under the age of 4. Building on Governor Hochul's strong record of support for pregnant New Yorkers, new parents, and infants, the governor is advancing another nation-leading legislative proposal to improve maternal and infant health through the provision of a birth allowance. The New York State Birth Allowance for Beginning Year Benefit, or baby benefit. The baby benefit will improve the economic security of some of New York's most under-resourced families. This proposal will provide a $100 per month benefit during pregnancy and an additional $1,200 payment at birth for families in receipt of public assistance. In addition, the executive budget proposes providing maternal health and newborn supply boxes and diapers to new mothers. This work will be achieved through a partnership with Baby to Baby, a national nonprofit that provides essential items to children living in poverty. This proposal is estimated to reach approximately 100,000 babies at full implementation. Funding is also included in our budget to implement the second year of the summer EBT program, which provides food benefits to help cover the cost of groceries during the summer months when school is out of session and children may not have access to free meals. The executive budget continues the governor's commitment to address the housing shortage and increase affordability. The proposed budget increases capital funding to create and preserve more supportive housing through our agency's Homeless Housing and Assistance Program. The executive budget includes an additional $25 million, bringing the total to $153 million in capital funding to meet the ongoing demand for supportive housing and maintain existing units that provide a safe place to live for some of our most vulnerable New Yorkers. The budget also provides the most significant investment in the New York State Supportive Housing Program, or NYSHIP, since its inception. The NYSHIP portfolio includes New York State's first supportive housing programs. This budget increases the state's investment in NYSHIP by $17 million, or approximately 40%. Additionally, the budget supports a substantial increase in funding available for the Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative, or ESHI. Combined, these two programs, NYSHIP and ESHI, support nearly 30,000 supportive housing residents. The increases are tremendously important to ensuring our supportive housing stock remains viable and accessible for those who need it most. Reducing child poverty and helping our fellow New Yorkers meet their basic needs and advance economically is at the core of our agency's work. We seek your support to implement the investments included in the proposed 2026 budget. We look forward to our continued partnership with the legislature. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify here today, and I welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Assemblyman Hevesy, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, my colleagues. Good morning, Commissioners. How are you?
Good morning.
Morning. It's good to see both of you. I thank you for your work on behalf of the people of the state of New York, but also I'm grateful to see both of you because I get to see all of the Assembly staff that you guys poached over the years. So it's, hi, guys. So thank you for all of your work. Dr. Harris Madden, my questions are going to be primarily for you. Please forgive me if it's okay with you. I'm going to ramble for about a minute, and then I have a couple of questions. So let me start by saying thank you for this executive budget for Governor Hochul. There's a lot of good stuff in here, in both areas. I'm going to focus specifically on OCFS. So first, a huge thank you to the governor for doubling the amount of money in the CACs, the Child Advocacy Centers. That is crucially important to save abused children. I'm incredibly grateful. Also, thank you for the increase of 1.5 for runaway and homeless youth. Thank you for the get offline, get up outside. I'm interested in that. And I'm even grateful for the Dolly Parton Library, although I shouldn't be for some advocates. And then let me move on to the other parts of the budget where I'm going to have some questions for you. So first, I know some of my colleagues are going to be talking about the workforce extensively. I understand that the governor put in a 2.1 cost of living adjustment in there. We're going to be coming back with a 7.8 on that. And in addition to the human services workforce, there are 3 workforces that I'm primarily concerned with that are always left out of the call. I just want to list them for you if I can. First is the foster care workforce. They have a separate system for them. Then also the preventative services workforce, where we've been relying on the 65-35 reimbursement to counties, which we have not been able to increase. And then finally, the last one is the domestic violence workforce. If there's a workforce that needs our assistance, that's where we should be focusing our attention. And then to my questions, if I can, and I thank you for bearing with me. So I know a lot of my colleagues are going to be asking questions about this, after school and LEAPS. So I thought I would give you the opportunity, Commissioner, if you can, just to go through what happened with our transition and what our next steps are in after school, please.
Thank you, Chair Hevesy. I'm going to borrow this. New to this, so thank you. Thank you for allowing me to provide the context regarding LEAPS. When I joined the agency, LEAPS had already been rolled out, but I was thrilled to see that there had been an increased investment in after-school. As a longtime advocate for after-school programming, I appreciated the fact that for the first time, many after-schools who had been bereft of after-school opportunity now have the opportunity to have children supervised during unsupervised time. Just as an overview for LEAPS, there was 36,000 seats added with 239 awarded. LEAPS was a very competitive process. As you might imagine, we had over 400 applicants, and the breakdown of those who received awards primarily went to New York City at 42%, 40% for rest of the state, and 19% downstate. I just want to note that New York City was a fierce competition, which we expected. However, there is a structured decision-making process in terms of ranking applications and awarding accordingly. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that many of the applications were very well done from what I could glean in a short period of time, yet 377 applications received passing scores but were not funded. We did exhaust the $100+ million that was infused into the system, which again, we appreciate that the governor as well as the elected officials made possible, but the reality is it was a competition. I think there's a misnomer that LEAPS funding was cut, whereas the program actually was an effort to consolidate existing programs such as Advantage and Empire. Empire having an economic threshold, whereas Advantage was for nonprofits that were eligible.
Thank you. And let me jump in to reiterate the point you just made. Absolutely, the consolidation was something we needed to do. We've been fighting for that for years. And the rollout, I guess the question for me is, if the legislature, which I hope we do in our one houses, come back and fulfill the $195 million that I think we need to get every eligible LEAPS applicant, access to after school, I would hope that the administration would look kindly on that. In addition, by the way, I'm sorry, one other thing. You said there was an RFP for the older kids that's coming out as well. Is that accurate?
We do anticipate an RFP to come out. It's a much smaller amount, but it is forthcoming.
Okay, I think all of us agree that after school is hugely important, so we'll try to work with you on that. But I thank you for outlining that. Two more areas that strike me as problematic that are not yet addressed in the budget, and just a quick question on each. First is raise the age. And this does not fall squarely on Governor Hochul. This is a Governor Cuomo issue. But this year we'll be pushing for an innovation fund for $50 million that we think is essential to start that program, jumpstart it, to get money directly into the hands of providers for Raise the Age. Is that something that the executive would be open to accepting?
As you know, I'm unable to comment on the policy making. I leave that to the governor and the legislature to do. However, I would just note that, Raise the Age was an excellent legislative act, and we know that children do not belong in adult prisons, so we thank you for the funding that you have already made available to address this population.
I appreciate it. And we're going to need to work with you prospectively to make sure that the close to $1 billion that has been promised but not delivered. So Raise the Age, I think, for us, is a great victory that has turned into a black eye for us because we haven't funded it properly, and that's our fault. But I look forward to working with you to try to fund it appropriately. Two other issues, if I can squeeze it in. Yes, I think so. I'm concerned about, particularly in the area of foster care, our agencies. Some of them are starting to struggle following California in obtaining mandatory liability insurance. Is that something that the executive is looking at to make sure that our foster care providers are whole and they don't have to go out of business like some other companies in other states have done?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chair. I believe we're all keeping that at the top of mind as it relates to our foster care agencies. Insurance is skyrocketing everywhere, so this system is no different than any other. However, we are working closely with the field. We are listening to our nonprofit agencies. We are working with our LDSS, our local districts of social services, just to continue to stay apprised as this further develops, particularly in New York State. We're aware of California and what happened there, so I assure you that this is something that is a priority for us to continue to think about, but absolutely are connected to the field and listening to what's transpiring.
That's great, because this particular issue scares me terribly, because it'll mean dropping of services for our most vulnerable kids. So I'd love to continue to work with you on it. And while in my remaining time, I'd like to talk about childcare. And I appreciate the governor's proposals. There's two pieces of childcare I want to focus on. One is the existential threat to childcare from the Trump administration, and particularly when I think about that, the potential for cutting our federally funded programs that were desperately needed, like our CCR&Rs. Is there a plan for us to make sure that they stay whole in case the Trump administration starts cutting? I mean, we need those services to get our child care providers up and running.
Thank you for that question. Another top-of-mind issue that we are paying close attention to. At this juncture, we have not received any notice from the federal government of threat for the funding under child care. I'm not sure of its impact in the last Trump administration, but I don't believe that child care was grossly impacted. But we do work very closely with our CCR&Rs. I agree they are a vital resource in our communities, and we do not plan to change course unless, of course, forced to do so.
I appreciate
thank
that. That's greatly appreciated. And with my last minute, let me just talk about childcare for a minute. Governor Hochul deserves credit for being the champion of the largest single investment in history in childcare in New York State. Absolutely credit. This year's budget, though, however, is not prioritizing what her childcare availability task force had suggested, which is to pay the workforce. I am of the opinion that all of our efforts in childcare, and by the way, over the last 4 years, it's been great. We've been putting money, we've been doing, we dealt with co-pays, we dealt with all kinds of other issues, absences. But I am of the opinion that if you're not going to pay that workforce, we're not going to be successful. So I would recommend, and I hope the legislature agrees, that we expedite the paying of that particular workforce this year, if possible. And if we need to look to a longer-term revenue source, I'm happy to work with the governor on that. And my time is up. Commissioner, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We've been joined by Senator Baskin, Senator Cordell Clare, Senator Wyke, and our first up is our chair, Senator Brisbois. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, this is resonant, scaling back up a little bit. Thank you to both commissioners. Commissioner Gwynn, you're off the hook from me, at least for the next 10 minutes. All my questions are for Commissioner Harris-Madden. Again, congratulations on your appointment to this position. It was an honor to support and vote for you in the New York State Senate last year, and you've been doing incredible work. I know it's a lot. It's been a whirlwind for the past few months. It's a big purview, but welcome to your first hearing. My first question, I would like to focus on the April 2024 Child Care Availability Task Force report. The cover letter that you submitted for that report, along with Commissioner Reardon, makes the point that we need to focus on addressing the child care workforce crisis. The report goes on to repeatedly argue over and over again that we need to act with urgency to institute a permanent line of funding to supplement child care worker wages. Why is it so important and urgent that New York State stabilize its child care workforce?
Thank you for your kind remarks and also your question, Chair Brisbois. Yes, we did underscore that workforce shortage is an issue, as it is across all human and health and human services fields. We recognize the vital importance of our workforce, particularly as they serve our the youngest, our most vulnerable in many instances. And so, yes, the report did make those recommendations. However, I'm happy to point out that we are taking a measured approach here. This budget does include some of the recommendations of the task force, which include the substitute pool, which will allow for further supports within the system, hopefully through our partners such as the CCR&Rs and or others. They will help us to vet and find qualified individuals who can step in as substitutes. This has been done in other states, and we think that this is a very good approach to, supporting our workforce. This way, classrooms are not closing, and due to absences of the professionals there. But, we have other incentives as well that OCFS has done prior to me joining, and will continue to do, to include educational subsidies, training opportunities, paid scholarships for the workforce, and also when we introduced in this budget the New York Coalition on Child Care, this is designed for research and fund development opportunities, a group comprised of tax experts, union experts, business leaders, and child care providers to path forward how we can create a sustainable system, because the reality is that this system is, very costly, but we recognize the importance of developing revenue streams and providing recommendations to bring forth to this honorable body to make decisions on how we proceed.
Thank you, and I do want to say I love hearing the words substitute pool and CCR&Rs in the same sentence, and hope that that plays out well in the way that the substitute pool is structured in the final budget. But going back to the workforce, on page 6, the report cites data that all programs were operating below their licensed capacity due to workforce shortages, and that we were serving 28,462 fewer children than current capacity because of these workforce shortages. The workforce shortage is a big problem when it comes to childcare capacity, right?
The workforce shortage is present in all systems that we encounter at OCFS. And so I would agree, yes, the workforce is something that we should be building upon. But again, with the current infrastructure in OCFS and its budget, we believe that we are supporting the workforce. And of course, there's more to be done, but there are a number of things that I could point to that suggest that, we are doing well in this area. Recently, we learned that there were 508 new programs that were developed, and I didn't share that with you in our last conversation. That was just a new development. So that kind of lends to the narrative that we are expanding opportunities, and of course, these ratios and staffing is maintained. We are always going out and reviewing, working with our providers to make sure that they are supported. In addition to that, I just want to just provide some of the information that we have in terms of our scholarships. I was pleased to learn that 9,000 members of the workforce received scholarships for training and education to the tune of $8.5 million. We are also working with businesses through the Business Navigator to provide additional resources. We ensure that we have support in the New York State Early Education Career Centers to the tune of $2 million. And of course, we now are able, as of January 1, to make direct payments. Well, not we, our local departments of social services are able to make direct payments to the providers so that they can pay their staff in a timely manner. So, I think that there's a measured approach here and that we are making progress.
Thank you. I would highlight an additional claim from the report that says these childcare workforce challenges threaten to undermine the tremendous gains New York has made in expediting access to childcare assistance, because these challenges can directly cause a decline in childcare capacity. The comptroller, the New York State comptroller, also released a recent report talking about the workforce shortages and the way that those would undermine our attempts to increase childcare capacity. I also want to highlight some language from the task force report that you submitted that says we need to act with urgency to implement a permanent workforce compensation fund. And then there was also the roadmap to universal childcare that was released last month. The roadmap likewise says that the implementation of universal childcare will be in jeopardy if the childcare workforce crisis is not addressed. And it recommends that New York establish a permanent workforce compensation fund aimed at increasing wages for all members of the childcare workforce and indexed to the cost of living. I agree that this is an urgent need, and we're going to hear from some additional task force members later today. But what did you mean when you stressed that this would be a permanent line of funding?
Thank you. So in our current budget, we have $1.8 million, notable increase from where we were just a few years ago. And we are maintaining that funding to support the workforce and other, aspects of the program. So, we are cognizant of the fact that we need a permanent workforce. We appreciate in the governor's budget, which is not under my purview, but the expansion of opportunities for education, partnering with CUNY and SUNY, because the key here is really to build a pipeline. If we have a feeder that will allow for our workforce to enter this space, which has been historically not in parity with other educational systems, if we continue to advance our education and make tuition free, like what is proposed for CUNY and SUNY, we believe that we will have a pipeline that will support this system.
Thank you. And hypothetically speaking, because I know that OCFS has administered child care supplements for the workforce in the past, if the final budget, due April 1st of this year, manages to include an additional $1.2 billion for a permanent fund to increase childcare workforce wages, would OCFS be able to implement that?
If the policies make it so, we stand ready to implement.
Okay. Another question is, have you spoken with the governor herself about childcare workforce wage supplements at all? And do you know why this recommendation from the task force report was missing from the executive budget? Was it an oversight?
I don't know that I would say it was missed, Mr. Chair. I think that there are some key elements from that report that are integrated in this year's budget. Again, the substitute pool being one of them, the additional work to convene the business and tax experts to develop fund development strategies and resources to sustain the system is another. So I don't know that it was a miss. I think it's just measured.
Okay, and my last is that on page 12 of the task force report, you also recommend limiting restrictions to childcare assistance based on a parent's employment status, hours worked, and minimum compensation. I've heard that a lot of members of the task force are very unhappy that the executive budget left this out. This is very important to restaurant workers, retail employees, construction workers, and gig workers because their hours are unpredictable. This is not a question, just a request. Please talk with Governor Hochul about getting these items back in the budget.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, I see the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Sen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can both thank me,
Gonna
it's okay.
Wait, did I cut you off, Senator?
No, I just, you're both thanking me, go for it.
Okay, and I just wanted to introduce Senator Scarcella Smatton before I hand it over to the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Before I move on, we've been joined by Assembly Members Hooks, Assembly Member Wright, Assembly Member Lee, Assembly Member Forrest, Assembly Member Raga, Assembly Member Romero. And Assemblyman Mayor for 5 minutes. Where's Epstein? Next time. Assemblywoman Seawright for 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Assemblywoman Davila. I always mess it up, I'm sorry.
Okay, here we go. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for being here today and providing testimony. And thank you to my colleagues as well for being here. I'm excited about some of the things that are on the table that the governor has proposed. But we have still yet a lot of work to be done. I want to talk a little bit about the migrant funding, $2.4 billion that we allocated last year. In mid-December, the administration announced that there was going to pull out of the National Guard from the migrant shelters. That same month, both the city and state announced the closing of JFK shelter, Randall's Island, and Floyd Benefield shelters. Were there any savings in the current fiscal year because of these actions? And if so, what is becoming of those funds?
So the funding that was authorized in prior year budgets to help New York City handle the influx of new arrivals that has occurred over the past several years remains available for New York City to access, as well as other services that are, some of which are directly operated by the state. So at this point, I wouldn't characterize it as there being savings available. Certainly, the city, we were working closely with the city as the city is able to begin to ramp down some of the larger congregate facilities based on the reduction of individuals who are needing shelter at this point. But certainly, there continues to be a great need. There continues to be 46,000 such individuals residing in the city shelter system. And we also know that many of these households continue to need assistance with legal services and other case management to help them truly integrate into their neighborhoods.
Okay, we have yet to see how much money has been spent through the city through these $2.4 billion, and I'm just curious as to if there was any funding left to carry on to this fiscal year.
There are funds that remain available for the city to draw down, and we expect that reimbursement to continue in the upcoming several months in the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. With the Home Energy Assistance Program, earlier this winter, the state stopped accepting HEAP which was a little devastating because people were calling into our offices panicking because they weren't able to put in applications. Then they were reopened the next day. When the governor announced an additional $35 million for HEAP, can you tell us where this money came from?
So, yeah, so when the regular HEAP opened this past November 1st of 2024, we did expect that we would be able to remain open through mid-March, but due to much higher than anticipated early applications throughout that program, we did get to a point where we did need to shut down, and we're very thankful that Governor Hochul allowed us to reallocate $35 million to support the program. I mean, at this point, it's reallocated from within the HEAP program, but there is an effort to work with the Division of Budget to backfill that amount of money to continue to fully fund all HEAP components.
Do we currently have a backlog of HEAP applications? And if so, will the $35 million be sufficient to get us through the end of the heating season?
So we do project at this point that the additional $35 million funds that were made available to support the regular program will allow us to keep that program open through early April. And we also do expect the emergency component, which is, as you know, critical to make sure that people's heating sources are not shut off, that also will remain open through early April.
Thank you. Okay, let's go on to supportive housing. What specific strategies does Altada implementing to accelerate the development of supportive housing for individuals experiencing homelessness and those with disabilities? Because as you are aware, those numbers keep increasing, and you know, our ability to be able to provide services to these homeless individuals is getting smaller.
Right, yeah, I mean, certainly supportive housing is one of the key solutions to homelessness. The ability for people to access permanent housing that is both affordable and comes with those wraparound services is absolutely essential, including individuals with disabilities. Again, you know, as I mentioned during my testimony, we are very pleased that this year's budget includes significant investments in supportive housing. So the additional funds that are available to bolster NYSHIP, that's directly intended to make sure that some of those older supportive housing units have additional resources so that we do not lose them. The other investment in this budget is significant increases in the Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative. And through that, we are going to be able to make significant increases in the rates that are available for providers who operate that supportive housing. So ESHI right now, and since it was established, has a budget of $25,000 per unit. The governor's budget will increase that to $31,000 for areas outside of New York City and to $34,000 for areas within New York City. We think that that increase is really important to continue to bring in more providers who are willing to operate supportive housing. And then I'll also mention just the additional capital investment on our HHAP program, so our Homeless Housing and Assistance Program. That $25 million increase is also very much intended to help stabilize some of the older units that need preservation funds in order to maintain. So it's a combination of investments in preservation combined with new funding to make sure that we're continuing to be able to build additional supportive housing units, and we think that this budget positions us very well to do that.
Thank you. My last question. What steps are being taken to streamline the approval and funding process for nonprofit and private developers who want to create supportive housing in high need? Because we are aware how slowly money has trickled down from the state. And sometimes that can cause a trickling effect in terms of the amount of money it would take to build supportive housing. So what are we doing about streamlining that funding so that we can build quicker and have more availability for people who are disabled and homeless.
So we definitely understand the need to reduce bureaucracy and streamline processes so that developers and nonprofits can establish additional supportive housing. I think our agency does pretty well in this space. We have a very strong team that manages our homeless housing and assistance program, as well as the subsidy programs associated with supportive housing. And we also work very closely with Homes and Community Renewal because we know often some of the projects that are built are funded both from HCR funds, tax credits, as well as our HHAP funding. So I think that we have done a good job in streamlining, but we certainly are always open to any recommendations that you may have about how we could do even better.
Thank you. And next is just 2 comments. I would be remiss if I didn't echo the sentiments of my colleagues during conference. And one of those issues is the summer youth program. Because it's being cut significantly, this is an extremely important program. And the next is ESHI. People were extremely nervous about ESHI, so we are going to try to fight to restore these programs.
Okay, so ESHI is receiving significant increases based on Governor Hochul's budget. With respect to the summer youth program, it is actually increased over the governor's budget from last year, but it does remove the legislative ad that was included, and that is just kind of a traditional process where the executive often removes legislative ads, but we certainly look forward to working with you and other members of the legislature to do everything we can to support the summer youth employment program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, Senator Prasad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Great seeing both of you. You know, it's great working with you. Dr. Harris Madden, you know, I enjoyed the conversation we have, and I understand your commitment to the role that you're playing in your agency. I just have one question for you. It's on Raise the Age in New York City. Have you had a conversation about New York City, and when will they submit a plan for Raise the Age Fund? And if they have no intention of submitting the plans for Raise the Age funds, how can we divert the funding that's being left on the table year after year to other opportunities for the youth across the state?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Prasad, and it was a pleasure talking with you earlier this week. New York City clearly has great need, and we have encouraged all of our counties, not just New York City, to provide plans. And although they were left out of the initial legislation, any county can still submit a plan. So to your question, we do not know when and if New York City will submit a plan, but if it is submitted, we will certainly take it under consideration.
But in the meanwhile, what can we do with the funds that are being left on the table? Can we utilize it for other programs for our at-risk youth?
Well, if I may just speak a little bit about the plans and the process, the plans do come to OCFS, and almost every plan throughout the state that we receive, along with our sister agency in DCJS and the Department of Budget, typically approves the RTA plans. We are extremely flexible because it is an incredibly local response. The communities must say what they need. They know their populations best. We are chronically encouraging, and I know in my short time, I also message that, we want alternatives to detention. We want those interventions that are efficacious in our communities, but we must receive plans from the counties in order to be able to approve and subsequently allow them to spend. Then they will claim, and we will promptly reimburse. But if a county is not doing so, then, we work with what we have.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And now, Commissioner Gwynn, I am going to continue under the supportive housing questioning. We know that the NYSHIP stock tends to be older, right, than the ESHI stock. What are we doing to ensure that, because we have not been, the conditions seem to be, not up to standard. We're funding so that we can renovate and all of that. Are we at any point at this time, anticipating losing any housing stock in NYSHIP because of the conditions?
So at this point, we're working closely with each provider, trying to make sure that they maintain the stock that is available. In the past, we've worked with them to try to bring in project-based vouchers and other places to bring in additional revenue to those locations. Importantly, this year, as I mentioned in my testimony, Governor Hochul has included a $17 million investment in NYSHIP, and as part of awarding those funds, we will certainly be looking at to bolster those programs that have the greatest need. Because yes, it's absolutely critical that we keep those supportive housing units online.
Okay, thank you for that. And touching on HEAP, we understand, that temporary closure and money that was transferred to cover and reopen the HEAP process. Are we in danger of having the same thing happen with the cooling funds for summer? Can we say that we have enough funds to cover the anticipated number of applications that we will have?
So the HEAP plan allocates $15 million toward the cooling component. Each year, we have to balance the available HEAP funding among the different components. Is $15 million sufficient? No. We shall see, but I know that in prior years, the applications for the cooling component have also been coming in quite rapidly. So, it's not necessarily intended to be able to address every single household's need.
Okay. What are you doing in preparation for the possibility of the cuts in federal funding?
So at this point, we have not received cuts in federal funding, but obviously we're very aware of all the activity taking place at the federal level, both from the White House as well as the budget process begins to heat up. We're going to continue to fight for New Yorkers and continue to advocate that federal funding is made available, in particular federal funding that's so important in our state as well as in other states to really address the needs of some of the most vulnerable. So we will just fight and advocate as hard as we can to keep federal funding flowing for these priority areas.
Okay, thank you. So over the past few years, we've had Benefit Cliffs bill vetoed, and we continue to push for that bill to be signed by the governor because we know that it's very important that we understand what's causing the benefit cliffs and how do we help New Yorkers, So the governor has proposed the Monroe County Ladders program, and part of that is understanding benefit cliffs. Why would in my opinion, Monroe County does not show you what is happening across the state. And why would we not look at what is happening across the state to fix the issues so that we can help those most in need? Why are we focusing on Monroe County? What was the rationale for that? Do you know?
So the purpose of the Monroe Ladder demonstration project it's to really dive in deep and to work with employers to address real life situations. So our objective is really to work with employees either through financial counseling and then also through subsidies if that's appropriate in the event that they are otherwise unwilling or fearful of taking on additional hours or a promotion. So it's really a real life, demonstration project to better understand what ways we might be able to mitigate what might be either real or perceived concerns associated with the fiscal cliffs. Our agency, I understand, Senator, that this is a matter that's of great importance to you, and I promise you that our agency is willing to work with you to collect data and to have discussions because I understand why you're interested, that you want to, be able to understand what's happening so that any policy changes could be implemented. We are happy that over the past couple of years under Governor Hochul's leadership, New York State has made some significant changes with respect to both public assistance and childcare. So both of those programs used to be in a place where workers would face a significant cliff. But through policy changes with the support of the legislature and additional funding to increase eligibility thresholds, those cliffs largely have been mitigated. But like I said, I know this is important to you, and we're happy to work with you on the project.
Well, thank you for that, because, we'll continue pressing on that. And in the time that I have left, let's touch on our EBT cards. Can you tell us the status of the chip card and what else needs to be done before we can implement the chip and enhanced cards?
Right, so with respect to moving to chip card, we understand that movement to chip card is probably the best path forward in terms of us being able to better protect public benefits from electronic skimming. Right now, we do not have resources within our agency budget to move toward chip cards. That said, we are continuing to collect additional information and see if we can come up with strategies that would produce the ability to move toward chip cards at a cost that's lower than what we are currently projecting based on what we are aware of in other states.
Do we think we'll have chip cards, some sort of rollout by the end of the year, by early next year? What's the plan? What do we have a long-term plan as to, a short-term plan actually?
Right,
As to when
so,
we
I
roll it
mean,
out?
right now, our best protection for individuals is for them to lock their EBT cards. And so we're continuing additional outreach on that particular issue to make more households aware of the ability to lock. As a fact, we've actually started a text campaign to all SNAP recipients this week to increase the awareness of that. And like I said, at this point, we do not have resources in our agency budget to move toward chip card, but we are continuing to evaluate the situation because I do understand how important it is.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank you for the information that you've been giving our offices to share
course.
with constituents about lock-in cards. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Assemblyman Molitor, 5 minutes.
Oh, there we go, okay. Thank you. I do not have any questions for Dr. Harris-Madden, or Madden, I'm sorry. But I do have some questions for Acting Commissioner Gwynn, and I'm going to be asking about fair hearings. How many fair hearings are held annually?
So over 100,000 fair hearings are held on an annual basis.
And how long does it take to conduct a fair hearing on average? What's the average wait time?
On average, how long does it take to actually get through the fair hearing?
Well, to get to the hearing, like how many days?
Right now, it's taking longer than is expected. The expectation is that the hearings are completed within 60 days, I believe, for public assistance, and 90 days for SNAP, and similar timeframes for Medicaid.
And once the hearing is conducted, how long is it taking for the ALJ to issue a decision on average?
Right. Once the hearing is complete, the decision should be issued within weeks.
What is the total amount of, quote, aid continuing, unquote, that was paid out during the last fiscal year?
I do not have that information with me with respect to individuals who retain access to their benefits pending the completion of a fair hearing. I do not have that information with me.
Do you know what is the total amount of aid continuing benefits that were repaid by beneficiaries after a fair hearing during the last fiscal year? In other words, if they had lost the hearing,
Right.
and they had to repay, do you know how much was repaid by beneficiaries in the last fiscal year?
I do not know the total amount that was repaid if an individual is not successful in the outcome of their hearing.
Okay.
His name, but he's not Senator Matera.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's all right. Yeah, I'm not Senator Matera. I got a promotion on the screen. Promotion.
Take the win.
Just going back to the, I'm sorry, just going back to the fair hearings. Do you know, is there an average cost?
Okay.
Or how much does it cost for the agency to conduct a fair hearing? What are you paying, like what is the amount that the agency has to pay to conduct a fair hearing?
I do not have that information with me, but I know that we have, over 100 staff members dedicated to that function.
Okay. I'd like to move to the child care capital program. How many providers will the $100 million in new funding assist? Oh, I guess I do have questions for Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to answer your question, Assemblyman.
Thank you.
So, we anticipate approximately 10 to double what we had under the 50 million in last year's. So last year, we created about 5,000 additional seats. So we anticipate to add approximately 10,000 additional seats.
And how will child care providers be selected for that funding?
For the capital funding, they will be submitting for an RFP. Our agency will produce an RFP to which the respondents would apply through that mechanism.
Okay. And is there a particular goal within your agency to distribute that funding across, the largest geographical area you can across the state?
We have not determined the exact methodology, but I would imagine we would, hope to have respondents that represent the diversity of this great state and to distribute, of course, based on, scoring, but also looking at particular areas throughout the state. Typically, we hope to serve the deserts, childcare deserts, and stick to the 10 geographical areas that we have.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much for being here to answer our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator John Liu. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioners, for joining us. So, quick question for Commissioner Gwynn. Senator Prasad was asking you about this already, but the theft of EBT card funds is a real big problem, and it's a growing problem. So we need anything that will stop, curtail the theft of these funds. And our understanding is that those chip cards are an important part. So you're saying you don't have resources, you need more money. How much more budget do you need to get these EBT cards in the hands of the people who need them?
Yeah, so we are continuing to collect additional information. The initial information or estimates that we came up with were as high as $40 million for the first year cost associated with moving toward chip card. Like I said, we're continuing to gather additional information, kind of scan with respect to the environment of the vendors that are out there that can provide this service.
So $40 million just to set up, and that's for how many individuals, how many cards?
That would be over 1.5 million cards for sure. I mean, our intention, and the reason why the first year costs are so high is a combination of factors. It's both on the EBT system itself, and there need to be technical changes to the EBT system and the processing to accommodate chip cards, but then also there is the cost associated with card distribution.
All right, can you remember, what's the total annual budget of OTDA again?
Almost $8 billion.
8 billion, okay, and you need another 40 million to get this done?
Yes.
You can't get any of it done before you get another budget allocation for this?
I guess in theory, we could issue a procurement, and that's something that we have been working on, and we could issue it and see what bids come
Thank
in
you.
and see if it's something that's more affordable.
Yeah, I think it's really important for many of us, and more importantly, our constituents.
Absolutely.
These funds are being stolen at a more rapid pace. Commissioner Harris Madden? Yeah, I'm sorry. Commissioner Harris Madden, thank you and welcome to your new role. I don't have much time left, but the LEAPS program is a big problem all throughout the state. I know you testified about the scoring system and the fact that many have passed without being able to access funds, because I suppose it's incumbent upon us to put more funding into the plan. But we've been trying to get more information about what the scoring process has been. And of all the ones that have passed, how did you select the ones who actually got the funding? You're not going to have time to answer this, but I just want to impart to you that we're very concerned that we increased the amount of after-school program only to see many of our programs completely eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We've been joined by Assemblywoman Simon and Assemblywoman Chandler Waterman. I'm now calling on Assemblywoman Lunsford for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is a question for OCFS. Over the past several years, we've been hearing concerns from volunteer foster care agencies about the rising costs of their liability expenditures with regard to Child Victims Act cases. During the look-back window, 15% of the cases filed were against voluntary service agencies, and we already saw a bankruptcy of a Long Island-based facility. Last year, I asked if there was any plan to help address these closures, since our counties rely on these voluntary service agencies for available beds. Has any progress been made with that regard? And could you update us on the amount of closures of voluntary service agencies, if there have been any others this year?
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Volunteer agencies are critical for our operation, and we share your concern in terms of their solvency and their ability to operate. That said, in terms of the insurance, it's the same as I responded earlier. We are aware that insurance is skyrocketing across all fields, and
Sorry, it's not a question about insurance. It's actually about their exposure on these cases, because of the 800 cases in the Child Victims Act look-back window that were filed against voluntary service agencies, a high proportion of them have no insurance at all.
That's correct. I apologize for that. To that end, again, another area of deep concern for us in terms of supporting our agencies. However, we are in communications and monitoring as things develop. We are in touch with the field. We are, participating with Kafka and other organizations, listening and learning to what they're experiencing. And at this juncture, we're just still communicating with our partners and speaking internally to, monitor this situation to see what, if anything, we can do. But we are clear that these agencies are vital to our operation and to the community.
Just a reminder that if these fail, there are no other beds. These are performing an essential government purpose. We can't just offshoot 50 kids who previously had beds to the National Guard and say you're foster care agencies now. Switching quickly to the substitute pool. We're very glad to see the substitute pool. Can you speak a little bit in the last 30 seconds here about how we're going to administer that substitute pool? Are we going to rely on outside businesses? Are we going to do it internally?
Sure. We anticipate an RFP for the substitute pool, and again, we are hoping that our partners who are well-versed in this space, such as the CCR&Rs and other nonprofits, will apply, and they will be responsible for the vetting and ultimate decisions regarding the substitute pool candidates and the training as well.
Thank you very much. I'll cede my last 9 seconds.
Thank you.
Senator?
Operating this morning. Thank you. We have Senator Rollison. Oh, no, sorry, Senator Murray first. Excuse me.
Let's see, there we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, for being here. My questions will be primarily to Commissioner Gwynn. I want to go back to the EBT and the chip card technology. As you know, I'm a strong supporter of this. I'm actually a co-sponsor of Senator Prasad's legislation. I want to thank her for leading the way on this of requiring the chip technology in the EBT cards. You've been very open about this. We've worked on this issue. You've also instituted the lock and block plan right now, which has helped, but it's not solving the problem. As Senator Liu said, this is a major, major problem. We're losing hundreds of millions of dollars. But I have some concerns here. So last year, in May, you switched vendors. Who was your previous vendor, and who is the vendor we're using now?
The previous EBT vendor was Conduit. The current EBT vendor is FIS.
That's where I have a major concern. So we switched from Conduit to FIS. I'm looking at a press release from the Department of Labor from June 26th of 2023, where they announced the new Conduit Way2Go debit card utilizes chip technology. So we have the Department of Labor that's been using these cards, using this technology for almost 2 years now. Have you had any conversations with Commissioner Reardon about this?
Our staff definitely have had conversations with the Department of Labor to understand their contract structure and terms. The systems are different in terms of EBT, and what it requires is different than the UI system. But yes, we are aware that they have chip card technology.
Yeah, the concern here is we've been told that there are basically two vendors, and that's Conduit and FIS. And we've been told that the problem is that there are only two.
Yeah.
But yet we had a contract in place. We're using Conduit, who is currently using or administering the technology for the Department of Labor, yet we switched away from them to FIS and moved away where we're not ready yet, or it's not ready to be implemented. Why would we do that?
So the transition from Conduit to FIS happened as a result of a procurement that we were required to issue. That it took years between the procurement being issued and actually getting to the point of transition. So it wasn't, the reason we switched vendors was simply because of the procurement process that we were required to follow. I wouldn't say that, in Conduit's work or FIS's work with our agency with respect to EBT is different in terms of what is required to implement chip card technology. I'm not saying that FIS is incapable of doing so. I'm saying that we need to have funds available to support that move.
But this isn't new, Commissioner. This is, for years, we've seen the fraud going on. We've seen them stealing, literally stealing from people who need this to feed their families on their SNAP cards. And these criminals are getting away with it. Now, there's a lot of talk about the federal government saying we're not going to now make good when those funds are stolen. I don't blame them, because that's taxpayer money, and I don't think the taxpayer should be paying twice for these benefits, which is what's happening. And the criminals are getting away with it because we don't have this technology in place. So you can see the frustration when it seems like the technology's there, the technology's being used, and has been in New York State. So it's not like this is something new. It's been in place for almost 2 years. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around why we do not have this in place right now. But again, I do appreciate the efforts that have been made as far as the lock and block. And is there anything more we can do to get the word out about that while we're waiting for this chip technology?
Yeah, and just please understand, I share your frustration. There's nothing more important than being able to protect people's benefits. And I agree the government should not have to pay twice, but more importantly, the people whose benefits are stolen, as you know, it's a significant issue for their household budget. With respect to the lock and block, as I mentioned, we did look into it based on some of your inquiries about its usage, and it's not nearly where it needs to be. So like I said, we are conducting an outreach campaign via text this week to all SNAP households to make sure that they are aware of the lock and block technology. And then we are also moving toward another enhancement with that would permit people to block and block their benefits by using a telephone, as opposed to the current option being online or a mobile app.
And do we have any numbers, 10 seconds left, do we have any numbers as far as the lock and block? Has it been effective?
It is being used, but it is far underutilized, and so outreach is important.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Mayer, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here for your testimony. I wanted to start with Raise the Age. So I really appreciate your support for this program. I believe it is something that is well intended. I don't know that I can share that same support based on these results. And I just want to get to some of the causes. So obviously, nearly $1 billion not funding it is going to really affect how this has been implemented. And my hope is that that will solve a lot of those issues. However, before we really tackle the issue and create a sustainable way forward, I think we need to accurately quantify the problem. So my first question would be, when it comes to 16 and 17-year-olds, we have a lot of statistics from a lot of reports that I've read that suggests they're not being put in jails, as was the intent of Raise the Age, and/or prisons for misdemeanors and felonies. But there's also a lot of cases where services they are supposed to receive are not being provided. So my question is, what is happening to these 16 and 17-year-olds when they become 18, 19, 20, and 21? And do you have any specific information on what the arrest rates have been during those last 7 years for those ages? And has that been part of your conversation on how to address this moving forward?
Thank you very much for your question. It's hard to see, Assemblyman. So going back to Raise the Age legislative intent, I appreciate that you understand the importance of not putting our young people in prison, 16 and 17 years old. To your point regarding 18 to 21, we still serve those young people within our current facilities. I just wanted to make that distinction. In terms of crime overall, we understand that crime is down and youth crime is consistent with adult crime. There have been some spikes in certain areas. If I understand your question correctly, it is what more can we do to ensure that these young people don't enter this system at all? And so this is an incredibly local response. Again, we defer to our counties to create the plans so that they are using efficacious models and interventions that actually work. We work hand in hand as it relates to the young people who do enter the system, and if their first stop is detention, let's say, we are working 24/7 to help find beds throughout the state. We make sure that our young people are, if they are leaving detention and then entering our system in the state, that process is seamless. And then we are providing rehabilitative types of services within our facilities. So I don't have the numbers in front of me today in terms of the actual numbers and breakdowns by crime, but I'm happy to provide that to you. I believe the Department of Criminal Justice Services maintains that data, and we are in constant communication with that team.
Thank you. I have two more questions, and I gotta hurry. My final conclusion to kind of what you said is I do think there are a lot more issues with this program. I have heard from a lot of case studies, and I'd love to work with both my colleagues and your offices to try to address how some of these horrific things are happening due to this program being implemented in the way that it has. Whether it's on you or the counties, whoever it is, just the importance of having that discussion and talking about those cases that are taking place. The second item I wanted to talk about was childcare. A lot of investment has gone into families and being able to afford childcare, but there has been a huge amount of misses when it comes to the childcare providers themselves. Obviously, we heard about insurance issues with foster care. Those same insurance shortfalls exist with childcare facilities. When it comes to the desert grants that have been awarded, it seems as though not all of that $100 million, if that's the accurate number, was given to those facilities. Was there money left over? And how was that used if they didn't go to those facilities that weren't able to meet those deadlines?
Thank you for that question. In terms of the desert grants, again, that was administered prior to my time, but I understand it was very successful. The OCFS worked feverishly to get the funding out of the door, and that was supported through federal funds. And so those grants have terminated. But we're a work in progress. But I think the historic $7 billion from the governor with the assistance of this body has been tremendous in terms of expanding the opportunities. We have seen a 34% growth.
Thank you. I'll have to get you
And I
later
can
for my
talk
last
with you
question.
later.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, second ranker, Senator Rollison.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for being here this morning. My focus is with OCFS, so Commissioner Harris-Madden, when you were confirmed last year and looking at your career in local government, City of Mount Vernon, in Westchester County, where local governments need to be very flexible and to collaborate with multiple partners to see that the job is done and done efficiently. What have you found in your short tenure here at OCFS where OCFS can lead a discussion amongst multiple agencies to deliver these services?
Thank you, Senator Rollison. It's great to talk with you again.
Yes.
We work with our local governments routinely, and that spans across all of the domains. We have aid to localities where we support our municipal agencies or municipal governments so that they can provide positive youth development. They can provide preventive services, of course, child welfare services, juvenile justice services. So we're in constant communication. We are also partners with a number of advocacy groups, and we do meet routinely. I meet routinely with these organizations to hear what they are seeing on the ground. But essentially, we are state supervised and locally administered, so those decisions that are made at the local level are really critical, and I think it underscores your point that, our persistence in encouraging them, example being raise the age, to, develop plans that are responsive to their community needs, we do routinely. So I think that answers your question.
And also, too, and what about at the state level? Because one of the things that I have heard since being here and heard prior to that when I was a mayor was the complexity of dealing with multiple O's. And families have using the O's for lots of different reasons to help them with their children and their family issues and in situations that they have. That seems to, obviously, that's a tougher, probably, collaboration, but are you trying to bring the local to the state? To
I think the locals are with the state.
Your fellow commissioners?
I think they are. Our sister agencies also, are routinely in the field, listening and learning from those that are boots on the ground. In terms of our interagency communications, I'm told that we have now, enhanced communication. We work very closely with our colleagues to try to find solutions and to be thought partners with our local communities.
Well, thank you, and it's good to hear. On the capital program for childcare, different regions of the state, childcare deserts, how flexible is that money so local municipalities, local agencies can use that money to how it works within their region?
Sure. I mean, it just like any other procurement, we would expect that organizations apply for this funding. They're actually anticipating additional support. So, we are enthusiastic and believe that we will be working with the local communities, and we always encourage collaboration and partnership within our, requests for proposals, but also in the responses. And so we will continue to look at the breakout. New York is just so dichotomous in terms of its vastness and the differences within the communities, but we try our best to create a methodology that looks at a breakdown that's equitable across the state.
In the substitute program for childcare that has been rolled out, I think $3 million has been committed to that. I've recently gotten correspondence from local county social services that when the teachers register, can they register locally to be able to expand that pool and not have to go through the state? Is there some flexibility there?
I'm not sure that I understand the question.
So,
For substitute pools?
Right, with the pools that are, they're going to be created to fill the gaps when you need a substitute at a child care. How flexible is it for them to work with their local DSS to be able to register and qualify there versus the state level?
We envision it to be very flexible, which is why we are, looking to the local, hyper-local organizations to apply so that it's regionalized as well, so that, there's opportunities throughout the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Clark for 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, quick question to Commissioner Gwynn. So on the baby benefits program, we've been looking for years and had some much bigger ask and commitment in our Assembly One House last year to do exactly this. We do think supporting new moms is really a way to ensure that that family gets off on the right foot, that we can change the trajectory of that child by pulling families out of poverty. I'm wondering though, in the proposal in the governor's budget, is that based on any other, the numbers seem very low to me, and my biggest fear is that we do something and we do it too low and it doesn't have the impact that we need it to have. Is that proposal based on any successful pilots in terms of the numbers used in it?
It's not necessarily based on a particular pilot, but as you've noted, there's a ton of evidence out there about how supporting individuals during pregnancy, as well as when children are very young, and even modest investments that can make a significant difference in terms of the trajectory for that family and for that child.
But you would agree that it probably makes sense to ensure that the amount we're using has been proven to be effective versus just putting a number in there, not having it be effective and not work the way we want it to.
I mean, we do think that this will be effective. Obviously, I think with many studies that are out there, increased amounts will make an increased difference in terms of reducing the stress factors within that household that parents often face, and other efforts that would improve the child well-being.
Wonderful, perfect. Okay, on to childcare. Quickly, I can't emphasize more on the workforce. I understand, I mean, I've now toured a few centers just recently that have literally their doors shuttered on a couple rooms, not because they need capital to build out, but because they need staff to staff them. We have one owner who owns multiple centers, and he says upwards of 15 rooms he can't open right now. So when we talk capital, I appreciate it. I know there are still needs out there, but we know the workforce urgency is so much greater. And I appreciate finding, and I do agree that we need to get to a point where we have a sustainable, permanent line of funding for that. But until then, I still feel like we've been told now for 6 years in various reports that this is what we need. Why not do it one more time this year and then use the year to get to the point where we have a permanent source to fund that? That's a comment you don't need to answer because you've talked about it. I do want to quickly get on minimum earnings. The governor vetoed my bill last year. Do we not think that those who are the lowest paid, our contractors, our independent workers, need the dollars to get childcare? Don't they deserve it as much as those who get regular paychecks?
Thank you for your question. I think. To be continued.
Senator Scarcella Stanton.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. My first question is for Commissioner Harris-Madden. My district was really negatively impacted by the new eligibility provisions in the LEAPS programming. We actually lost all programming on Staten Island and some programming also in southern Brooklyn. Staten Island particularly was a huge problem because there was a lot of youth violence, so these schools depend on these after-school programs. So I have 2 questions. My first would be, what is being done to give providers the tools that they need to be approved and receive funding? Because that was a big problem. A lot of the providers got a letter stating that they were approved but not funded, so they weren't sure what more they could do to actually receive that funding, and then they were left scrambling because of the timeline that they got that letter. And my second question is there a plan for more equity across the boroughs to bring this programming forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. I'll back into that question. We are absolutely committed to equity, and as I mentioned earlier, New York City was just a very fierce competition. Your question concerning quality, if you will, or what could be done to improve the process for applicants, I think that, again, with the fierce competition, many of the organizations, while they may have written or crafted a very well-written response, just due to the sheer volume of applicants, unfortunately, they made it to could be funded, but were not funded because we ran out of funds. In terms of Staten Island, I understand that there's one community school that's there that, multiple agencies wrote for, and again, were approved on the list, but we did not have the remaining funding to support it. But overarchingly, I would just say that with the infusion of money, again, thanks to Governor Hochul and this body, we were able to actually expand the number of seats for LEAPS and create a higher quality system. The existing programs that existed previously were based on a 20-year model. And so after hearing from the field, the team prior to me, made the decision to, consolidate and create LEAPS, and there are benefits that are yielded throughout the state. So I know that doesn't give as much, comfort for you in Staten Island. However, I would note that Staten Island has a number of DCYD funded programs. I believe it's like 40 some odd programs, and I don't have the map in front of me, but we're just one part of the entire after-school system. There's also, New York State Education Department with 21st Century. There are, other local organizations that provide after-school programming. So, the state provides, a small piece to the overall picture.
Turned it off. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with your office again to just see what we could do to help get them to the place where they get funding, because they really do want the funding. They're a big fan of LEAP, so thank you. And my next question is for Commissioner Gwynn. I think it's a great investment for the ESHI program this year. One of the developments on the Brooklyn side of my district is called Surf Vets. It's a supportive housing units for veterans. It's actually a really successful model. They have a business on the bottom, Cyclone Bagels, where the veterans work. They bring in the VA to get disability benefits. I notice here it's kind of not necessarily specific. It says supportive housing for families and individuals who are unsheltered and have a disabling condition. Is there any subcategories broken down that we could carve out for veterans, let's say, because I think that this is such an amazing model that the state could really be utilizing. And I've had some people express interest in other places in the state. So if they could tap into something like this, I think it would be a great opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been to that location, and it is phenomenal. It's a great place for people to live. They're very fortunate, both the building and the location. So with ESHI, veterans I believe it is an eligible group to be served. Certainly, veterans is also a focus area with respect to our HHAP capital funding as well. So those are groups of individuals that also are impacted by homelessness that are eligible for the various services.
Excellent, thank you. And I'll look forward to connecting some of those providers who are interested and just pointing them in the right direction on how to get the ball rolling. Thank you so much. That's all the questions I have today.
Assemblywoman Mateus.
Thank you. This is for the OTDA Commissioner. We're talking about SNAP fraud and skimming. Can you provide data on the number of reported cases in the past year? How many have been resolved, and what actions OTDA has taken to assist victims?
So with respect to the number, I can tell you the number of households that have been paid through skimming. Certainly through SNAP and PA combined, it's about 125,000 households have received payments, or payments have been issued. People continue to accept applications for public assistance skimming, and we still have the authority to reimburse stolen public assistance, but unfortunately, the federal government last December did not authorize the ability for states to reimburse for stolen SNAP benefits.
Given the devastating impact of skimming on low-income households, would OTDA support a state-funded reimbursement program for victims? What legal or budgetary challenges would need to be addressed to implement such a measure?
So we certainly would support any funds that can be made available to help individuals whose benefits have been stolen so that they can get reimbursed and so that they can make up that loss in their budget. We understand how devastating this is for these households. In terms of investment, I think that if we could have additional investment, we would certainly also concurrently want to move forward with chip cards to provide a permanent solution.
Ms. Harris Madden, really quick, just a yes or no. Childcare workers are some of the lowest paid in the state, receiving wage supplements using federal stimulus dollars over the last several years. With no wage supplements this year, would you say this is a pay cut?
I could not attest to whether that's a pay cut. I can tell you that, we released in October the new market rates, which have increased to the 80th percentile, and that's an average of a 12% increase. So organizations can make decisions based on this new amount, which, by the way, is above the federal 75 percentile rate. What that means is that there has been an increase in the system and the minimum amount that child care providing agencies can charge through their local departments of social services.
What steps is OCFS taking to eliminate barriers to child care access for immigrant families and those who may not qualify for federally funded programs due to immigration status?
That's a great question. We have to adhere to the federal rules currently, as the federal allocation is sizable. I can get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oops, Senator Cordell Clare, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners Gwynn and Harris Madden. Good to see you here today. My first question, I want to drill down a little bit more on Eastside, get a little clarity on this. I have some of the older supportive housing buildings in my district who did not get the same level of funding. And I just want to know if these increases are going to make up for that significant disparity between the two, between NYCHA and Eastside. Is that $34,000, I think you said earlier, is going to be an increase for units in New York City. Will that apply to both?
So the increase to the 34,000 unit reimbursement under ESHI for New York City is not reflected in NYCHIP. So NYCHIP funds, as you mentioned, some of the older supportive housing units, and those rates are lower, but this year's budget does include an investment of an additional $17 million to support NYCHIP and to help increase the rates, and in particular for those providers that have limited access to other resources.
Okay, well, this is, I guess, a question and a ask that we do put more funding into those. Those units are so, as you know, are very necessary, and it's critical that we preserve them. In addition, it's my understanding that the workers were not included in the COLA adjustment, and what we can do to bring that up because they are in desperate need of that funding.
Right, so while there isn't a specific wage COLA for these programs, the ESHI program has historically permitted a 2% escalator per year, and obviously providers can pass that on to their workers, and we certainly encourage them to do so and expect that they will do so given the tight labor market. And then we were also similarly hope that with the additional infusion of funding for NYCHIP, that will also provide opportunities for wages to be increased for those workers.
All right, well, thank you. I look forward to communicating with you. I'm really concerned about the supportive housing units that we do have in my district, and I'm very interested in preserving them as well as creating more because the need is there.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to work with you.
Thank you. For the HEAP program, I know you talked about that a little earlier, but as climate changes continue to occur and we're having hotter and hotter summers, neighborhoods like Harlem, South Bronx, and other areas are experiencing extreme heat vulnerability and a disparate number of heat-related hospitalizations and heat-related deaths. Is there a way that we can look at the current funding? It seems as if we always run out of money, and we don't have enough. And can we take into account neighborhoods that are experiencing this extreme heat vulnerability to lower the deaths and hospitalizations?
Yeah, definitely reflect that when it's hot in New York City, it's really hot. And the urban areas that heat is a real issue for households. I mean, the HEAP funding, it's a block grant, it's a capped block grant. So like I mentioned earlier, we have dedicated $15 million to support this year's cooling program. We really would need additional funds to expand that. I know that the Department of Health is also working on a program also for those who are medically in need that's medical condition is exacerbated by extreme heat, and we can certainly get more information, and that would also support the purchasing of air conditionings and fans. And we'd be happy to get more information about that program and bring that back to your office as well.
Well, I'd appreciate that. I'd really love to be able to prioritize that for them. The birthing allowance that is getting ready to be given, I want to know how will the one-time benefit for public assistance recipients be calculated upon the birth of a new child, and what will that amount be?
So the benefit is structured so that it's $100 per month during pregnancy, and that would be as soon as the individual has medical documentation of their pregnancy, that benefit would begin. And then the $1,200 payment would occur after the child is born and added to the public assistance case. That $1,200 amount would be provided to the household. So over the course of the pregnancy and the first year of that child, it's probably likely going to be around $1,800 per family, which is a significant investment to help those families.
Okay. And how will that benefit affect the current public assistance? Is that going to impact the benefits that people are already getting?
It will not reduce the benefits that they are currently receiving, and our understanding is that the $1,200 one-time payment, that we will also be able to exclude that so that it is not counted towards SNAP benefits.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyman Ben Burdick.
Thank you, and I want to thank you for your testimony. And this is a question for Dr. Harris Madden. And I first want to thank you for meeting by Zoom with Senator Harckham and me earlier this week to discuss the LEAPS program and organizations which were disqualified from applying for LEAPS due to the criteria which provided that they may be serving a community that has high needs, but because they're located in a school district in which there are some very high wealth individuals, the metrics were skewed and distorted, and so they were ineligible to apply. And so, as we mentioned in our Zoom meeting, we have found that a number of organizations across the state were ineligible to even apply. So we don't even know that they were, and so they were obviously not rejected, but couldn't apply in the first place. Does your department have any sense now, since our conversations, as to how many there might be and how many needs and might not be served because of this outcome?
Thank you, Assemblyman. Good to see you again. You know, we again champion after school, and it is a holistic approach, and in particular, some of the areas that you're describing, unfortunately, did not meet the criterion for LEAPS. However, previously, our Empire and Advantage grants that were combined for LEAPS had one of those had similar eligibility criteria.
No, I'm aware of that. But do you have any better idea now? You know, this is further, I think, to Chair Hevesey's questions regarding it. And more specifically, you know, if a supplemental funding stream were provided, would your department be able to issue an RFP that includes in its criteria the community served as opposed to the metrics which disqualify them?
Again, if the policymakers made such decisions, we would be a partner because we naturally want to invest in our young people and after school.
And so what would you suggest now for those agencies that are out in the cold? Anything?
Of course, fund development. I mean, that's
Right.
very important to look at all resources. As we noted, there's the CCAP program where you can apply.
Thank you very
individually.
much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you both for being here. Just to let you know, I sit on the board of a not-for-profit child care center, so I want to focus my attention on the child care workforce in child care. You know, one of the biggest challenges we face is that we are trying to fund recurring expenses like payroll with non-recurring funding from grants. You know, and it's a Hunger Games, right, for everyone. But you know, child care, in my opinion, is just a building block of economic development or workforce development. It is one of the major barriers to people entering the workforce, and we have a workforce problem. So I think it's incumbent upon us to fund childcare like an economic development resource. And as a result, you know, it falls on, in my opinion, on OCFS. There is a childcare workforce development funding stream, is my understanding. Can you please tell me what the plans look like this year for that?
Thank you, Senator, and I agree with you. Child care is a part of the backbone of our economic future here in New York State. And so I'm not clear on exactly which program you're referencing, but I will say that we're continuing the $2 million for the workforce supports, which is for the early education career centers,
Okay.
Supporting the workforce there. We continue to support the scholarships for the workforce so that they can enter into higher education, and the governor has proposed tuition free for CUNY and SUNY to include now childcare, early childhood, so that helps in terms of developing the pipeline.
And would that be like very similar, where it would be paid off over time, and you know, as far as just like the Excelsior scholarship? Is that, you know, I mean, we're paying people that have master's degrees, you know, $18 an hour. I mean, how do we expect them to pay back these loans? You know, we need to infuse more, I think, funding to this as a critical step. So I appreciate what you're answering so far. I'm just saying, is there a way to broaden that? Because $2 million statewide is not going to scratch the surface for the need.
Thank you, and I think that's the aim of the new coalition that is being formed, that is proposed in the governor's executive budget. They are looking to the tax experts, business persons, fiscally to develop some plans and strategies so that we have a sustainable and strengthened system. Lots of research is going to be behind this, and you know, hopefully they'll have some recommendations to bring forth to this body so that we can pursue a more sustainable plan for the future.
Well, thank you, and again, funding this for what it is, which is a basic foundation for our workforce, I think is the best way to justify the expense. It'll save us money down the road. Thank you.
Assemblyman Ra for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Yep, it's still morning. Good morning, commissioners. Wanted to talk about the child care, in particular the sub pool. So I know there's $3 million along with this. Can you provide a little more detail as to what's being done with that money, how this is going to be done, in particular, you know, who's going to fill the role of the child care support centers?
Sure. Thank you for that question. You know, the substitute pool was one of the recommendations of the Child Care Availability Task Force, and this will allow for organizations who are selected through a procurement process to recruit, vet and train individuals who then will serve as substitutes to support, childcare centers, family home centers, so that they don't have to close classrooms in the event of, absence from their personnel. And so, at this point, we're looking to make sure that we are creating pipelines as well. It's been talked about at length today, how we can create a sustainable feeder into the system. So we envision substitute pools as another benefit to that process. And in terms of the implementation, there will be a procurement process to which nonprofits and our CCRNRs will apply, and then from there they will then take the work of hiring the substitute pools and then deploying them. But the CCRNRs are really critical in our communities because they already provide resources. I'm not saying they're all going to apply. It's up to them, their discretion, but we suspect several of them will, which will be able to kind of layer on additional supports. But the $3 million really will go towards the workforce, supporting those people that are working so that they can afford to be sick and they're not coming in ill or just calling out and leaving the childcare providers without coverage.
Okay, and I mean, do you foresee this kind of being piloted in some way? Like, I mean, is it, regionally? Obviously, you need to know you're drawing from a region where people are actually going to be able to get there. So will there be partners in different parts of the state?
Absolutely, yes. This will be regional, and we do consider this a pilot to see how this will work.
Okay. And so you mentioned that the $3 million will support the workforce. So, I mean, kind of incentivizing people to be in the pool, any incentives in terms of the providers to participate in the program?
At this time, no incentives. We think that the agencies will actually be, participate, and they'll be working with trusted individuals at the local level so that they can, fill those positions temporarily on a substitute basis so that they don't close.
Okay. And lastly, not so much about the pool, but just in general, is there any thought being given in terms of whether it's law or regulation? My understanding is that, you may have a child care agency or whatever with multiple locations, and they may have staffing at one location and have a need at another one where they need a substitute, and that they're not allowed to pull that person over because their certification is or their license is for one particular location. Am I correct about that? And is that something we're looking at as well?
So the safety is always important for us. It's tantamount to what we do within this space. And so we want to make sure that the organizations go through a process which is called the SAC licensing process. And that's where we take into account all the individuals that will be working on site. So, it's a little nuanced, but there may be a way prospectively to look at how organizations might include, the same person on each site. I don't want to say for sure that can happen, but I'm just thinking that we could look into that. But there is a reason why we insist that, those that are hired are reported to us so that we can make sure there's the appropriate clearances so that they can work with our children.
Thank you. As my colleague said earlier, we can give all kinds of tax incentives, we can do all these different things, but if there's no workforce within this sector, then there's not going to be spots for the children to go. So thank you.
Senator April Baskin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners, for being here this morning. Commissioner Gwen, I have a question regarding OTDA and the fact that there are several refugee resettlement agencies in my district who have called my office regarding the fact that they've had to lay off several employees, which is further complicating their abilities to be able to help individuals in our community, which are my constituents. What would need to shift in OTDA in order to be able to step up and support these agencies in light of the federal government stepping back from support?
Right, yeah, and as you said, that is definitely a result of federal action. It was really the first we saw impacting the refugee resettlement agencies throughout the state, that they did receive a directive from the federal government to stop work. I understand that there are lots of efforts underway to see if there's something that can be done to intervene in that, to continue those funds flowing. There are funds available through the New York State Refugee Program that our agency does administer that can provide some supports to those households, but definitely that lack of federal funding is critical at that time, especially when it's for that first 90 days when these families are just moving in and acclimating within neighborhoods throughout our state. So we do have some services that could augment those providers, but certainly not sufficient to replace that federal funding, and hopefully efforts will be able to bring that back online.
Sorry. Any ideas or plans forthcoming around helping these agencies maintain their stability, because they're the boots on the ground service providers, and they would have the direct proximity to build the healthy relationships, restore public trust. Anything in the space, not necessarily for the constituents, but for the agencies to continue being able to provide the service?
Right. I mean, the providers that we fund are selected based on the fact that they are local affiliates of refugee resettlement agencies and typically awarded funds through a procurement process. We do not have an open procurement process I believe that those agencies would be able to tap into, but we certainly understand and appreciate their particular role in this process.
I would just close and add that in light of the situation with the federal government, that we explore a process where a lot of these organizations who may not fall within the traditional procurement process have some type of conduit to be able to gain state support so that they can continue just helping communities thrive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys for being here.
Assemblymember Eckes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners, for being here. The only thing I'm a little depressed about is in both your testimonies, you referred to inflation. And yet the best inflation rate, meaning the lowest that I could find over the last year, was 2.8%. And yet here in the governor's budget, we're looking at the possibility of a 2.1% increase. So my question is, at any point in time, I know it's your boss and so on like that, basically, do you let the governor know that she's not keeping up with the actual inflation rate for these workers, for these foster families and so on like that? Because you're very positive in your testimonies, but they're falling behind, the child care workers, everybody.
Is that for both or me?
Either one, both your testimonies.
I mean, I would just say that the governor's budget is making significant investments to support families and organizations that serve families throughout the state.
I would echo that. We absolutely know that the TII is very important, and which is why we've included this in the calculus, and we hope through negotiations maybe that number will change, but if not, we do know that we are targeting our very vulnerable population. So in OCFS, this rate is going to be applied to our foster care agencies, as well as our adoptive parents, and towards New York 3, which is a housing subsidy for foster care.
Well, I appreciate your optimism, but I don't think it's reality, to tell you the truth. But thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Senator Webb.
Good afternoon. So I have a regionalized question. Throughout the summer of and fall of this year and last year, we got a lot of calls from child care providers and daycare centers in terms of fire inspections. I guess there was a big delay and backlog in getting fire inspections done in a timely manner. And some of the research I've done have indicated that maybe there's a shortage of staffing, or maybe some of the grade pay for fire and safety inspectors is maybe too low, and we're having maybe trouble getting enough fire inspectors to to be in the industry as well. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I don't know if you had any comment to make on it, but it was a very stressful time for a lot of centers that wanted to open, and they were feeling the pressures of not having their certificates in time.
Thank you, Senator, for that question and comment. To my knowledge, we've actually expanded the number of fire inspectors. We're using contractors and working with locally to ensure that we have that support so that we can move the process along faster, particularly for our school-age children and the child care programs. But I would need to get back to you to see what that actually looks like. I don't have the figures on me at this moment.
No, that would be great. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Gonzalez Rojas.
Thank you so much. This question is for Commissioner Nguyen. I really want to go back to the SNAP skimming issue, and you're hearing a resounding concern. It's impacted over 100,000 New Yorkers, and with the feds pulling back on their ability to replace those benefits, that's really going to harm our everyday neighbors that are depending on SNAP to feed their families. So can you be very clear about why you suggested the cost might be $40 million? I have the bill that would actually require us to transition to the chip-enabled cards. We were quoted $4 million for that transition, and in an ideal world, the federal government would be reimbursing us for half, so that would be a net cost of $2 million to the state. The EMV chip can decrease fraud by 87%. And again, if we get to the root of the problem, we could, not have to pay back these families that are suffering. So can you be clear about what that $40 million would cover?
Yeah, and thank you for your attention to this matter. We agree it's of utmost importance. The up to $40 million is based on information that we collected primarily from the state of California, also some information from Oklahoma. California has actually started to move in implementing the chip card technology. Like I said, we are continuing to gather other information and think about strategies that we could employ that would bring that cost down, because we agree that it is the most effective way that we could protect people's benefits from being skimmed.
But would it cover, is it just the transition? Is it other systemic investments? And are you clear that that's not even a fund to reimburse the families? It's simply the technical transition to the cards?
So the cost that we've identified is associated with costs that it would require to amend the existing EBT system to recognize and process chip technology. So that's part of the cost. And then the other portion of the cost is primarily associated with a mass distribution of new cards to all households that receive SNAP and public assistance.
Yeah, because we got the estimate from the Empire State Justice Center and experts that have worked on this.
I mean, we would be very happy to have additional conversations with you and work with you on this topic.
Okay. And then also, we were discussing the recommendations from the Child Poverty Reduction Advisory Council around increasing the minimum benefit. As you know, the SNAP minimum benefit is $23 a month. At this point, I don't think you can buy 2 dozen eggs with $23 a month. Over 100,000. Oh man. Anyway, that's something we're fighting for in the Assembly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. I think I'm the last senator at the moment, at least for the first round, so appreciate you both being here. And of course, we did have some time to talk about things before the hearing, but my colleagues have raised a number of issues that, we just need to deal with. So you've heard about the EBT cards, and we'd had that discussion, but we also have something called the Integrated Eligibility System that was supposed to streamline the application and processing for a variety of the programs through OTDA. And my notes go back to 2018. Where are we on that?
So as acknowledged that it has been a process that has been underway for many years, I would say the current iteration does not go back to 2018, but I would say a big difference with this iteration is it is fully funded, and we are making significant progress in working toward development. The project was taken over from kind of a different leadership structure so that it is now under the leadership of ITS. And it certainly, we know that it is also one of their highest priorities, and it certainly remains a high priority for our agency. We understand the importance of making it easier for people to apply, as well as for workers to process cases.
Thank you. And I know it was raised before, and it's being raised at every hearing, how much money we're at risk of losing from the federal government, including programs run by both of your agencies. But based on the newspaper stories that are coming out, it seems like the first round of cuts from the federal government, almost in a day-by-day basis, is the actual grants they give to not-for-profits, not going through our state budget to then move along, but actually just being cut as grants through all these different federal agencies. Do we track any of that in our system so that we will know, we lost $60 million for this under the federal changes, or $40 million for that? Because I'm very concerned that this will be happening and we won't even have a way to know exactly who's getting hit and what that means.
Right. I mean, I would say, first for our agency, obviously we don't have direct information about grants that are going from the federal government directly to nonprofits, but we do have information, obviously, about the overall funding amount that's available for the various programs, and certainly can collect information through our sources, or also various associations that are paying close attention to each of these matters. And so I think, we are all paying attention. People are definitely looking at what's happening at the federal level and being prepared to push back and to make sure that funds continue to deliver really needed services throughout our state.
Okay. Same situation for you?
I would say the same, yes. We have insight into, the broader numbers in terms of the large allocations that come to our departments, but not at a granular level. We are closely monitoring and working with the governor's office and our legal teams to just monitor around the clock when new things kind of hit, and have been actively communicating with the field to keep folks kind of calm and let them know that we are here to support and that we have confidence in our governor and the existing New York State laws that protect New Yorkers.
Okay. So I think sticking with your agency, my colleague, Assemblyman Hevesy, started out his questioning this morning about Raise the Age and the funding that has never gone from the state to the city. And I think it's close to $800 million. And I was quite shocked at that, because I know that most of the programs in the state are actually operating out of New York City. And then I was doing a little homework while we were all up here listening, and there was something in the statute that having to do with a 2% cap on property taxes, and that the city was told they're not eligible for that money. But then I followed through, and I was told, well, they could waive a request for that money. So if they submit a waiver, are you going to be able to give them the money that they should have been getting all these years?
To my knowledge, we have yet to receive a waiver or request for a waiver. However, this is something that we would look at, but to your point, based on statute, that may be why New York City has not submitted a waiver. I will say that there's non-Raise the Age. So there's Raise the Age funds that do support New York City in some ways, and that's with our detention programs, and which, support that similar population. But to answer your question specifically, if and when we would receive that request for a waiver, we would certainly take that into consideration.
Okay. So you're encouraging the city of New York to submit a waiver for the Raise the Age funds that they believe they would be eligible for, other than this section of a different statute on 2% cap on property taxes. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm hearing that correctly.
So to clarify, what I'm saying is, from my knowledge, and it is limited in terms of the history, but to my knowledge, we have not received a request for the waiver. And if we would receive one, we would, consider it and go back to both the legislation and also discuss internally how we might proceed.
But you're not saying to me, no, they have not fulfilled their obligations under the Raise the Age statute, and that's why they haven't gotten the funds.
I'm saying that they have, they have followed the legislation, at least our office has, in terms of the cap, which prevented them initially from applying. However, I do believe, and again, I'm not the attorney in the room, but I do believe there's a option for New York City to submit a request through the waiver, which we have yet to see, so.
Okay, so you need the waiver, but you don't currently have a reason to believe that they are not fulfilling the obligations of Raise the Age. Is that a fair statement? I just want to make sure.
Essentially.
Okay, thank you. So then, Commissioner Gwynn, there was questions from colleague Senator Cordell, clear about the two different funding streams for different kinds of supportive housing. And you clarified that, yes, the governor put some additional money in for the older contracts. Can you tell me what per unit that would increase their allocation?
I can't tell you that at this point because we're evaluating exactly how we would apply that increase. We're looking to make sure that we're directing resources to those programs that are most in need and do not have access to significant resources outside of the NYSHIP program. I can only say that the $17 million represents a 40% increase in funding for NYSHIP. But we would be happy to follow up with you as we continue to work that through.
And what are significant other resources? Are there other government funding streams that I might not be aware of that they are getting separate from the state?
I believe that many of the units receive support through New York City.
Okay. And then in the contracts on obligations to serve for both kinds of supportive housing contracts, is there a big difference between the new and the old? Because the dollar amounts are huge differences. So I'm just curious, are you just making many less demands on the older contracts?
Right. There is a difference in the two contract structures. So NYSHIP, the older version of supportive housing, the intention there was always to fund services, but not necessarily operating cost or rents. ESHI, when it was developed to cover both services and operating cost.
But you break it out, so you know on the newer contracts what's going to rent, what's going to services, right, and operating costs, I assume?
Yeah,
Everybody
yes, and
has
I believe
operating costs.
it's around 50-50, so about $12,500 for services and $12,500 for rent. It might be a little higher on the rent side, but we can certainly get that information to you as well.
But just to get it on record, there's no reason for any of us to think both of those kinds of programs don't have approximately the same service costs. They might have different rent costs depending on the prices of the building.
Right, I would agree that they both have similar service cost and both serve very needy populations.
Okay. All right, and you know what? The other questions are longer than 28 seconds, so I'm not going to start them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Anderson. Going. Okay, Assemblywoman Rakumar. 3. Assemblywoman Forrest. Assemblywoman Lee.
It pays to wait. Okay.
Better wait, did it right.
This is for Commissioner Harris-Madden. I just wanted to clarify again on Raise the Age. You mentioned that New York State does have access to some Raise the Age funding. Is that correct?
So Raise the Age has multiple pieces to it. It's very complicating, and I'm still learning, but I will say that part of Raise the Age includes detention, to which we do support in New York City. So the original statute had a cap, from my understanding, of, for cities that exceeded 2% could not apply. However, there is still an option to submit a waiver for consideration. So I hope that answers.
So if New York City is able to get that waiver, would you support allocating some of the funding from Raise the Age to nonprofits in New York City who can support youth programs?
Again, the plan that would be submitted from the local governments are reviewed, and then once approved, then they would be able to. So it's an incredibly local response, and if New York City were to include nonprofits in that plan, then, and that, demonstrated that they were addressing the need, then we would take it under consideration. But New York City, again, is an outlier in this situation, so I would have to get more details in terms of how we would proceed with the waiver.
Okay, great. And are you able to, once you approve the plan, are you also tracking to make sure that the funding is getting allocated?
Across the state, we are tracking. We are encouraging for, local departments of social services and/or units of government, when they submit their plans, there is the expectation that they will spend on the programs that they intend to implement. And so, it's based on claiming. We're always asking for claims to be submitted. But again, we rely on those counties to submit the claims for reimbursement.
Okay, and is that public information where we can find out how much of claims have been unspent and where the claims are being spent across the state?
I'm sure that we can get that to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And for Commissioner Gwynn, in October, the governor announced an additional $35 million for COVID-related rent arrears. Do you know how much of that has been spent down for NYCHA?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
The $35 million that was made available to NYCHA, we have approved that plan, and NYCHA has drawn down the majority of those funds.
Okay, great. Do you know how many households that has benefited?
I do not, but would be happy to get that for you.
Great, thank you. We appreciate your support on that. It's impacted a number of residents in my district. Thank you.
Okay. Assemblywoman Torres.
It's really hard. All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners, for being here. Commissioner Harris Madden, I look forward to welcoming you in the Bronx. I know you're coming up to see us soon. Two questions. On the initiative in the executive proposal on dual enrollment for SNAP and WIC, I think this is a great initiative, at least on paper. I would love to know any more details you have, particularly are you working with a partner, a technological partner, sort of what's happening there? Because I think to Senator Kruger's point, this would reduce a lot of burden both on New Yorkers who are applying, social service agencies, and nonprofits in my district. I can tell you many constituents are applying and having a hard time with these programs.
Okay, yes, thank you for acknowledging this effort. So as we await system modernization, and system modernization definitely is being planned in a way that will support multiple avenues for cross-program enrollments. That is definitely one of the core tenets and values that we hold as we move forward with that. The initiative referenced in the executive budget is our effort to move forward before we have that high-tech support. So it essentially will be increased data sharing between our agency and the Department of Health, so that when we identify someone, for example, who is in receipt of SNAP and is eligible for WIC but not receiving, we will make sure there is outreach to that household to try to bring them into WIC, and vice versa. So if we have WIC households that are not receiving SNAP, the same process will come into play, because we definitely want low-income households to access every single food nutrition benefit, in particular those for young mothers.
Thank you. I'd love to keep track on this and see how it's going, and any public reporting, anything that we can learn, that would be great. My second question, it's a comment and a question. My colleagues already raised the concerns that have been ongoing on benefit cliffs, and I'm excited to see the Monroe Ladder program. Would love to see it, once we see the study, perhaps replicated in other parts of the state. Do you have any more information about the program, particularly I see financial counseling, case management, and the work incentive payments. I think that one is critical. Do you have a sense for if there's going to be an actual replacement in the cost? For example, if someone is no longer receiving a benefit, are they going to get that exact sort of subsidy as a part of this program?
So the specific details have not been worked out, but that is exactly what is envisioned by that statement. It's looking at, in the event that someone does take on a promotion or increased hours and it results in a reduction of certain benefits, say SNAP, that would be an option to make that up for a period of time, and see if that makes a difference in terms of people's willingness to take on more work and also just our efforts to support low-income workers.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. Commissioner Nguyen, I just want to go back to the supportive housing conversation. And I'm wondering why there's still a differential between downstate and upstate to 31 to 34,000 per unit. And two is, how many units are we thinking we're going to get out of this for this additional funding?
So the additional funding supporting E-Shy will support another round. I believe we've been adding at least 1,000 units per year, but the increase in the rates is really just to provide additional supports to those providers who are delivering this service.
So we've heard from providers all over the state that, that it's good that proposal to go to 34 for the city, but the rest of the state are having the same issues with building these units, and they would like to see the increase for them as well. Is there an opportunity to increase it for everyone across the state to 34?
It's a long time.
The executive budget proposes increasing from 25,000 to 34,000 in New York City, but also does include that significant increase for areas outside of New York City to 31,000 per unit.
So we see the need for supportive housing across our state. We see this mental health crisis we're experiencing every day. I represent Manhattan, parts of Manhattan and on the east side. And so 1,000 units is a great movement, but it feels like we need to, in some ways, double or triple that investment to really get the people who are on the streets into supportive housing. Why did you pick this figure, and why are we not doing more on the supportive housing front?
Again, I would just we're pleased with the increased investments in supportive housing, and in the event that the legislature is able to provide more funds either for the operating and services cost or for our HHAP program to develop more supportive housing, we would be very happy to administer that.
Great, and that would be for some of the older supportive housing units that are already online, or some of the newer supportive housing units online. If we were able to increase those investments, sounds like you'd be very supportive of having those dollars available to you.
Yes, and the NYSHIP increase that does cover many of the much older supportive housing units throughout the state, particularly in New York City, and then also the $25 million additional funds that are in our HHAP budget that is specifically expected to enable us to support preservation of older HHAP units.
Yeah, so I would encourage us all to be thinking about that preservation as well as more units, because that's really going to get us in front of this crisis that we're experiencing every day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Assemblyman Anderson.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to both of our commissioners who are here this afternoon. I have some questions really quickly that I want to briefly ask, but let me acknowledge it's good to see you, Commissioner Ginn, as well as our doctor, our new commissioner. I believe you're the first African-American woman, and as we're celebrating Black History Month, that's something important to acknowledge. So welcome to you both. My first question, of course, to you, Commissioner Ginn, we've done a lot of work on this issue. We're actually doing a press conference on it right now, SNAP skimming. And I'd like to associate some of my comments along with my colleagues, but also asking the specific resources that are on hand now to combat and address it, given the fact that there is not a request from the executive in the executive proposal. That's the first question. The second question is for you, Commissioner Ginn, is we have a lot of social services districts throughout the state. And my thinking is that OTDA oversees all of those social service districts. So I'm just wondering, are there any recourses or acts of recourse for social services district that violate state law or directives given from your agency? Let's say you give a directive to HRA and they don't follow through. What do you do about it?
Okay, so first, with your question on skimming, the resources that are currently available include just the ability for individuals to lock their card, and that is the current best defense we have for folks to protect their benefit. So we are trying to really get that word out and would certainly welcome support from the legislature to help spread the word about that option for folks. So that's with respect to skimming. And if a social services district, any of the districts within this state, do not follow state law or regulations, we definitely have recourse. And we have the power to limit reimbursement. Our first step, obviously, would be a conversation and education and make sure that they understand what the requirements are.
But what happens if they don't make any changes after that conversation? Because it seems like we're having a lot of conversations about fair hearings, about SNAP skimming around a lot of things with HRA, and behavior is not changing. I'm just wondering, what tools do you have in your toolbox to hold the social services districts accountable?
I mean, we do have, like I said, we have the authority to direct them to make changes, and we have the authority to adjust funding. Certainly, we are always welcome to work with your office and that of others to address any unique concerns that you may have.
Definitely will continue to reach out. And in my last few seconds, I want to ask a genuine question that you all can take to the next panelists is in terms of employment, just wondering your positionality about how employment is a tool for anti-poverty, just as you're answering the questions, how that continues to be a tool for anti-poverty.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Assemblywoman Chandler Waterman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to commissioners for your time today. I represent in Brooklyn, Assembly District 58, covering East Flatbush, parts of Canarsie, Brownsville, and Crown Heights. My district is predominantly Black and brown Caribbean immigrants. I co-found a nonprofit, former child care provider, ran after-school programs, former teacher, and the first to run the Empire State After-School Program in my district before I was elected. So I just want to thank you and your team, Commissioner, for joining our gun violence conversation to kick off June Awareness Month. So I want to edify some of those conversations. We heavily depend on our grassroots nonprofits on the ground when it comes to providing safe spaces, programs to reduce gun violence, after-school programs, community center concepts in public schools, and other wraparound services. However, the procurement process at OCFS is very challenging. It seems at times the goalpost keeps on changing, and there's several delays that leaves our nonprofit stretched thin, unable to cover payroll and other hardships running programs, then to add insult to injury after not being paid for almost 2 years with the 8-year severely underfunded Empire State After-School Program, we have the LEAP grant was put in place. Organizations in my district got a letter that says, congratulations, you got 95%, you did all the requirements, but guess what? We don't have the funding, we ran out. What are the plans going forward with LEAP grant? What is your office doing to fix the issue of the procurement process? And as we know, your staff is very essential to assisting organizations receiving funds on the ground. So what's the plan to address the high turnover rate in OCFS?
Thank you, Assemblywoman. I share your passion in terms of, serving at the grassroots level and certainly championing after school. As I indicated earlier, the Empire and Advantage program was combined to create LEAPs for, increasing higher quality within our after-school settings. And we recognize that the competition was extremely stiff. And as you indicated, your agency, one of the agencies that you work with, received a approved score but not funded. And that simply was because we ran out of funding. In New York City,
30 of my organizations received that letter.
Thank you. We had well over 400 applicants, and we were able to fund 239 sites. 42% of the allocation went to New York City, 40% rest of the state, and 19% downstate. So, as I said earlier, there were some organizations that did not receive funding, but it was not a cut. It was a new program that was created to increase efficiencies
Sorry,
to
procurement process, sorry, we're running out. Procurement
Okay,
process?
procurement process. So the procurement process is, RFP is issued, the respondents are provided information in advance, and I can go over that with you offline.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. I guess it's Commissioner Harris Madden about, I'm looking at these major initiatives, one of which is the self-service kiosk, $600,000 to install in high-need communities to provide access to public benefit programs. So my question is, like, just operationally, where are they going to be? I assume they're not going to be out on the street, like we have these kiosks in the city that, A, don't work, but they're out on the street. And what is being done with regard to the accessibility of those kiosks? So, for example, will people be able to have something that is voice activated? Many people have reading issues. How is it language access? What languages will this information be available in? And how user-friendly is this program that'll be in those kiosks?
Thank you for that question, Assemblywoman. This is a partnership that we have with Commissioner Gwynn's department.
So I can blame her too?
No, I wouldn't say blame, but just to demonstrate the synergy that we have. This is an opportunity that we see to increase access, to your point, to services and to reduce the wait times and, bureaucratic bog, if you will, that some folks have experienced. So the kiosks really are designed to be in locations that where there is accessibility needs, and we haven't quite figured out exactly where it will be, but they will be throughout communities that we see that there is, particularly rural areas, for example, where there is a challenge to get to some of the official offices to file for applications for various things. So this is a new initiative, it is a pilot, and we're working collaboratively just for the purpose of accessibility. And I would imagine that we would work towards creating language access as we do with all of our documents and supports within our agency.
And what about disability access, which is?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when will we have some idea of how that's going?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. And then we've heard other comments. I know Senator Clear mentioned the OMH supported housing, and I know that the CRSRO program, for example, is way underfunded. They have a higher service mandate than the ESHI housing. But there's no, the executive budget doesn't address increasing their allocations to be at least on par, if not above.
I can't really speak to what's funded in the OMH budget.
But it's in here under budget highlights for OTDA.
I'm sorry, are you referencing ESHI?
Yes, it mentions ESHI in here. So maybe we can talk later.
Okay, absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon at this point. My question is for Commissioner Gwynn. In my Assembly District, the 109th Assembly District, there is a punishment system for very low-income New Yorkers where if you have a substance use disorder, you get a ding or a punishment. And this is actually, I'm sure, across all of New York State, but I'll describe a very specific program soon. Where you have if you have a substance use disorder, you get a ding or a punishment of 30, 90, 180 days on your access to your services and basic necessities like housing or food benefits. And in my jurisdiction, after a certain number of dings, there's actually a lifetime ban. Where there are people who are actually lifetime banned from services, unable to get back into DSS to get access to housing SNAP unless they pay a large upfront lump sum to a private agency for a specific drug or substance use evaluation or treatment program. And I just want to know if that is a 109th Assembly District problem or if you're seeing something like this across all of New York State.
That's alarming. I would definitely like to get more information from you about that. First of all, there should be no lifetime ban
on access to benefits. You are correct that social services law does currently provide for durational sanctions associated with individuals receiving public assistance with respect to various substance use related requirements. But anything beyond that would certainly, unless it's coming from some other policy that I'm not aware of, but certainly within social services law, is not legal, and would certainly like to follow up with you on that.
So this is a great, so you're saying that there is the 30, 90, 180 days, but beyond that, it's unacceptable to have a ban that would go beyond the aforementioned 30, 90, 180 days.
So it does require compliance, but if an individual is willing to comply, then there should be no additional, they should be able to restore their benefits. There is no lifetime ban. And I've never heard of someone having to pay an upfront fee. That's also concerning.
For a evaluation from a private agency that's not through DSS. Great, I'd love to talk to you after.
Okay.
Good. Assemblywoman Reyes? That's it for me.
Hi, good afternoon.
She's still here.
So in 2021, I passed legislation along with Senator Prasad to enroll New York State in the federal restaurant meals program, which would allow unhoused, disabled, and seniors to use their STAT benefits to purchase meals, hot meals from delis. What is the status of New York's implementation of the program? And have recent executive orders and restrictions on funding impacted the federal program or New York State's implementation of the program? And does the executive budget speak to anything that may include any funding to help the implementation and rollout of the program?
So the restaurant meals program has just actually recently gone statewide. We started with a pilot in Monroe County and then expanded to Brooklyn and other parts of New York City. So we have just opened it up so that restaurants throughout the state can apply for certification as a restaurant meals program, meaning that people can use their SNAP benefits at that location, certain individuals, if they're elderly or disabled. So it's actually been going quite well in terms of getting restaurants to participate in the project. We are not hearing concerns from restaurants or districts with respect to its implementation. And like I said, we just, I believe last week, announced that we are moving to statewide rollout for the restaurant meals program.
And no concerns in terms of the federal guidance that's been coming on the impact on the program?
There are a lot of concerns about what could be coming from a federal standpoint. I am not aware of any that are directly targeting the restaurant meals program, but we certainly will be on alert.
And I have another question. This one is around Wi-Fi for homeless shelters. And as you know, New York State has varying access to internet and broadband for unhoused New Yorkers in temporary housing. What is New York State's plan to address the lack of internet access in shelters? As you know, it's very important for people who are either doing school or applying for work to be able to have access to the internet.
Right. I may need to double check. I do not think that our regulations require internet access, but I am aware that most shelters, in particular family shelters, have access to the internet. Obviously, that was something that was elevated as an issue during COVID, and family shelters really moved to make sure that that was something available to individuals. And most areas do have common spaces where individuals can access the internet.
Yeah, we've gotten report that it's not always accessible. Oftentimes, they use it as a punitive tool to punish people who perhaps, they feel are nuisances in the homeless shelter and deny access to the internet. It's very important, particularly adults, to be able to access the internet if you want them to be able to apply for work, look for permanent housing.
Thank you, Assemblywoman.
Agreed. Thank you.
Senate is up to our two chairs, 3-minute follow-up. First, Senator Roxanne Persaud.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Gwynn, this is just a follow-up. We're going to touch on summer youth employment. You know I'm always asking about what is it we need to do to increase the number of slots. my thing is that we need to ensure that every youth across the state has employment. And I've introduced legislation about creating year-round employment. Can you tell me what else can we do to ensure the youth across the state has access to employment?
So thank you. The Summer Youth Employment Program, I agree, is an excellent opportunity for individuals, and expanding it beyond where it is now would be welcomed. The governor's budget does include, I believe, $51.5 million to support Summer Youth Employment Program. So that does include a $1.5 million increase.
But that's just covering.
Which is intended to cover minimum wage increases.
yeah,
So,
minimum
I mean,
wage.
the bottom line is the way we could expand the number of slots available would be to increase funding allotted for the program.
So how do we get to the increased funding so that we have at least $1 billion allocated to youth employment? How can you help me get that?
I'm sorry, could you
How
repeat the
can
question?
you help me get to an allocation of $1 billion for youth employment?
Senator, we'd be happy to work with you on that.
Yeah, we do have to do that. In terms of, there's Article 7 languages on the oversight, the temporary oversight of shelters. Can you tell us how many temporary operators, how many did you authorize in the past year?
We have not needed to invoke that provision, but the provision is just, it's something that we feel is a tool that remains available to the agency if needed.
Okay, and are there any shelters across the system that we need to really focus on because they are not operating at the optimum level? You haven't authorized any temporary operators, but are there any shelter systems across the state that you know of that we should be focusing on?
I certainly wouldn't cite any particular shelter. Each year, we inspect every shelter in the state and certify those shelters. We look at both the services available as well as important factors such as the facility, security, and staffing. And so as part of that process each year, if there are deficiencies, we identify those and we require corrective action plans to be put in place and implemented to correct any deficiencies.
Okay, thank you. And thank you and your team again for all that you're doing and for always working with us. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
No, the assembly is done.
So, excuse me, our other chair, Senator Brisport, for his 3-minute follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First quick one is for the Commissioner Gwynn. We are getting a lot of extra anti-immigrant rhetoric coming from Washington, and in our communities, we are hearing immigrant families scared to approach government offices for services that they're fully entitled to. What is OTDA doing to ensure that immigrant New Yorkers are able to access the services they need and are entitled to?
So we share your concerns, and we certainly do not want individuals to stay away from accessing services due to fears over their immigration status. So we've had conversations with social services district commissioners about the importance of making sure that workers in managing their offices as well as shelters or other facilities are aware of the rights that individuals have. And our advice is call your attorney, but also that you do not need to require entry unless there is a judicial warrant. But I understand what you're saying. There is a lot of fear out there. And I think what we'd like to do best is just to get the word out about what individuals' rights are and make sure that facilities continue to make people feel welcome and not discouraged from accessing services.
Thank you. And I have one additional question for Commissioner Harris-Madden. I just wanted to follow up on a question from Assemblymember Clark that the clock ran out last time, but given the governor did veto the legislation we passed to provide childcare to parents who are considered to make too little to access childcare, I do consider that just one of the most egregious means tests that we do implement on families. What is to be done about these families who are quote unquote making too little or doing part-time work to ensure that they can access childcare for their children?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chair. OCFS is very flexible in terms of its collection of evidence to prove eligibility. And so, you know, we go as far as accepting Zelle payments to demonstrate, you know, to help figure out how much one makes per month. We also accept attestation. But, you know, to your point in terms of the policy and the law that was, legislation that was vetoed, we are unable to comment on that process.
Okay, and I have just one more about procurement. With the procurement process for OCFS, we've been hearing it's very challenging. It sometimes seems that the goalpost of what is needed keeps changing, and there are severe delays that leave our nonprofits stretched thin, unable to cover payroll and other hardships. Are there any things being done to change the procurement process?
Well, I've offered this, and it's probably crazy to say to everyone here, but, you know, I'm more than happy to work with nonprofits. It's my background in terms of preparing and readiness for contracting with government. You know, there are lots of things we can discuss offline
Thank
to
you,
improve that.
commissioners. This ends this portion of our hearing. I want to thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you
And
very
we look forward
much.
to seeing you in the near future. And I'll now call up our second panel, the New York State Office for the Aging and the New York State Department of Veterans Services. Were you done?
No, no.
No questions? No questions?
No, I don't give a shit.
along with the cheers.
Is that me?
Are you ready?
All right.
Good afternoon, panel B. Mama V, you're wearing camos? We're not going to attack you. All right, well, we can start. Who wants to start?
Who would you like to start?
Well, aging, veterans. Veterans are aging. We have an issue.
70% of the vets in New York are over the age of 60.
We could flip a coin. Let's do aging.
All right, that sounds good. Well, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. Again, Chairperson Kruger, Pretlow, Chairperson Clear, Assemblywoman Chairperson Seawright. It's great to see you, all the distinguished members, Senator Ashby, Assemblyman Krasny, and have to say hello to the Rochester contingent, Assemblywoman Clark and Lunsford, and Long Island, Assemblymember Stern, go back a long way. My name is Greg Olson. I'm the Director of the New York State Office for Aging. I'm honored to testify today. I'm always honored to testify. Governor Hochul's executive budget prioritizes affordability for all New Yorkers and ensuring public safety. The proposed executive budget does exactly that, building upon investments in last year's budget. And as always, the proposed executive budget includes many proposals that support older adults and their families across agencies. And I'm going to highlight some of these in my testimony today. I'm pleased to testify in the provision of the governor's budget that directly affects the New York State Office for the Aging, our programs and services, along with additional budget proposals that will positively impact older New Yorkers and their families, because older New Yorkers live in families, and move towards a broader goal of creating a more affordable and livable New York. The governor's State of the State message and subsequent executive budget proposals builds upon accomplishments passed in last year's budget and sets New York on a path for a better future regardless of age. Through much-needed investments, the governor's fiscal year 26 executive budget expands and strengthens NYSOFA's and the Network of Aging Services Providers Foundation that will help individuals access needed services, age in their communities of choice, and lead healthy lives. First proposal makes the largest and most historic investment in NYSOFA in state history by providing $45 million to address documented unmet needs statewide. This investment brings the total invested in the unmet need category to $200 million since 2019. So I thank the governor for that, and certainly I thank you all for that. It's needed. Above the $45 million is an additional $4.7 million via COLA for vital services such as in-home care, nutrition, transportation, case management, and caregiver supports. That's on top of $6.4 million invested last year. Continued support for the Master Plan for Aging, continuing our nation-leading investment of almost $3 million to expand efforts to combat social isolation, bridge the digital divide, improve overall health and wellness, reducing depression, addressing elder abuse, and strengthening NYSOFA's stipend program for two of our most important volunteer programs. And I just want to highlight one of them. For example, we are serving now more than 1 million additional people using our public-private tech partnerships, and just one of them is called Get Set Up. You'll see that in our appropriations bill. That has 700,000 users that have taken over 1 million lifelong learning and other types of classes. The top 10 classes are all health and wellness. Morning Tai Chi, morning exercise, helps reduce injuries and falls. Hydration, nutrition, et cetera. Designed to combat isolation, but also teach people how to use their tech. Let's just do the math on this, because I love it. 350,000 in our budget, 700,000 users. That's 50 cents per person per year to access it, and it's available to anybody over the age of 50. And we have several things like that that I could really use your help on. Getting the word out, like Get Set Up, our caregiver portals that are free for anybody in New York State, and you guys can really help us get the word out on that. $6.2 million long-term care ombudsman program, maintaining base level funding. They're the eyes and ears for quality of care in residential facilities. The middle-class tax cut is going to have a huge benefit for older adults, putting money back in their pockets. The inflation rebate checks, I know you've heard about all of these before, but again, I look at ways to make affordable, especially people who are on fixed incomes. Expansion of the child tax credit and free school meals. Now, why would I mention that? Because we have hundreds of thousands of grandparents who are the primary caregivers of their grandkids. And if they're claiming them on their tax form, they're eligible for these types of things. Again, we have grandparents taking care of their kids, or parents who are older taking care of kids. They're taking care of their grandkids and vice versa. Again, we often silo people in these different age groups, but no different than my family and yours. They're multi-generational. Expanding victim support services, especially in the area around scam victim compensation, which I think is extraordinarily important. I know that Anne Marie Cook from Lifespan will be testifying after me. Scams cost older adults $28 billion a year nationally. Yeah, they're sophisticated, but how to prevent them is quite easy to do. And we work extensively with her. I want to call out Dan Lyons, Justin McCabe, and their whole team in how we can not only prevent, but this is a way to, again, react and expand those services. Increasing access to government services, including SNAP. We heard you on the last panel a lot about SNAP. Another way that I'm appealing for your help with your constituents to get the word out. If we just took 3 programs in New York State, the MSP, Medicare Savings Program, SNAP, and HEAP, would put $11,000 back into low-income individuals' pockets every year. Older adults leave $66 billion of benefits they're entitled to on the table every year, and we could really use your help in getting the word out. That's just 3 examples. Innovative approach into home building. We really know the issue with housing. It's really, really important. Special small and modular homes, they're very cheap, they're quick to set up, they're energy efficient, they're safe, they're affordable. Banning algorithmic rent price fixing, really important. 34% of older adults are renters in this state. Enhancing subway safety and other consumer protections for older adults so that they can travel, but also making it easier to cancel subscriptions. I have somebody on my staff who went through this for a year with his mother, and he's, took almost a year to get rid of all of these subscriptions that she had that she continued to pay for. Expanding support for homeowners and businesses due to severe weather events. 66% of older adults own their own homes. But what I found really interesting is the increase in the number of self-employed people who are over 65 has increased 57% to 230,000. So when we have these extreme weather events, we don't think of older adults as business owners, but they are. They're the #1 entrepreneur group in the country. So this budget is much more about any one program and services. Of course, I have to talk about NYSOFA, and I always will, because I'm so proud of what we do, the staff that I have, but the 59 area agencies on aging, the 1,200 community-based organizations that we work with, the Association on Aging, which will be testifying after me, we do amazing work. But we have to work with other agencies, and we do, to leverage those assets. Why I love being here with Commissioner Cohen and Benjamin is because of the number that I said. 70% of the state's veterans, 440,000, are over the age of 60. We have 28,000 on our caseload, which is why we work so closely together. Obviously, work with the Department of Health, whether it be the folks in Medicaid, Dr. McDonald, Dr. Heslin with the MPA and their entire team, the AIDS Institute, I could go on and on and on, why that's important. Office of Mental Health, we serve 19,000 people that have a diagnosed mental health illness on our caseload, so we have to work with them in order to leverage those assets. 8,500 with an alcohol substance abuse problem on our caseload. Not even going to get into problem gambling. That's the next big thing we got to get to. OCFS, they house the Adult Protective Services, Blind and Visually Impaired Bureau. OCFS, who is just up here, OTDA, SNAP, SNAP-Ed, which we spend a lot of time trying to get people on. So we will continue and always will be engaging anyone, anywhere who can help improve the lives of older adults in New York, because working together leverage those assets so we can serve people holistically. One of the things I'm most especially proud of is the work that we've done to significantly increase access to hard-to-serve individuals and communities. We have worked tirelessly with our county partners to reach diverse communities, and these efforts are paying off because according to our assessment data, in every single one of our core services, we've seen an increase in serving hard-to-serve older adults. And we're going to continue to do that regardless of their circumstances, and make sure that we can ensure the best to our ability access to services. So love being here. I really appreciate the time. Look forward to any questions that you have. Assemblyman Jones, good to see you. And turn it over back to, or I think we go right to Commissioner DeCohen.
Thank you. Good now afternoon, Chairs Kruger and Pretlow, and esteemed members of the Senate Assembly. Senator, welcome back. Congratulations. I'm Viviana DeCohen, Commissioner of the New York State Department of Veteran Services, proud member of the United States Marine. It's an honor, privilege to testify on Governor Hochul's 2026 executive budget. The mission of our department, as you know, is to connect veterans, members of the armed forces and their families to the economic, medical, and social benefits to which they have so deservingly earned. Governor Hochul has been a true friend and strong ally to our veterans and military families. The governor has increased funding to local service agencies, expanding the peer-to-peer support programming, and so much more for mental health and wellness. Under Governor Hochul's leadership and with the support and partnership of this Assembly, Senate DVS has continually advanced that mission, expanding now our reach because of you statewide. Through our Operation Find and Serve, focusing on getting out across the state and reaching those where they live, work, and play, many of them who were not aware that they were even entitled to service by way of no longer utilizing the word veteran, but for those who have served. And applaud yourself, it is working. DVS builds relationships and earns the trust of all who have served. We do no longer assume the veteran's voice, but we are now listening and asking them what it is they need to best serve their needs. 2024 was an especially impactful year for our department as we launched our Veterans Emergency Housing Program, as well as 3 mobile outreach units that are now on the road. They have continued to be innovative and partnering with people and supporters like HelloFresh, which in just a few weeks will reach its 2 millionth meal for veteran service members and the families. Additionally, we continue promoting our Veterans Welcome Center digital kiosk to continue the connections with benefits and services for those who've served, expanded our partnership to ensure that no veteran or family member goes without the essential needs. 154 special events were had during the month of November for Veterans Month, over 543 in-person and virtual outreach events. This means that we are reaching them. We are reaching those who did not even know that they needed to be reached. Our accredited VBAs or benefit advisors, all former members of the military, all veterans themselves, are continuing to help those who have served meet their VA benefits. For 2024, DVS assisted over 10,000 veterans who were seeking to submit benefits and claims for the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, and as a result of that, over 12,069 claims have been filed for our veterans, many of these for new-time or first-time timers who are now submitting claims. In 2024, our appellants, represented by DVS, has received over $4 million in retroactive payments from the VA. Remind you that these payments come back to our states. As the old song goes, the more you give, the more we give back to you, and we're seeing it. As the leading veterans claim accreditation training entity in New York State, DVS accredits and trains partners to file veterans claims on the department's behalf via power of attorney. With me today is one of our deputy counsel, Benjamin Pomerantz, who does this training. These accredited by DVS, including our county partners, our nonprofits, can submit such claims, filing and helping to measure effectiveness of our advocacy work. Without them, without all of you, this would be impossible. By prioritizing fully developed claims, DVS has significantly reduced the waiting times, ensuring swift access to the benefits earned by those who've served. In regards to the governor's 2026 fiscal year executive budget, the governor's fiscal year budget has built upon the strengths of this steadfast commitment to veterans. In particular, the budget includes 3 key initiatives for the veterans and their families, which, if adopted, will be well received with great praise by the veterans and military families. The first focuses on expanding the Gold Star Parent Annuity to encompass the families of service members who give their lives for their country, both in non-combat and combat theaters. Currently, the Gold Star Parent Annuity Program, which you know, provides benefits to those who died in combat, but it does exclude the spouses, the children, and the families of those who died during non-combat active duty. So this is integral, and this is huge, and it's a long time coming. Governor Hochul's proposed legislation to expand this program to now include all family members of service members who die while on active duty. The second initiative focuses on building the track record of success achieved by New York State's delegation to the Federal Governor's Challenge to prevent suicide prevention for service members and their families. Governor Hochul proposed a $1 million investment to expand that, including risk assessment, outreach tools, gun safety programs, and improved access to telehealth for mental services. We've even inside of our own offices, because we are veterans serving veterans, have established a Wellness Wednesday where we are establishing all of these services as well, because we have the same need for our staff. So I cannot overstate the life-saving importance of this initiative and investment. Through the Governor's Challenge to Prevent Suicide, we have developed innovative approaches to reducing that. Benjamin Pomerantz happens to sit on the Governor's Suicide Challenge team, and so he's able to tell you wonderful things about that. The third initiative allocates $350,000 for a military family relief fund. I want to applaud the governor. I want to applaud you, because this means that you heard us when we said we were asking those who've served across the state what it is that their needs were, and you heard us say diapers, but you also heard us say that it should not be back to a diaper bank where they have to be tied to social services, but that there should be dignity services for those who serve. So thank you. Thank you. I'm applauding you for the Military Relief Family Fund, which is equipping our department to now augment these existing programs and promote new ones. In closing, Governor Hochul's budget proposals for the executive budget reinforces her administration's unwavering dedication to veterans, to their well-being, and who serve and honor those of us who they have fought for to ensure our freedoms in this great state. DVS looks forward to assisting in every way that we can to help bring these initiatives to fruition during the state budget process, continuing to work with you and all of our stakeholders in meeting the needs of those who have served. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. And who's this gentleman next to you?
Yes, this is Mr. Benjamin Pomerantz, our Deputy Counsel. And he sits on many of these committees, and he has initiated many of these new legislations that we see now. So he's to be commended.
Okay, Deputy Counsel, welcome. Assemblywoman Seawright, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairs Pretlow and Kruger. Good morning, or good afternoon, Director Olson and Commissioner DeCohen. Thank you for your testimony today. New York State is fourth in the nation for the 60-plus population, with older residents paying over $72 billion per year in state and local taxes. This vital, very special population is booming. 4.6 million New Yorkers are over the age of 60, and by 2030, this population is expected to reach 5.3 million. Seniors are more than 1/3 of the population and increasingly diverse. Yet there are elderly people sinking lower into poverty each year. Seniors are the driving force for the economy, cultural life, and the volunteer base, yet they are struggling to afford housing, transportation, the rising costs of medication, and so much more. Seniors are the largest voting bloc, yet they feel invisible without a strong voice in our budget. Director Olson, we await the master plan on aging, but according to the preliminary report, there have been 351 total members representing all stakeholders in over 400 meetings. An additional $1 million is allocated in the proposed executive budget, and we allocated $1 million last session to support its mission. What are the recommendations coming from the master plan, and what are the additional allocations in the executive budget proposed for? And can you tell us which of the 10 foundational pillars outlined in the preliminary report are supported by this proposed additional funding?
Well, thanks, Assemblywoman. That was a lot of questions, so I'll try to answer them, and if I forget any of them, you can let me know. First and foremost, I appreciate the question. I like you citing the data, because that's our data we've been putting together for the last 13 years to show, again, the value of the older adult population. We've often think of, because we're culturally taught this way, that older adults are frail, they're a drain on resources, they take more than they give, and they don't give back, and that's not true. So I appreciate you talking about that. So do you want me to start with the MPA? Because I think Commissioner McDonald, spoke of that yesterday, and my answer is really the same as his. The executive order has laid out that the final report, which is, again, just the first report, right? This is a short, a medium, and long-term plan over the next 10 years on how we help older adults and their families age, because you begin aging the day that you're born, not when you turn a certain age. So, we are on track to have the final report with the interim reports that were done. There were 2 of them on time, which is the spring of 2025. So that'll be coming shortly. I can't go through what the recommendations are. These came, I think you cited 370 people that were involved. It was a lot more than that. There were 500 plus stakeholders among many committees and subcommittees that spent a lot of time using their expertise, whether they be...
So because we're limited on time, I'm
Oh,
just going to
sorry.
direct my question. So there's additional funding that's requested. Can you justify what it's going to be used for?
So if you're talking about the $1 million in the budget, that's not implementation money. That's for us with the Health Department, Department of State, and the other agencies to do the work. So that will continue. A couple of things, because the MPA is not designed to be a part of the budget, but that will be presented for you guys. We're just coordinating the recommendations. But I could tell you, the number one recommendation was an increase in funding in the New York State Office for Aging. That is in there. Another recommendation that has already been implemented is a older worker office, which we launched with the Department of Labor in September. So there's things like that in there. They're not designed to be together, but they will be at some point, because you guys will be engaged to review what those recommendations are and then how to move forward. We look forward to that.
Thank you. Area agencies on aging have reported being unable to advertise the availability of their services due to an inability to meet the demand. How much of an investment would be needed to address waiting lists?
The exact amount that was put into the budget this year. So we baselined the 10 million legislative ad last year, 35 million to address the current wait list as reported by the counties in September 2024, plus an additional 5 million in COLA money, which funds the same types of services.
According to the latest data on your website, the long-term care ombudsman program does not meet its program goals. 10% of the facilities received no visit. 82% of all the facilities did not receive a weekly visit. Which is the goal? What is the goal of the program if we're not meeting these needs? In New York City, the problem is even worse. Only 2.4% of all the facilities revived a weekly visit. Why has the state not provided enough funding for this program to even get close to the stated program goals?
So fortunately, Assembly Member, I have some of my communication staff here. Those numbers are not updated at all. So what you'll see in the budget is $6.19 million, but there's several other funding sources that we use to bring it up to a total of 10.2. We've had and what that money's used for is, our network was really organized around volunteers. We're way beyond that now, especially with LitCop and the HICAP program, Health Insurance Counseling. We've gone from 57 full-time staff in 22 to 101. That's a 74% increase. 81% of facilities received at least one visit each quarter. That's up from 24%. 94% received at least one in a year, up from 63%, and we've doubled the number of visits to 22,000. This is a federal program. You would be stunned to see what type of support, not only in the long-term care ombudsman program, but through our general services, of the lack of support we get from the federal government, where then the state and the counties and others, private fundraising, have to step up and try to provide these funds. This is the start of the budget process. I know this will be an issue that will be debated and talked about, and we look forward to being a part of that.
So this latest data was taken straight off of your website?
Yeah,
So
no, I heard
maybe
you say that. We'll make sure that it's updated, but I can provide you with any updated information, and we'll make sure that we update the site.
Thank you.
Aging Chair Cordell Clear, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hello.
I'm just going to continue on the MPA a little bit. I just wonder if you can tell us, I heard you say the spring of 2025 is when, is there a specific date we can look forward to? I mean, you know, this was,
Yes,
we
Senator.
started this process a long time ago, and
Yeah, well, no, and it is a long process. It's not that we are late, okay? I mean.
No, I'm not trying to say
Yeah, no,
that.
and
What
I
I'm
know
trying to
that
say
you're
is that
not.
I'd like to know when. I'm really anxious.
We are really expecting this to be coming out soon. We're in the home stretch.
You don't have a date.
I can't say to you February 22nd it's coming out. All I can tell you is we are on track and we're very, very close, as Commissioner McDonald said yesterday.
Do you know how much in state funds will be needed to implement the master plan?
Well, I mean, I think the decisions in terms of what's in the master plan are going to be debated with you guys. There are, statutory changes, regulatory changes. There's obviously people that propose new programs.
But there's no estimate amount.
Well, these are not things that the state agencies put forth. These are things that the stakeholders have said. So, I think depending on where you guys all stand with the governor's office of fiscals, will be done on anything that's being considered.
Okay, the governor has proposed $35 million in new money to help close the wait list. There are those who think it needs more than that, but I heard you say that this is the estimate. Is this a one-time Band-Aid, or will this be recurring? Is this something that's just being proposed for 2025?
Well, my experience is that, when the governor proposes something in the budget, those things are recurring. I think it's important that over time, it originally started with 15 million, legislature put in 8, that was recurring, then an additional 10, that recurred. That's really important for these programs and services because these are not one-time expenses.
Nope.
Somebody getting a meal, that's gonna happen for a couple of years, personal care, so.
Okay, can you speak a little bit as to what formula, how will this money be allocated?
Yeah, it's very easy. Every September, we survey our county officers for the aging that, again, work with community partners. So, and they report to us individuals in certain categories of service needs that are eligible and agree to go on a wait list. Then we have, literally, I have data from every single county on how much it costs to serve a person in that service category for the year, and then you just simply do the multiplication.
Okay, and do you know, is my understanding correct, there's no county match?
Yeah, that's the beauty of this. So we have general, like ISEP, CSE, our federal titles, et cetera, all go out by law, what's called an interstate funding formula. We designed this back in 2019 for a specific purpose. Number one, there's no match. If this 35 million was in CSE, for example, counties would have to come up with 12 million match. If they can't come up with it, they can't draw the money down, which makes the whole thing moot. And then it allows us to direct the service dollars to where they're actually needed.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna shift over a little bit. In the last 6 or 7 budgets, SOFA has been required to report on spending on unmet needs to the legislature, among others. We have seen reports for 2 years, I believe 2021 and 21-22, but the other years seem to be outstanding. Has SOFA submitted those?
Yeah,
You
it's on the
have them?
website. So I knew that was going to come up today, and I know
Good.
there's going to be testimony behind me about transparency or something like that.
Okay.
All you need to do is go to the website.
Is it broken down by county?
It is not broken down by county, it's aggregate. That's the way it's reported. What service areas, how much we spent, how many people were served.
Okay. And does SOFA have, this is another category, have any bonding authority? And if so, can you use it to produce more senior housing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Senior housing.
Yep.
Does SOFA have any bonding authority? I'm asking. Do you know?
No, not at all.
Okay. And NORC funding was kept flat by the executive this year. Does SOFA have a sense of how many more NORCs could be created if we only found more funding?
Well, I mean, back in the day, Senator, that was, the NORC question was the number one question I would get here. Look, the population's getting older, but that doesn't mean that that's bad. 75% of older adults consider themselves healthy, very healthy. We know that from our statewide needs assessment survey that backed up that data. Could a lot of communities use them? Absolutely. Do they always need state funding to prop them up? Absolutely not. Is that helpful? Sure it is. But it's a model that can be replicated locally.
I think we do need more, and I really love our NORCs because that keeps our older New Yorkers living at home longer, which keeps them healthier.
Yep.
So I really support more investment in that. New York City, we talked about this last year. They want to know if the administration will commit to matching the funding needs for older adult services to the proportion of older adults living in New York City. And I know there's a small difference in the way that money is allocated, but it is necessary. And it's
Again, Senator, I appreciate that they raised that to you, probably have to other members in the city. It goes out by funding formula. They get their fair share. They actually get more federal funding than they really should be getting under the formula. We did revise, because we're required by law to update our funding formula that was just approved by ACL in the fall. So there'll be some changes. I know that there's older adult growth in the city. The growth proportion outside the city is higher. There is growth everywhere.
But isn't the allocation given according to the number of?
Because it's based on multiple factors as required by state and federal law. It's not just the 60+%. Part of the statute is people living in rural areas, people with geographic discrepancies, different types of weighting, which we did a whole public comment period over, and I'm not sure that we received any feedback from the city on that at all.
All right, I'd like to continue that conversation.
Sure, absolutely.
Medicaid home care providers received a 55-cent increase, while ISEP home care providers are being left out of that wage increase. Will the administration, or does the administration have any plans to match that 55-cent increase for ISEP home care providers?
So I believe the home care increase was $2. And what we did, you are correct that our program, and ISEP is just one of many funding streams that funds the in-home program. So I want to be very clear on that. We told the counties that they could use their COLA dollars over the last couple of years to do that. In terms of this year's unmet need money, if that is passed, and I'm hoping that you're all supportive of that, we built a $35 minimum rate increase into that so that those dollars would get to the aides.
And just, I have a little bit of time. How does the administration plan to replace the stimulus funding provided to the localities?
In any particular area? So a lot of it was in nutrition. And again, nutrition is, especially home-delivered meals, is one of the main areas in the unmet need requests. So, if you look at statewide data, the average meals that somebody's getting in our network is 5 per week. That's 1 meal a day. So as part of that calculation, I doubled that, as well as built in a little additional rate. So they'll be able to provide additional funding. I think that there is a natural reduction in the people that we serve year to year just because of how complex they are, and sometimes in their 90s or 100s they're moving from our systems and others, so there's some natural attrition to that. But I got to tell you, Senator, and you and I have talked about this many times, the federal government needs to step up. We get $90 million for a state with 4.84 million people over the age of 60, and who's left holding the bag is the New York State Legislature and the governor and the counties. That's the way that it works. Not to mention, people who are providing through their own pockets, older adults, they're providing $16 million annually just for a meal, $1 to $2 increments. We need help at the federal level.
I don't disagree with that at all. And speaking of meals, weekend and holiday meals, in New York City, we have great organizations like Meals on
City
Wheels.
Meals.
But we seeing an increase in need because, as you said, this is one meal a day. This is not breakfast. This is not dinner. And as people get older in age, their health is definitely related to their eating.
Absolutely.
So, do we see any plans to maybe provide some support for weekend and holiday meals?
Well, I know in the city, City Meals does that for the clients that Aging NY, New York City Aging provides the 5 days a week. I've had multiple conversations with City Meals to look at, are there ways within our structure? I mean, we are kind of tied by law because our funding is required to go to the area agencies on aging, and New York Aging is one of them. But the City Meals is providing those weekend meals and emergency meals, and we would like to find a way to try to support them.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Stern. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Olson, it's always good to see you.
You as well, thank you.
Ms. Pomerantz, great job, sir. Commissioner, thank you, of course, for your service. It's good seeing you again, and thank you to you and your outstanding team for all you do for all who served and their families of our great nation. As you had mentioned, the executive provides $1 million to expand suicide prevention initiatives for our veterans. Suicide rates among our veterans are troubling, heartbreaking, and I know that we all believe that is absolutely unacceptable. So I would look forward to getting your vision on how that program is going to be initiated, what the outreach efforts are going to be, who determines who is most in need, and how recipients of that assistance are going to be brought into the system, and share with us how you see that very critical initiative being rolled out and who will be able to touch.
Thank you so much. Let me just begin before Benjamin gets into this to let you know, we have expanded our department. And so in that, we were able to change our intake form. So I want you to know that one of the benefits of that is utilizing the Columbia Protocol for the possible suicide. And so we are finding, and we can now report to you, that our Veterans Benefits Advisors who are sitting with those who've served, they are asking that question, and we're receiving the affirmative, that they are in fact thinking about suicide. And we are able to address it right there and then. Also now, well, thanks to the governor and thanks to all of you, we have a special assistant for outreach. And we're finding those who have served who did not previously know they were entitled to benefits, but also able to capture them. I wish I had brought a letter. We had a very lengthy letter from a woman who was off the grid, who served for 8 years, who happened to stumble into a library and saw that there was a hygiene kit for those who served. Long story short, her letter said that she was going to commit suicide, kill herself that day. And she sent us a copy of the note in her pocket that says, by the time you find this, please contact this person. And then I'm going to let Benjamin continue to speak to that. But that's a result of the efforts of what it is that the governor has done and that we're proposing to ensure that the find and serve for those who are on the verge, but also to ensure that our letters that are on the base and that we are now on the base to capture those who are coming back into civilian life, to those who are off the grid for find and serve, and to those who are in our organizations that need these programs.
And just to build on that, we've had a delegation to the Federal Governor's Challenge since April of 2020, and it has received national recognition from the VA, from SAMHSA, and from other federal leaders for the work that we've done here in New York State when it comes to creative approaches to suicide prevention. The major thing that we have learned throughout that 5-year process is that when we talk about suicide prevention, it's an upstream process. A lot of preventative maintenance takes place long before the precise moment of crisis when someone is on that verge. And so we look daily into how can we find solutions to stop the problems before they start, to find ways for the transition from military service back to civilian life to be as smooth and as seamless as possible. Because when you talk about the at-risk categories, there's two major groups of veterans that we see in those at-risk categories. One, pertaining to our conversations around aging, are veterans who are age 65 and above. The other are veterans who have just come back home from military service, and they are coming back from military service, entering civilian life, and often not sure what's next. So those are key groups and crucial groups on which we have to focus. We now have access more than ever before in our department's history to data around who is coming home to New York State and how do we outreach to them. We're doing that on a weekly basis, okay, week over week with U.S. Department of Defense data to make certain that we're reaching them, linking them with us and with all of our partner agencies at the state and county and city levels around New York. But there's still some key gaps that we have to focus on. We've talked in many prior hearings about transportation and around connectivity being huge barriers for so many veterans and their families. And those, if you take those issues and bring them out downstream, those are predictors of veterans who are at risk of suicide and self-harm. So those are areas we have to look at for sure. Lethal means safety, crucial, okay? Often controversial to talk about, crucial to talk about and to act upon in a practical, successful manner. We're already doing that right now in collaboration with the Office of Mental Health, which has been fantastic with their WAV, Worried About a Veterans Initiative, first in the nation, helping military families approach veterans and their households with these crucial conversations. We want to take that and to build on that, and plans are already in place of how we're going to do that. So there's so many areas. We can certainly talk more beyond the time we have here of where this is going, but when it comes to lethal means safety, when it comes to identifying veterans early on in the process, staying with them throughout their journey for the rest of their life as civilians here in New York State, and when it comes also to coordinating and facilitating care transitions at the proper time. Also a crucial area. Last year we had all of our staff trained in mental health first aid in the veterans and military family specialty area. More of that needs to happen, not just within DVS, but beyond as well, right? We're doing work. Last year we had a program where they were bartenders at American Legion and VFW posts in the Erie County area who received this mental health first aid training, right? The more points of contact we have like that, the more successful veterans are going to be in the rest of their journey back home as New Yorkers.
Thank you. You had also, Commissioner, mentioned the $350,000 proposed in the budget for the Military Family Relief Fund for various initiatives. Could you share with us your vision there as to specifically what type of assistance you see that fund providing to military families? And it is within your discretion, the law provides, that it's within your discretion to determine eligibility and how those funds are going to be utilized. Have you given thought to how that program is going to be administered, the type of benefit that military families will have the ability to access, and again, how we will ensure that those resources go to veterans and their families most in need?
Thank you so much for that question, and thank you for the opportunity. And again, let me say thank you to our chair and our Committee of Veteran Services, because we have worked together. You know, you heard me say it the first year, this looks like DVS, but this is all of us with our hand to the proverbial plow and pushing with hand or pushing with shoulder. And I stated at that time that you would see my office upstairs with resources in it. Today, there are 5,000 plus pairs of socks and underwear and resources in that office upstairs. My pocketbook has been my office. One of the benefits of being able to go across the state and asking those who've served what it is that they need is just that, being able to ask them what resources they needed. We didn't really have a good understanding the first year when I said that people were coming to us for diapers. We said, send them to the diaper bank. The diaper bank is tied to social services. I'm trying to get away from the word veteran and those who've served and social services, that the veteran is impoverished or goes to serve because they're poor. We are finding more needs than now of our families who are in need of resources that the emergency grant does not speak to for back rent, and we'll talk about that, but they're needing diapers. This has been so spoken about and in need now that our military organizations and bases now have family coordinators, because the diaper requests have been coming into us for veterans, but also our reservists and our active duty. So when we say diapers, when we say school clothes, why? Because we have those who have served that are homeschooling their children, not because they want to, but because they can't afford school clothing.
Thank you,
Book-
Commissioner.
And also book bags. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scarcella, Spanton.
You got it.
I got it, I apologize, our Veterans Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioners, for being here, and Ben. I think it's been no secret that one of my frustrations is learning about different programs that New York State has to offer for veterans and for military families, as opposed to searching for that information when my husband got out of his military career 10 years ago. What is DVS doing specifically to capture veterans who are getting out of service and coming into New York? And do we know how many veterans returned back to New York over the past year?
I can get back to you on that second part. One of the things that in fact you helped us develop was that welcome home letter that Joel and I signed, maybe 10,000 plus a week or so. So the people are calling us and letting us know that they've received the welcome home letter.
Can I
yes,
just really, just in
yes,
the interest
go
of
ahead.
time,
Yes.
with that letter, that just jogged my memory. One of the things, especially as we see different cuts coming from the federal government, that I think is incredibly important is making sure that our returning veterans enroll in the VA. Because we constantly see every few years threats for different VAs to shut down. Specifically in my district, the Brooklyn VA, that came up a few years ago. But the biggest issue is enrollment. Does that letter include encouraging returning service members to join the VA?
It actually encourages them for a special handhold, that you don't just call the 188 number, but now you'll call Veronica Branch, who is ready to do the handhold with you to get you your eligible service connection, but also to get you enrolled into the VA. But this is what we want to drive home. You know, we have the resources, yes, on the website. There's a list of them. We don't have to say resources, list of them. But we want the veteran to sit with our veteran benefits advisor. Why? Because they may ask for the one thing, but when we sit with them, they find out that they are entitled to 10 more things.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, and that kind of brings me to my next point about the website. You know, as you know, I feel really strongly about creating a registry, very similar to how you have the Memorial Registry, a registry for resources. The governor, unfortunately, vetoed my bill last year that we passed. I think it passed unanimously in both houses. It is incredibly difficult to navigate, even I'm going through the website now, exactly what a family member, I could speak as a spouse, what a family member could need and what the veteran could need. We're trying to take steps such as working with the Department of Labor to have businesses as an optional checkoff say that they're looking to hire veterans. We know that they have the veterans tax credit if they hire veterans. So jobs are a piece of it. Housing is another piece of it. I just don't think that I am looking at the Memorial Registry and seeing how it's just you type in words and you find what you're looking for. I, again, am going to be pushing that bill. And the advice that we had gotten was that they will direct DVS to improve their website. What steps have you guys taken so far to improve the website. It looks a little bit similar, so I still really am encouraging the registry.
Good, well, I want to entice you to look again and to scroll down, because of the governor's initiatives and as well as yours, there are things on there like outreach for the Veterans Mobile Unit with some of the suggestions that we had from the monthly meetings on being able to have those at events and locations. Housing is on there. It's actually a comprehensive list. It doesn't say resources, but the things listed are the resources. And again, when the phone calls come in and we ask, how did you hear of us? It's not through the website. We are getting to the people across the state who have never heard of us, who have never heard of us, who did not, again, know that they were even veterans entitled to benefits. We would rather have them speak to us. And now on that mobile unit, they can get on there.
That brings me to my next question. I see that there's a $1 million investment to expand veteran suicide prevention initiatives. A couple of questions on that. One, we know that family members are often the first line of defense when you see a veteran who is suffering with mental health issues. Is there a specific resource for family members to reach out to veteran services? That's one. Two, can we get a breakdown of where that $1 million goes across the state? And do you think also a larger investment would be needed to address this crisis? I think that, again, utilizing military families is a really important way to combat this issue because they see this firsthand day in and day out.
Senator, I could not agree more when it comes to the importance of military families in this work. That's why, for example, we've had the success that we've had since 2021 with the Word by Veteran Initiative that focuses on the families. We're the first state in the country to do that through that interactive online resource. So we want to do more with that, and we're going to do more with that, not just in lethal means safety, either, but in the entire panoply of topics that you're bringing up here. Military families are crucial. They are the first line of defense, and working with them is essential. So certainly as we're thinking about and sketching out how this can be done, working with military families, addressing them directly, and also utilizing data that's there right now from the Military Family Advisory Council about where the greatest needs are, the most glaring needs, the most crucial needs. We're going to be using that data to drive a lot of the work that we do, both with suicide prevention and also with the Military Family Relief Fund, because they're doing the research for us with that.
Yes, so that was going to be the additional question I was going to get to was, last year, the comptroller had released the report regarding the tax donations that had been underutilized. To my understanding, some of that money has gone out the door. So I guess my first question would be, how much of that money has gone out the door and to where? And my second question was, I see the $350,000 for the Military Family Relief Fund. I know that there was also funds and it needed an appropriation for the military families, which is in there this year, which is good. I don't think the rest of that needed an appropriation. So can you just walk me through what that means exactly, the Military Family Relief Funds? Like, how will this help military families and what will it be doing?
Certainly. So first, if I may, on the question around the tax checkoff funding, we have the Veterans Homelessness Assistance Fund, for example, right now, which has dispersed more than $430,000 since its inception to veterans and their families who are facing crucial, critical housing needs. Individuals who were literally on the street or about to get there. And these are people who had often fallen through the cracks of both federal and state systems. Oftentimes, they didn't quite qualify for one program or a different program, or they didn't know the programs existed. And so what we're finding is many of these veterans were contacting a Veterans Benefits Advisor or Veterans Service Officer for the first time through their application to this fund. And so we're getting them not just the money for housing assistance, short-term needs being met, but also getting disability compensation, pension, education benefits, even blind annuity benefits for these veterans who are facing these emergent housing needs. So that's definitely being utilized, as being extremely well run, and we're very proud of the work that's been done in that area. Military Family Relief Fund, pivoting over to that. Again, looking at what the data shows us, one of the most crucial needs, according to the Military Family Advisory Council, is food insecurity. This is the often off-the-grid, off-the-radar need that is not thought of enough in this workspace, and it needs to be front and center. There are people right now in military service in this state who are facing food insecurity. And since June of 2020, we've had the honor of partnering with the governor's anti-hunger policy coordinator and with many both governmental and non-governmental partners around the state to engage with the Hello Fresh program, which is coming up on 2 million meals in April of this year. We want to and we need to see more work being done in that area. What exactly that looks like is still under discussion. We want to see more in that space.
In the interest of time, because I know we're closing up here, but for the military family relief funds, especially that this is a new appropriation, I would strongly encourage you to have something designated for military families, whether that be mental health support for children and spouses as well, or a coordinator specifically at the Department of Veterans Services that they can contact if they are concerned about the veteran that they live with. So thank you. I hope that you will take that into consideration.
We will.
Most definitely.
Thank you so much.
Assemblyman Mantalo.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioner Cohen. Good to see you again, and thank you for your service. I've got a couple tough questions I'm going to ask you, and these are really coming from our veterans that we see each and every day in our districts, ones that we know. And we've talked a little bit about mental health. And one of the questions we are constantly being asked as legislators is, why does the governor continue to cut veterans' benefits in her budget proposal? Why does she do that?
Thank you for that. We want to say again, these legislative ads look like the cuts that's coming out. We want to remind them also that when I first began here, we were applauding this governor because we had an empty cup for a long time, and we had never had the benefits that we had before. We know those legislative ads, the ink is still good in your pen, will be written back in there.
Okay.
And I would just add, I'd be curious on that front, which specific benefits are veterans saying are being cut? Because I know that in my 11-plus years at the department, we are at a high watermark in terms of what we're able to offer both directly and indirectly to veterans and their families. So I'd be curious to know which specific things they're saying are being constrained.
Sure. So maybe you and I, Benjamin, can have a
Please.
conversation.
We're now
I'd like to talk to you about veteran suicide as well. The second question is, as you just said, if she's going to put those cuts up front, we're going to have to get them back in the budget, okay? We are going to have to put them in our one-house budgets, the Senate, the Assembly. What happens to our veterans if one of those does not get put into that budget and it doesn't get enacted in the final budget? What happens to our veterans then?
I would say in part, this is partly why you have a State Department of Veterans Services. We're able, for example, there have been organizations in New York State over the past 5 years that have stopped doing direct work as far as claims and appeals for veterans. We have picked up that slack, if you will, when that has occurred. And we've taken on those cases, we've done those claims, and we've won those claims. Sometimes with some pretty sizable six-figure retroactive payments for those veterans. So we are here as not just an organization, but an ally for veterans and military families across the state, and that does not change. We're here each day and every day to serve that purpose.
And you guys do a great job, and I think we all agree about that across the board. But what we're talking about, though, more so is the budget, because there's no doubt that we play this game of chess with the budget process. And why would we jeopardize our veterans by playing this game of, why not come up with a straight line budget? This is what the numbers are. Why does the one house or the other house have to bring something forward to get it back to where it was last year in the previous budget? We are playing with our veterans' lives and their families, and I applaud you for all of your hard work, but we need to do a better job with that, making sure we constantly have that number where it needs to be.
I would just add, as was mentioned in panel A of this session, that this is not new, as you mentioned, and that this is not unique to this administration. This has been a long-standing concept of the legislative ads being zeroed out and then added back in individually. So it's not new to 2025.
No, absolutely not. But we as legislators, you as commissioners and departments, you know how the game is played here. But what I'm saying is, our veterans that are home, that don't get to see this each and every single day, they don't know how that is. And we need to do everything we can to alleviate that mental stress on our veterans. And doing the budget, moving the budget forward constantly, we need to do. And we are going to all advocate for that. So I just wanted to share that with you. And that was one of the questions that I'm receiving from some of my veterans out there. My second question is the expanded Gold Star annuities. Thank you for that. I'm glad to see the governor put that in her budget. How many more recipients do you expect this expansion to take care of? With the extra $100,000, how many more recipients will this benefit?
The best answer we can give is we're not certain at this point. But one thing we can say is that based on the number of individuals whom we have had to horribly and regrettably turn down over the past several years when it comes to the death in question occurring in a non-combat theater versus a combat theater, we have run every projection imaginable in the last several years. And certainly with that additional 100,000, it will make certain that all of those parents and families are fully covered.
Thank you, Assemblyman.
Thank you.
Oops. So next is Senator Ashton. He's getting 10 minutes. Ashby, oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me, Senator. Don't get excited, all you other rankers. He's getting 10 minutes because he's the ranker for both the Aging Committee and the Veterans Committee. Okay, thank you.
I'm glad you got that right.
Double rank.
Thank you. Director Olson, it's great to see you. Thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for your continued work. So it's my understanding that the funding this year is not for the implementation of the master plan, but later on down the line still. We're awaiting that. Of the discussions that you've had, what's the biggest thing that stands out to you that will need funding immediately?
I think that the number one recommendation that seemed to be universal was an investment in the New York State Office for Aging, and you see that in our budget.
As a general way of funding it, yes, but specifically for what?
What services you mean?
Correct.
Personal care level 1 and 2, case management, home delivered meals, home modifications, transportation, all of those are wrapped up within that. And Senator, first of all, thank you, because you've been a staunch supporter of ours and the network. I'm happy to get you the unmet need report that will show you where these dollars have directly gone, 23 million 3 years in a row.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Director. Commissioner DeCohen. So last year, we had spoke about the veterans tax checkoffs, and you said that the money would be moving shortly with that. Have you released every penny of these veterans tax checkoffs yet?
So just so you know, in reference to, yes, not every penny. In the emergency housing grant, we've assisted 230 people at over $436,000. Shortly after the announcement for the cemetery, we acquired the Veterans Cemetery. And so we have a balance of $1 million, a little over $1 million that is there. And then we're already working and utilizing the money for the new columbarium and the maintenance yard and maintenance building. So yes, that money has been moving and utilized.
Why the delay? I know that we have this new cemetery, right? And there are still residual funds that are left over, but by law, all of these funds need to go. Homeless veterans assistance dispersal that I've seen, $175,000. There's still $1.4 million left. That's coming from your department, the last correspondence that I have from July. And by law, you're supposed to be updating the legislature on this. And I understand that there needs to be, or you're asking for an appropriation, but if you need to notify the legislature Why do you need an appropriation? Why can't you just release it? That's duplicative.
Thank you so much for that, because from the time the announcement came out that we were not utilizing funds, the cemetery was not yet in our possession.
What about the Homeless Veterans Assistance Fund?
That program was being developed. Please understand that as we have gone from division to department and expanding upon our programs, we wanted to ensure that every I was dotted and every T was crossed before we released this program. So the program was not yet in existence, still being developed, and since we have given...
These tax
brought that
checkoffs have
program,
existed for
that
7
money-
years.
That money has
7
that money
years.
has been utilized.
Commissioner, 7 years. It's not like you didn't have a heads up that these tax checkoffs were not being used.
Let me remind
And when
that-
you came into this role as commissioner, we made this abundantly clear last year. So I do not understand how, we're not even asking for the money. The money exists, it's here.
The money from time, and thank you for this, because this is why I say we have to have the partnership. We have to continue to meet and not unmeet. We have to continue when there's a
I agree,
question
so why
and-
haven't we
and-
not
and
heard from you
false-
since
and-
July?
And false news goes out that we're available by phone call for you to call us, because these programs were not even in existence yet and were not even began.
That is
Once they
blatantly
began,
not true. They have
that
existed for 7 years.
That is absolutely true.
That is.
If I may,
That's
on the
not
housing
true.
program.
Have you had any communication with the Department of Health regarding the nursing home tax checkoffs? I know that DOH is responsible for those, right? There's a number of veterans nursing homes. Have you been in communication with them regarding the release of those funds?
We've been in contact with both health facilities management at DOH and also with SUNY as far as the Long Island State Veterans Home.
Have those funds been released?
Not that I know of at this time, but again, that would be a question best suited for them and not for DVS. If I
They
may,
have
on the
oversight
housing
on this,
front-
but these funds are for veterans, right? So I understand that you may not be the department that's responsible for releasing the funds, but you are the department that's responsible for helping to take care of our state's veterans.
We are releasing these funds. In fact, the applications have been
By
coming-
law, all of them
coming
need to
in.
be released annually. You're releasing pieces of them, portions of it. Why?
Senator, I can speak to the housing fund in particular. We are not just releasing pieces of the housing fund. There's applications coming in literally every day, weekends and holidays included. Our outreach team is processing them as rapidly as they come in to make certain that the eligibility standards are met, and as soon as they are approved, we engage in the claim for payment process to get the money out the door. So there's nothing being held back.
Has the comptroller confirmed that an appropriation is required for the release of the Military Families Fund?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Why would you need an appropriation for this?
Because that is what our department has been told.
Even though by law, you're supposed to update the legislature annually, specifically for this fund, you need an appropriation, even though for all the others you don't.
Again, Senator, all I can tell you is what we have been
Have
told
you
as
asked
an
why?
agency. What's that?
Have you asked why? Why the discrepancy?
No, we have not
Why
asked that.
specifically for this? Okay. Being that you're now a full cabinet level department, what staff increases have you seen since becoming a full department?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part of what you said, Senator.
What staff increases now that you're a full cabinet level department?
Good. We've gone from the 89, we were allotted for 110 FTEs. We have gone from 89 to now over 99 and still interviewing at this time.
What federal money are you going after now that you can acquire federal grants as a department? Do you have any large-scale initiatives that you're looking at? I know we talked about, I really appreciate the Gold Star Family Annuity. I mean, we've been working on that with Carrie Farley and the Gold Star Mothers, and very happy to see that go through. And the governor's $1 million investment in mental health is nice, right? I went to a funeral for a buddy, a veteran, 2 weeks ago who took his life, right? This is still a big issue, right? Are you going after, or do you see anything in the horizon as far as a large-scale initiative for the department?
A large-scale initiative in a certain area, or?
We heard the chairwoman just talk about the website, right? We've had legislation exist since I was in the assembly, where we've gone back and forth on the quality of the website. It's pretty much the same thing. And Spectrum News reported just last year, 17% of our state's veterans access their resources. 17%. We have to be doing more than what we're currently doing. And if there's not a list of priorities out there in terms of going over federal dollars, right, that you now have the ability to garner, to communicate better, right, educational resources, vocational resources, mental health, there's a host of initiatives that you could be going after, right? I didn't hear much of that at all. I heard you kind of double down. I heard you kind of double down that we are reaching our veterans when we're reaching 17%.
24%, which is the national average.
And-
17% did not include, all of those who had served, but those who had connected disabilities.
And if I may, on the website as well, the website has changed. I can verify that because I have written the content changes myself. So if there are further content changes that are desired, I welcome any and all recommendations, changes, edits, and so on. We have no problem making those.
We've written legislation on that.
There's been ample changes.
Assemblywoman Clark for 3 minutes.
Thank you. And my questions for Director Olson. Couple rapid fire, and then we'll get to hopefully where I want to land. But on LICUP, on Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, how much staff has been hired in the last 2 years with the
Went
current?
from 57 to 101. And we're still hiring. It takes a
We're
little bit
still
of time.
hiring
Yep.
based on the money that's been allocated
Yes.
extra. I mean, I think, and it's been said already, but reiterating the fact that we're not meeting our targets with it yet. But we know professionalizing works. I'm assuming when you go to 57 to 101, you see a difference in terms of the ability to really advocate for our residents.
Double the number of visits over that time.
Wonderful. On the waiting lists, were the community-based organizations that sort of run this, were they talked to in terms of when you said this is the number that will clear the waiting list? Our assumption and what we're hearing from them is that it is actually much higher.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, and Anne Marie's going to be behind me. I know that they weighed in, Catholic Family Center, comes through Monroe County Office for Aging for your particular district. It's really incumbent upon them and every other AAA, whether they're providing direct services or subcontracting out, to reach out to their folks to get a handle on what exactly the wait list is. As you know, Assemblywoman, there's a difference between wait list and need.
Okay, and I mean, our numbers that we're hearing though are closer, or well over 80 million. So I appreciate the governor, but I think if we're gonna do it, we need to just do it regardless of the cost. The second thing, on the scams, we know that what we've seen on fraud and elder abuse through what Lifespan's been able to do in other organizations, that it is really amazing, but we haven't invested yet on the same kind of level in terms of education around scams, yet we know that that's increasing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge priority for me. I know it is for Anne Marie. It's why we've done a lot of work. You know, we fund them to do a lot of work. They're spectacular. But we're also doing a lot of work together, doing videos, doing training. We provided funding so that Anne Marie's staff could actually not just work in and around the Rochester area, but go statewide. But you're absolutely right. We need a campaign because this needs to be stopped. $28 billion annually.
The scams is the big piece. We really need to double down on that, not just the fraud and abuse. I just want to ask you, if there was a program out there that had already been tested, tried and true, that kept 30% of our older New Yorkers who are living at home out of emergency rooms, would that be something that we should be jumping for joy in our state and funding, knowing that it costs so much less to keep people at home safe and healthy versus and keeping 30% out of them?
So let me answer that in 18 seconds. The integrated care model in the Rochester area, absolutely. I've, strong advocate for those types of models that bring together social services, clinical services, and you can measure them.
We didn't see it in the budget, so we hope we can get it there in the final product. Thank you.
Excuse me. Senator Liu, is he still here? No. Okay. So no to Senator Liu. Do you have a question? No, not now. Okay. Yourself? Do you? No. No, just already went. So, okay, we're not doing 3-minute follow-up yet. I think it's me then, if I don't see any other senators. Oh, wait, I have other Republican senators. Excuse me. All right, how about, well, I'm just looking at the numbers, excuse me. The clock, don't run. I apologize. Senator Steck is listed next. No, he's not? Okay, oh, because he left, because he's not here. Okay, Senator Weber. No, he's not. Rollison?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Director Olson, about the expanded victim support services and increasing compensation for scams, as you said, and as we know, we're living longer. I would also say there's probably a correlation to the amount of people who are going to fall victim to these scams. I know at our district office, we field a lot of calls, we put a lot of mail out, and of course we know we're not reaching everybody. Do you coordinate with, and just, for our veteran services, we have an aging veteran population also. Are they receiving like the same information? Is there a coordinated effort to reach as many people as possible, in these age categories to let them know, they can fall victim very easily?
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, one of the things that, when Benjamin entered a while ago, and now, of course, under the leadership of Commissioner DeCohen, we do a lot of cross-training for exactly this reason. So we added, I used to be a case manager. One of the things we added to our compass years ago was, are you a veteran? So that we could do that soft handoff, right? We're screening for anxiety, depression, and so on and so forth. But I'm talking fast because I know you only have a couple of minutes. The answer is absolutely yes, and this is not an issue just for older people. So I don't know how many of you have gotten the Thruway scam. I've gotten it from Massachusetts. I get it from New York. I get it daily. The USPS scam, there's a ton of them. You got IRS scans now because of tax season, FTC scam. I mean, the advice is simple. Again, it's very sophisticated. It's like, don't click the link, don't answer the phone. Those are the things we keep telling people. So, in your district, Senator, we could certainly work with Anne Marie and her team because, as I said, we put together a budget for her so her folks can travel. They're amazing, past law enforcement officials, investigators, and also can be done electronically. But to your question of do we connect, that's our job. We are the connect the dot agency because our folks hit so many different systems.
And I thank you for that, and look forward to partnering. And to your point, anybody can fall victim to a scam. I almost did with Nordstrom Rack, so it's possible.
Yeah, it totally is. You're right. I'm glad you raised it.
Yeah, if you see things that look really cheap, they're not real. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And Commissioner DeCohen, I want to thank you for your service to the country and also for your testimony. We know that one of the difficulties in serving our veterans community is that thousands of veterans don't know that they may be eligible for benefits and help. And of course, to respect their privacy rights, you can't just send out notices to them because we don't have their addresses, and they're not available in public record. So have you considered collaborating with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs to provide notification to veterans in New York State that they may be eligible for benefits and to contact your department for help?
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Sir, the short answer is absolutely, both with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and with the U.S. Department of Defense. we structured an agreement, an authority to operate with U.S. Department of Defense, whereby we get a weekly update, a weekly spreadsheet provided securely by DoD, which tells us who is listing New York State as the state to which they intend to return. And that provides not just the address, but it also provides for those who opt in an email address. And we reach out to them in those welcome home letters that the Commissioner mentioned. In addition to that, we partner with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs all the time on outreach programs, on awareness programs, on, as was mentioned earlier, enrollment campaigns around VA healthcare.
And if I may, are
Please.
you satisfied with those results, or do you think that further efforts are needed in order to reach the veterans that still haven't been reached?
I'll give a two-part answer. Yes, we're doing well with the results, but also, yes, we want to do more. Always we want to do more.
Different area. Can you share with us, Commissioner, the number of veterans your agency has served in each year since your appointment as Commissioner?
I can show you what, give you the approximate number of where we started and where we are now.
You know what, rather than giving
yes.
that to me now,
Yes.
if you could just share it with the group here.
Absolutely.
And one thing also is, can you describe any new initiatives to provide help to local veterans organizations such as the American Legion chapters, as well as to county veterans agencies? Anything new that you've been doing, anything on the horizon?
We're continuing to offer the training to them. We're also working with our veteran service officers across the state as it relates to the needs for those veterans, especially expecting the babies, those who are in need of the additional resources like the book bags. And Benjamin has a comprehensive training and monthly meetings each month with the veteran service president.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And now we have Senator, Murray, also a ranker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you both for being here, all three of you for being here. And Director Olson, first let me say, I so appreciate your energy and your passion. You can see it.
Thank you.
In what you're doing. And I very much appreciated your testimony because it was eye-opening for me on a couple of aspects. So I'm going to hit you with a couple of questions. You might not have exact numbers, but if you can give me guesstimates, that would be fine. So I've been very, very outspoken. I want to start with the universal free meals in schools. I've been very outspoken. My colleague to the left here, Assemblywoman Gonzalez Rojas, has been extremely passionate and out there about this. I didn't realize, though, and I didn't think about the other benefit being that of our seniors, of how many grandparents are actually the primary caregivers. Do you have numbers as to how many will be affected by that?
I don't know how many actually claim their grandchild on their tax, because that's the key.
Okay.
But you're right. I mean, it's just the way that my mind works is like, look, they don't just live at the State Office for Aging,
Right.
because I don't either, and neither do you guys. The last count I saw was about 350,000 grandparents and over 400,000 kin care. So it's still family members, but they're not necessarily grandparents that are taking care of somebody else due to a variety of reasons.
Wow, that's a very big impact, and I appreciate that. Moving on to some others, I want to talk also about the SNAP benefits. And again, I'll ask, do you have numbers as to how many seniors are currently qualifying for SNAP benefits?
I can probably get that through the other agency, but I can tell you the average benefit's a little over $200. That's $2,400 minimum a year for an older adult household, right? That goes right back into their pockets, and that's why it's so important. A lot of older adults don't tap these benefits. Just like we were talking about with veterans, there's a lot of reasons why that is, but we can do so much better. They're leaving $66 billion of benefits on the table every year at a time where, a report came out yesterday that half of older adults in New York State who are retired don't have Social Security. That is stunning to me. Wow. So that's new. I just read that yesterday, and I think AARP is going to testify about that study, but what are we doing? Yeah. How can that be? $59 billion of Social Security gets pumped back into New York State. And if half of folks aren't receiving it,
wow.
Oh my God.
That is big. Do you collaborate with other agencies such as OTDA and others?
Constantly, because older adults touch all these agencies. So OTDA does HEAP, we do HEAP outreach. They're responsible for SNAP, we do SNAP outreach. We have a contract with them for SNAP Ed. So I could go on, but that really is leveraging what we do and what they do to serve people holistically and expand services under, the budgets that we have. That's the number one job.
Good. Now, I work locally. I work with our district attorney, Ray Tierney's office, and we do a lot of senior scam events, and we go and do that. Do you also work with law enforcement, or do you have something that we could work with you or your offices as well?
Yeah, so make sure you ask Anne Marie when she comes up afterwards. We're the only state in the country that has organized and has a statewide EMDT, Enhanced Monthly Disciplinary Team, to combat elder abuse in all its forms. And that includes law enforcement, district attorneys, DSSs, aging, Office of Court Administration, et cetera, again, for a holistic approach, right? And these cases get very complicated, so what you want to do is you want to leverage every asset, because if somebody needs housing, you need the housing people there. If they need, a particular benefit, you need those folks there. So very, very proud of that. That's something that we worked really hard with Anne Marie and a group of folks to establish. And, so there's those types of things, but they're very localized in a hub and spoke model.
Well, we'll talk more about that.
Absolutely,
and
would love
collaborate.
to.
And finally, I want to touch on the long-term care ombudsman program. Now, it kind of ties into what you were just saying about people not knowing about the benefits. I can't tell you how many times I've had conversations with families, and they didn't know this existed. This was there for them to help. How can we better get the word out? What can we do to let more families know you've got this service here for you?
Yeah, and facilities are required to post that they have access to a long-term care ombudsman. Here's who it is. Here's what the number is. Outreach and education, I don't mean to be flippant about this. I hear this. I've been doing this work 33 years, and I hear you don't do a good job doing outreach, and it's not true.
Right.
You don't need what you don't need until you need it.
Right.
And then it's like, how do you find it? Who's organizing it? What are the rules, and how do you pull it all together? Which is, one of the proposals the governor has that I'm so proud of in this year's budget is, how do we pull all this stuff together? I think you guys have over 100 federal, state, and local benefits. We do, and so do others. It's
Well,
like the
thank you.
thing, if you
Thank
don't hear the thing, does it really exist?
Thank you. Assembly.
Thanks, I would love to follow up with you.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Commissioner and Acting Director, for being here today. I have worked in aging services from 2011 to 2024, and throughout my tenure, I have witnessed a persistent case management waitlist due to need crisis in New York City. In my district alone, there are 6 older adult centers, yet only 2 provide case management services, both of which have extensive waitlists. Even more concerning is that community-based organizations are all not allocated funding for case management. As a result, older adults are forced to seek services outside their neighborhoods, creating further barriers to access. Additionally, while case assistance regulations have been modified to closely resemble case management regulations, the necessary funding had not been provided to support this change. To address this crisis, every center should receive dedicated funding for case management services with quality personnel. This would not only help alleviate the current backlog, but also ensure equitable access to essential support for older adults across all communities. How can NYSOFA assist in securing appropriate funding for all CBOs to provide case management services?
Thanks for the question. I love it. I started as a case manager in 1992, so that's how I started my career. I know exactly what you're talking about. It is way different than care coordination in a clinical model, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. One of the number one areas of waitlist that gets reported to us is case management. So that will be a part of, if the budget passes with all of your support, that will go out the door. What you're talking about is a little bit differently, because the way that we are structured and required by federal and state law is the dollars have to go to the 59 area agencies, who then in New York City subcontract out to case management agencies. So if we want to talk about how to get that directly to the community-based providers, that would be, we would need some statutory change to do that. because that's the way, again, back in 65 and up till today, that's the way the network is structured, is my hands are tied. The funding has to go to the AAAs.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for the question.
Thank you. I think it's now my turn. Hi, everyone. So we've had this discussion before, Greg, that the statute requires you share with us each year the unmet need broken down by county and service. Last year, after I asked you, you were able to get that information to us. So can we expect that information from you again after today's hearing?
I don't have any problem sharing the county. You looking for the allocations?
Yes, both any kind of data on their waiting, if there's waiting lists on any services, what the services provided were per county, and where we are on unmet need. Because, well, we know why, because you and I are both passionate about the issues for older New Yorkers.
We are, Senator, and I appreciate it. It's not ever anything that I do not want to share. It's what's the impact of sharing that publicly, because what winds up happening is then you have counties that don't report what their needs are because of local political issues. That has always been the issue.
Okay, so even the discussion today highlights being an older New Yorker is probably a 30 to 35-year age range. Right. I think we actually struggle with even understanding all the needs because they really vary. I'm now proudly 67. I'm one of your constituents, and I'm still working, but I have plenty of constituents looking for jobs. I also have plenty of constituents who end up in a situation where they've lived longer than their savings, and they are in real financial trouble. And I want to have an understanding of how we're sort of holistically looking at this when you talk about the master plan and recognizing that there's all kinds of different needs. I really worry that the $1 million isn't enough for you to actually start to come up with ways to create models that work. I worry that even though we did give you additional money this year to try to help fill some of the gaps of unmet need at the local levels for all kinds of fundamental services, that can't possibly be enough. So if the governor hadn't put a limit on how much more you could ask for, what would your ask have been?
Well, I just want to go back and clarify that the $1 million that's in our budget is not implementation money. I think you understand that. The recommendations from the MPA did not come from us. They came from the stakeholders, which you guys will then, sift through, I am sure. There are a ton of needs. There is economic insecurity. There are benefits that I think we all could be helping people with. I don't really. It's a really difficult question to answer, Senator. I don't think that there's anybody in any agency, any not-for-profit anywhere that say they wouldn't be open to having additional resources put in. But I can't quantify exactly what a fair number would be. I just can't do that.
Okay. So already during these budget hearings, we've heard many people concerned about the CDPAP change policies that are supposed to be all rolled out by April 1. A large number of the people in that program are seniors. Is SOFA play any role in this and evaluating on tracking what happens if it doesn't work?
The CDPAP program, as you know, and there was 9 hours of conversation about this yesterday, is a Medicaid program. It's administered by the health department, so I defer to them on that. What our goal is, Senator, and we've known each other a long time, is we can walk and chew gum at the same time. The best way to save future Medicaid dollars is not to go on Medicaid. And that's what our system is. It's the pre-Medicaid, it's the community support, it's helping older adults remain independent, supporting their families who are taking care of them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We do have a small consumer-directed program. We are keeping our eyes on what that's going to mean because we obviously use some fiscal intermediaries, but in terms of CDPAP, I have to defer to the commissioner.
Okay. So you had a pilot with robots going to people's homes. How is that going?
So we have over 20 public-private partnerships now serving over 1 million people using a variety of tech. What you're talking about, I think, is ELIQ from Intuition Robotics. It's a proactive AI companion to combat social isolation and loneliness. all of these projects have been incredibly successful. We published a report in '24 on 18 of them with the outcome measures. Happy to share this with all of you guys. We are literally doing, nobody in the world is doing what we're doing here in New York. 97% reduction loneliness and isolation, 96% reduction in depression, 95 increase in overall health and wellness from the things that they're doing. We can send messaging out. So example, when SRV, what's the difference between SRV, the flu, and COVID? We were able to send messaging out to folks, but that's just one of many platforms that are so low budget, high yield, where you measure them and you know, this is the future. And you know, oftentimes states are not proactive, they're reactive agencies. That's not us. We have to find ways to do more with what we have, and that's what we're doing, serving 1 million more people.
You're planning to expand those programs, I'm assuming?
We're doing the best we can to pilot them, show that they work, and then there's, you know, individuals that can purchase them on their own. There is mainstream insurance, there's Medicare Advantage, share them with the health department, there's MLTCs, so there's a lot of ways to say, look, somebody's got to take the risk. I don't think it's risky to try something, to measure it, see if it works. They've all been positive. I'm going to make sure that you personally get a copy, but I'm happy to provide it because it's incredible.
Great, great. So one of my favorite programs that's, I think, hopefully county by county is the HICAP program, helping Medicare participants get advice on what the best options are. I know how well it's working in New York City. It's one of the really, I think, successful programs. Do we have it in every county?
We do, and then there's what's also called the Managed Care Consumer Assistance Program. So that came to about in 2005 when the Medicare Modernization Act came forward, right? Because now you have all this open enrollment. It's very, very confusing. The HICAP program is unbelievable, and it's the mainstay of getting the outreach and education out on the MSP program, right, which is administered by the health department, puts $7,000 back into people's pockets every year. So, you know, that's something that we are continuing to not only advocate at the federal level, because it's a federal program. So it drives me nuts. The feds keep changing things, adding things, they don't fund anything. And then, you know, you guys are left and the counties are left and people are left picking up the bag for, you know, the failures at the federal level. But yes, there is a program in every county. And then we have backups because of the volume.
Okay. And new colleagues, if you don't know about the HICAP program for your own constituents, learn about it. It's incredibly valuable to people.
Great. Thank you for pointing that out, Senator.
Thank you. Guardianships. There's been some exposés about really disturbing things happening through guardianships. Now, I know you don't officially have a role here. The courts do, OCFS, the AG's office is now looking into it. I met with them, I met with the courts, and yet the vast majority of people who end up in a guardianship situation are older New Yorkers. Is there a role that you should be playing? Is there a role? I mean, one of the things we've learned, no one knows how many people are in guardianship in the state. No one. Nobody knows who actually might be the guardians, because there are registered not-for-profits with government contracts. There are unregistered not-for-profits. For-profits have gotten into the business, which frankly terrifies me. What is a for-profit doing wanting to go become a guardian?
So our
what do you all know, and what's your role here?
Our role over the last couple of years is administering funding for Project Guardianship and others who are collecting information through an 800 number that they established. If you haven't seen that data yet.
You know, I've met with Project
Okay,
Guardianship,
so, I
yes.
mean, you know who, we're talking about the same people.
Yep.
The issue is that you can't find pro bono lawyers, and lawyers are not doing this anymore for a court-appointed guardian, and there's other ways to do this with non-lawyers, and that's what's happened. That was funded in Nassau and Suffolk County for, I mean, going back probably a decade. So there's certainly a need. I think there's target areas in the state where it's more than others. If there's no lawyer available, it's supposed to be through the DSSs at the county level, but they're not available either. So I can't imagine that between, where are we now, February 12th and April 1, there's not going to be more conversations about this.
There needs to be. And I've run out of time to talk to you about the veterans, I'm sorry. I guess the only question that I didn't hear yet today, how cooperative is the Veterans Administration in making sure all the healthcare services, mental health care services, that our veterans deserve, that they're getting them. Are they cooperative with you? Are we coordinating successfully?
They've been very cooperative with us, as well as including us in their whole life and their wellness programs, especially for the women who have served. We've actually been instrumental in designing some of them and then being able to support them across the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Assemblywoman Lunsford?
Thank you very much. Director Olson, I hope that the governor is planning on investing in cloning technology for the amount of things you have said Anne Marie will do today. You're going to need 7 more of her.
Well, Anne Marie's been a great partner and friend for many, many decades, so we just aged ourselves.
I appreciate your testimony. It was very thorough. Yesterday, I was speaking with the DOH commissioner and specifically asked if our 1115 waiver funding could be used to better address prevention with older New Yorkers. When I've seen information about what we're going to do with that money, I have not really seen a focus on our aging population, despite the fact that we are poised to have more New Yorkers over the age of 65 than any other demographic in the next 10 years. Can you speak to what we should be doing and planning as a legislature to better leverage those funds for this aging population?
So I really can't say what you should be doing, right? CMS has to approve an 1115 waiver. There's not much in it for older adults. I will tell you that the health department has been very proactive in the last couple of weeks, reaching out to me to talk about how to potentially include.
Oh, he told me it can be used today. That's
I'm
what
sorry?
he said. The DOH commissioner said, absolutely, yes, sirree, we can use that money for older New Yorkers.
Well, great, then I'll follow up with him. and
Fabulous.
we'll
Wanted to
figure
let you
that
know
out.
he said that. Thought that would be convenient for both of us. All right, excellent. Commissioner DeCohen, I love your coat. I love a theme. Thank you so much. 2 years ago, I passed a bill that created a permanent public education campaign to help destigmatize access to mental health and substance abuse for our veterans and military personnel. Can you speak more about what your department is doing in regard to that program?
Absolutely. In fact, Benjamin is one of our was our former program administrator for that program.
How convenient.
The topic is essential. The topic is of daily need. And in the work that we talked about earlier when it comes to enhanced suicide prevention efforts, it's a crucial part of the work that we're doing. In our interactions with veterans and also with their families, we're bringing up this topic literally every single day, and it's a keystone of our work. I worked with a World War II veteran who just turned 100 years old. He filed a claim successfully with our assistance for PTSD caused by his time in World War II service. He had never filed a claim in his life because he had been told for decades, what you're having is just something called battle fatigue, and it's not really anything you have to worry about. And then, of course, there was the stigma of, I'm not going to go talk to a doctor and deal with this challenge of nightmares and hypervigilance because of the culture that was around him. We have to break down those barriers. It's a crucial part of our work every single day, and happy to talk more about that as I see time is ticking down quickly. But yes, it's essential to be doing that in our outreach with veterans and their family units around them.
Sure, I'd love to discuss this more. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I just want to echo Senator Murray's comments on your enthusiasm for this. It's apparent.
Thank you,
I've
Senator.
got a couple questions for the Commissioner of Veterans. Commissioner, thanks for being here. Thanks for the commitment to the State Veterans Cemetery in Seneca County, where I represent. As you're probably aware, we're still working on getting some grounds equipment for there. Presently relying on one sole contractor for the digging of grave sites. So it's imperative that we get moving on that to get that so we can have the appropriate equipment on site that staff can use and not rely on one sole contractor out there. So you're aware of the need, and where's that stand in getting that processed?
Good, thank you for that question, Senator. Just so you know, we just had a private meeting with the staff at the cemetery, and we have actually put out for additional assistance as well as getting the list of equipment and possible folk to get it from. So we've got our pulse on that. We're in
Great.
agreement with you.
Great, thank you. I was not aware of that recent meeting, so thank you for that. Just to follow up a little bit on the PTSD, the treatments, I mean, it seems to me that we're just continuing to do the same old thing that doesn't seem to be all that effective. I've been a champion for years of the Research and Recognition Project, Dr. Frank Burke, and a different approach to this. Been trying to get, I was successful years ago at getting them some funding, but we're still trying to do it. American Legions of states across the country and the National American Legion is on board with this and pushing for this. Other states are moving forward to train counselors in this, this treatment protocol. So why are we having such a difficult time in New York getting any funding to sustain this, to train counselors for something that seems to me actually works?
We definitely are familiar with the program. We've met many times with the doctor and his team. As far as the question on the funding, I don't have an answer for you right now on that, but we could certainly talk more about where that stands, because the process and the protocol we certainly know of and have had many conversations about with respect to its effectiveness.
Well, it's an important issue for me, and from what I know of it, and I've worked on this for years now, seems to be effective and works. Other states are going to be beating us to this, to the use of this. Other states are in the process of doing it now. It seems to be, to me, to be a wise investment to get counselors trained in this protocol and actually treating our veterans for PTSD rather than just having group meetings to talk about it. Because it doesn't seem to be getting anywhere as far as treatment goes. So please, you know, make that more of a priority, see where we can go to actually provide some real relief to our veterans suffering from PTSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assemblywoman Reyes?
Thank you. Good afternoon. This question is for you, Director Olson. So as you know, New York's aging population is fueled by the growing population of foreign-born seniors that call our state home. In 2024, the New York Times wrote about how undocumented seniors face an uncertain future due to the fact that during these essential workers' earning years, they were relegated to low-wage jobs that do not allow them to develop savings or qualify for pensions or retirement. And contrary to a lot of right-wing propaganda, they don't collect Social Security or any other benefit. As the New York State Office of the Aging develops the Master Plan for Aging, how has the agency worked to engage foreign-born seniors and representatives of the community in the development of the master plan to better support this community? And what work has the office done to address the needs of this vital community?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can't get into specifics, but we work obviously with some of the other state agencies, faith communities, Office of New Americans, et cetera. Just another factoid that you want to put out there. They also contribute $97 billion to Social Security and Medicare, right? So certainly I think that the state and the governor have been extraordinarily clear on, you know, whether it be my agency, the executive or any others, how we are going to deal with hard-to-serve populations, and that's to protect them. So in terms of the MPA, again, I can't get into specifics on specifically if this was addressed in terms of this specific population, but I think we look at all people as people that we want to support and help build up regardless of who they are.
Okay, but in terms of, at least for us, right, when we have seniors in our communities that are really struggling to make ends meet, and it's difficult for us to direct them to any agency or any services, just wondering how you guys can also just provide us some guidance and how we can better support members of this community. We usually kind of send them to our local senior centers to try and get some services met that way, but the reality is that folks are struggling and...
Struggling because they're afraid?
Struggling because they're afraid, struggling because there is really no clear place for them to go and receive services?
Yeah, because, at least in the network that I oversee, we don't ask any of those questions. We don't ask immigration status. We don't do any of those things. So, there shouldn't be that's why I asked you about the fear. Should be no concern about going to any of the similar services that they've always gone to. So if it's a fear issue, which I completely get, I think there was a fear issue prior to this administration, right? That what would be really helpful for me, Assemblywoman, is to sit down with you. And, I've asked for some guidance, and I think it's being developed in terms of our providers, but it would also be helpful to hear from you in terms of what we should be thinking about so that we can bring them into the MPA deliberations.
Thank you for your
Sorry about that,
response.
Assemblyman.
That's okay. I like people to finish a sentence, but
It's just a
when
really
sentence
important
becomes a
question, so
paragraph,
my
or
bad,
a
my
paragraph
bad.
becomes a chapter, it gets a little long. Assemblywoman Buttonshoen? She's still here?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, chairs, very much for your service to our country. And this question is for Commissioner DeCohen. So recently, we passed legislation that enacted liaisons in all of our state agencies, and they're liaisons for our veterans. My first question is, how is that going? Do we see not only with the state agency, but this legislation reflected the executive branch? And the second question is, we also passed legislation this year for Veterans TAP, for non-combat serving veterans, and just seeing how you see that rolling out. Thank you.
So let me say again, let me applaud you on this. We were making it clear that there were so many who have served within state agency. When we got into the halls of the concourse and we put up that signage for those who served, our state partners got into their work environments and we were able to find those who've served working right here in state. The need for the veterans coordinators, we are so pleased to be able to have them, because we think that there should be a veteran coordinator everywhere where a veteran or someone who served in corporate and beyond. We have put out the clarion call, and we have gotten the response. We have 2 trainings that's upcoming. One is going to be, the first one virtually, and then the second with the coordinators. And again, a wonderful response across the state within the agencies is going to be in
So all
person.
state agencies have responded that they have put this in place, as I believe it was yesterday?
They have. So just, the first training is?
February 26th. That'll be
26th.
virtual, with the second
Okay.
one taking place in April in person. In addition to that, we've established a partnership that's been in place for a number of years now with the National Veterans Legal Services Program. They have an online training opportunity, which each veterans liaison will have the opportunity to take and complete entirely free of charge to better inform them about the benefits and services available to the veterans and military families in their midst.
So where would these names be posted? Will these be on your website so we can direct individuals of each one of those? You call them coordinators, we call them
Veterans
liaisons?
liaisons, yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
they will be on
So
our
it'll be on your
sites.
website that they can reflect on what state agency within the executive also. And
That's
again,
correct.
the VTAP, obviously you'll have a SUNY liaison, but how do you see that rolling out for non-combat veterans?
So this is a huge advancement that was announced on Veterans Day of last year that everyone is very excited about. My understanding at this point is we are still waiting to see the text go forward in the chapter amendment. Once that's passed, it'll be
I will
rolled
get
out.
that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start off by thanking Chairwoman Seawright for inviting you, Mr. Olson, to our last committee meeting, and I hope it happens more often.
Well, thank you. I'm Greg. My dad is Mr. Olson.
Yeah, no, it was great. I do want to caution you on the Social Security numbers that you were throwing around. I was qualified to get Social Security over 7.5 years ago, and I'm still not getting it, but there's a reason behind that, as you well know. You can receive it at different ages and different amounts, so.
Right.
But I do feel that because of the uncertainty of Social Security, that we need to do everything we can to advertise your services and programs out there so that the folks who are very nervous about this feel a little more secure, at least anyway. I wanted to mention, I am so glad that we're going to a paid ombudsman program, because I don't know if people realize, but if you wanted to be an ombudsman person, volunteer, you cannot have a family member in that particular facility that you were visiting, which makes it very difficult to maintain that, as you mentioned. So, and then the last thing that I wanted to mention, Commissioner Olson, was I love your innovative housing suggestions. However, as we know, those are all kind of subject to home rule, you know?
Did you say housing?
Housing, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the micro houses, mini houses, all of those, but subject to home rule,
Well,
which
that's
is
the
a
whole
problem.
problem with housing, right? Is because it's home rule. I mean, I've been in these micro houses. They're absolutely amazing. I mean, the one I was in, it was on Seneca Lake, so it's a little bit different. But you know, it goes up in a day, costs $30,000 to build, completely energy efficient. So there's a whole difference between how we grew up in usual housing.
But we have to tackle the home rule issue of that.
Absolutely.
Commissioner DeCohen, on this Gold Star annuity program that's coming in, I have a number of families, too many families, that have lost their father, their husband, or their wife, and so on like that. Will there be a look back to that program when it comes in?
I'm not certain of that. Do you know that, Jerome?
There'll be the opportunity for families that have applied in the past who were previously denied to file a new application under the new statutes and then be able to receive the
But
benefit
if they knew they weren't qualified and it was only going to the parents, how many folks is that possibly? I mean, you know.
We intend to engage in a significant outreach campaign in collaboration with partners across the state to get that word out. We also have information about those who applied in the past and had been denied. We'll be reaching out to them directly as well to say, hey, you filed before. The law has changed. Please file again.
Okay. And now you mentioned something about tracking with the DOD, the veterans coming into New York State. You can do that now? About 20 years ago, when I was with the county Veterans Department, they were not releasing that information because of privacy problems, but you can do it now?
Yes, sir, you're exactly right. It was a lengthy process of negotiations between New York State and DOD, but now it's possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome to the panel. I have a comment and then really a question. It's directed towards Veteran Services. So we all know, or we ought to know, we're going to know soon by April 15th, that New York State has the highest tax burden in the entire nation. But somehow, miraculously maybe, we're also very generous people. And we have people in our state who, in addition to paying the highest taxes in the entire country, will also check off an extra box or two and say that they're willing to, on their own, pay more because they care so deeply about an issue that they're willing to pay more. I am very troubled by the issue of having these different checkoffs and the money that's collected not completely distributed to the benefit of the categories that they're intended for within a fiscal year. So in response to earlier questioning, you discussed expenditures for homeless veterans, but that is not tax checkoff money. Comptroller DiNapoli says that there is a $1.3 million in that account for homeless veterans, but $0 in disbursements. Why is that?
Go ahead.
With respect to the Veterans Homelessness Assistance Fund?
Yes.
That money, when we talk about that program, that literally is taking place on a daily basis. Our outreach team is receiving applications, processing applications. Those who are eligible are being dispersed funds through that program. It's happening literally every day.
But why then is there still $1.3 million left in that fund? Why isn't that zeroed out every year?
I think in part it's because it's not a type of lump sum monetary movement, right? These are individual veterans who are facing housing crises in their lives, who are filing the applications, again, with New York State DVS. The applications are processed on an individual basis, and the allocations are given to those veterans to address those imminent needs.
So are you saying that there is a lack of applicants? It sounded like you had more
No, there's
applicants.
no lack of applicants.
So what, I don't understand why, do you need more people to process the applications?
We do not. No, we have a full outreach team that's working on those literally day in and day out since that program started up on Veterans Day of 2024.
So you've got plenty of applications, you've got plenty of people to process the applications, you're doing it on a basis, and yet you still have over $1 million, according to the Comptroller's Office, that's unexpended. I don't understand why that number is still, I don't care if it's $50, I don't care if it's $100. My point is, if people care enough, that money should all be spent. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Gonzalez Rojas.
Thank you. This question is for Director Greg Olson. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I might have actually shared this last year, but I personally navigated a challenge where my mother fell, broke her hip, ended up in the hospital, rehab, and then we were stuck as a family as to what's assisted living for a short period of time. Ultimately, we just wanted her to have 24-hour home care. She struggles with dementia. I want to personally thank Becky Preve, who's in the audience, from the Association on Aging, who helped me and my family navigate the nursing home transition and diversion program, which is an amazing program to have family members stay in their home and get the care that they need, especially our older adults. I'm concerned that I see the executive tout an $18.2 million savings by instituting an enrollment cap on the nursing home transition and diversion waiver program. So I'm just baffled as to why this is included, how many older adults will be impacted by the cap. And I would imagine if there's savings from this program, it'll ultimately be transferred in greater cost to their nursing home system. And for many of us, it'd be more costly and remove our loved ones from the comfort and dignity of their homes. So please make this make sense.
First, thanks for sharing your story, because what you demonstrated is really the value of what our network does every single day. In terms of the program that you're talking about, that's administered by the health department, and I really can't speak to it. I'm so sorry.
All right. I would love to hear about, I know the master plan on aging has yet to be, or is coming soon, as I understand. But I'm wondering about how we are thinking about family caregivers that are not in programs like CDPAP, are not getting covered. What are the ways that we're supporting our family caregivers who are uncompensated, that put billions of hours of labor into this field, but are not compensated and don't have a lot of support? Is there an element of family caregiving?
Yeah.
I know you can't give away the details of the plan, but how are we thinking about this?
Well, I can't give away details of the plan. I can just tell you what we do. That's one of
Okay.
our 4 huge pillars. We got 4.1 million caregivers at any time during the year, providing $39 billion worth of care. So through our network, through a lot of community partners, there are a lot of services and supports, both directly, meaning how do you support the caregiver, respite, support groups, et cetera, and indirectly, and those are the services that take those tasks like you were dealing with off of the family, right? So that's really, really important. The biggest problem, Assemblywoman, is over 50% of caregivers don't self-identify, and so we got to come up with a different word. They think of themselves as sons, daughters, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a whole campaign statewide we've been running to change that. When we do, we see a 430% increase in outreach.
Thank you for that
Assemblyman,
response.
thank you. I'm looking at you, sorry about
I'd
that.
love to talk more about that.
Okay, thank you,
Mayor?
Assemblywoman.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Thank you all for being here today. I wanted to bring up the Veterans Nonprofit Capital Program. So I just wanted to ask, I believe this is the 3rd round. Is the funding for the 3rd round from the fiscal year 23 in the enacted budget appropriation, or is that an additional funding?
The applications for the 3rd round, sir, are in progress right now. And so there is funding that is in place on the books at the moment that'll be used to fund that 3rd round.
Do you expect this to be expanded into future years?
At this point, it'll depend in part on what the full response to the third round is. We've already provided, millions of dollars, as you know, in funding through this program. It's a question at this point of what we see as far as lingering need after this third round is completed.
Have you heard of some difficulties from local VSOs being able to apply, some roadblocks they received? Have anyone reached out to your office and then not submitted an application or maybe received that assistance?
Yes, sir, we have. The biggest roadblock, and really the only roadblock that we've heard about, is challenges with the technology of utilizing the system formerly known as Grants Gateway, and I can't think of what it's currently called. But the access and the use of that system was a challenge for a number of veteran service organization leaders. We provide opportunities, as we've heard about this, to better educate them about how to go through that process. For example, in this last round, there was an entire education session with the Dormitory Authority of the State of New York that provided full-scale guidance and answered every question that was posed during those sessions about how do you utilize that system.
Will you be, based on the response, advocating for this to be continued?
That's going to have to be looked at and evaluated internally at our agency. Our General Counsel, Jonathan Fishbein, is our project lead on that, but we certainly are looking at all of the results of that. We've heard many positive things from veteran service organizations about their use of those funds, and we'll certainly be taking those into consideration as we evaluate the program and the after-action work that we'll be doing.
And as boots on the ground, we can tell you, going across the different legions and the posts that I get to see, we get to see the difference before and after leaky roof coming down, and now the wonderful work that's been able to be done as a result of this project. And we hope we're to be able to continue.
No, for sure. The capital improvements are huge for recruitment, for all of the operations that exist, that camaraderie that's created. Some of it is just being prevented from happening because there's so many capital issues all over the state of New York. So I would hope to see this program continue, but I also would love to talk offline about how we can overcome that tech gap, and whether it's in our district or districts throughout the state, working with members to kind of identify how we can help with some of those veterans organizations and getting the funds to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Assembly Member.
Thank you. I'm just going to follow up on what we were just discussing about the grant opportunities and applications, because we did put a program in place that says that every department should have a veteran liaison. I'm just wondering if every agency throughout the state has a veteran liaison, especially when it comes to these grant opportunities, because I just got off the phone with my VFW post commander, and he did apply for grant funding and thought for sure that he would have it, and then said, no, we just got a email back saying these are the posts that did get the grant funding. So one, are all of those funds being utilized by the VFWs and by the veteran service organizations? Is there any money ever left? Do you ever look into that? And then also, is there a liaison? Because it could take hours to go on to the grant portal. And a lot of these people do not have the technical skills, whether you're going around to different parts of the state and training them for hours on how to apply for these grant funding opportunities. A lot of them don't have the technical ability, or they're snowbirds. They go south in the summer and then they're back in the winter. South in the winter and back in the summer. So they may miss if they get an email a week later saying, hey, you got to give us the deed to the property, or you have to give us the budget. So they really need technical help. So do we have veterans liaisons in every state agency?
Not only do we have them, but we have programming already on the schedule coming up this month and in the months beyond to work with them to educate them about the programs at the federal and state levels that they can be speaking to their constituents about.
Okay, because he, like I said, he had went onto the portal and didn't get the funding, got an email saying this is who was awarded the grant funding and no explanation as to why. And he didn't know who to call in DASNY to determine why he wasn't able to get that funding.
Be happy to have a conversation both with you and with the post commander regarding that, because again, there is a third round that is in progress, and certainly those who may not have gotten it in the previous couple of rounds can apply again and file an application through that process.
Okay, so is there a list of all the liaisons for every agency in the state that veterans service organizations have, so they know who to call to help them with these technical issues?
If I may, are we talking about state agency liaisons or veteran service organization liaisons?
We're talking about the executive or the Chapter 477 of the
Okay, yes.
laws of 2024 that requires a liaison, a veterans liaison for every agency.
There is a list being built. Once that list is finalized as to who's in that position for each agency, it'll be finalized and posted on our website.
Okay, so we don't have all of the agencies in the state as per Chapter 447 haven't been established yet.
They have. We're going to be having a meeting with them on February 26th to make certain that we have all the information correct. After that, the list will be posted.
Thank you.
Senate for follow-ups?
Thank you. First, we have Senator Cordell Clare, 3-minute follow-up.
Thank you again, Director Olson, for being here. And I want to thank your office for the work that we do together on social isolation, and I look forward to doing much more of that. I'm glad that y'all are recognizing grandparents. We've known that for a long time. A lot of grandparents and great-grandparents are raising their children, their great-grand and their grandchildren. I want to know two things that I'm noticing. You know, many of the homeless individuals I encounter are older New Yorkers, and their needs are very different from families and younger people. Is there any portion of NYSOFA's budget or anything dedicated to address this sadly growing?
Senator, I would love to have a follow-up with you on this. In previous administrations, when I was in here, there was, Homeless Advisory Council that we tried to bring the issue of older adults to. I don't hear it really from the field very much, but if it's something that you're seeing, you're absolutely right. The needs are completely different. Shelters need to be organized, or at least have staff that understand what those differences are. But this is not something that trickles up to me. I know it's there, but I don't hear about it. So I'd love to follow up with you.
Sure, and then something that's been touched on today a little bit in different ways by yourself and others. You know, almost every agency touches the lives of older New Yorkers, but there is no one place. Even for me, it's a struggle. I go from committee to committee, agency to agency, looking for what has been appropriated for seniors in every category. Can NYSOFA develop a report and let us know so we can actually see in one place everything that we are doing for older New Yorkers?
Yeah, I think where you looked at the testimony that I put together, been doing that every single year from state of the states to final budget. I don't have to do a formal report, but I go through them all for exactly that reason, to show that the governor really cares about this population, and whether you're DVS or OTDA, we're all doing work to support them, so we can actually absolutely package that together.
Yeah, I'd like to see it in front of me. And anything my office can do to continue to help and amplify SNAP, HEAP, MSP, and all the other programs to get it out, we're happy to do that.
I love to hear you say that. I appreciate that, Senator. You've been a great supporter of ours, but I think everybody could do a better job, because these are benefits they've earned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Seawright for a 3-minute follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Commissioner DeCohen, I just wanted to mention that in 1925, a memorial grove of 24 trees and a flagstaff was conceptualized in Central Park. And the grove was a tribute to American women veterans. It was forgotten about, and a senior constituent was in the library reading through old New York Times and saw a 1930 article. So every Veterans Day, a group of us, including Senator Krueger, have an event in Central Park on Fifth Avenue between 69th and 71st Street. So we'd like to invite you to come look at this wonderful grove of trees and this living memorial in the fall. And I have two quick questions for Greg. Thank you again for your testimony. What are your thoughts, or what is your position on including in the master plan home sharing and respite care? What are your thoughts?
I think that the master plan is going to continue to evolve. I am a huge proponent of home share. I think the New York Foundation is testifying today. We piloted the Vermont model that's been going on for 38 years. It's very, very effective, not only for the individual who is opening up their home, but for the individual who is moving in, not only in providing services that they didn't expect to, but obviously the cost sharing. Huge fan.
And I know you said the 1115 waiver, you've told me previously, doesn't include anything for the elderly. I know Assemblywoman Lunsford said, the commissioner, I believe yesterday, had said that it does. So what's your position on including that in the master plan as well?
Well, again, any waiver has to be approved by CMS. It's pretty prescriptive, so I will follow up with Commissioner McDonald. If there is room in there for 1115 waiver dollars to support older adults, I'd be 100% behind that.
And with regard to the ombudsman program, how many more volunteers would be needed statewide to meet the need?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. Assemblywoman, we are continuing still to try to push to get as many volunteers as we can. Volunteering today is way different than it was 10, 20, 30 years ago, just in terms of what people are doing. This is a very, very skilled job, and the volunteers that are doing it, I mean, God bless them for what they do, but we will continue to push that as a wraparound and a supplement as we're increasing the FTEs.
I received a letter from a constituent on the Upper East Side that participated in the home sharing program and what a success it was. And I'm hearing from people in my storefront district office that come in, seniors that really appreciate the respite care and the home sharing program.
No doubt.
Thank you.
The hardest thing is to match, especially around politics these days.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, and I think to close for the Senate, Chair Scarcella Stanton.
Thank you again. I know this has come up a few times. The executive budget proposes $157,000 for the coordination of those employees for each agency, the veterans liaisons. Are we going to be adding to people's portfolio, like assigning somebody, if they're doing something else, they're going to also be doing veterans work? Because it feels like $157,000 wouldn't be a sufficient amount to cover every single agency and having a veterans liaison, my first part. And second part, similar to what Senator Claire said, this veterans touches every single agency. I've been waiting to see if we can get a breakdown of what we're spending in each agency for our veterans, so we have a better idea of what New York's investment is. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. As far as the question around the $157,000 for the veterans liaison work, what we're seeing with the agencies across the executive branch is there are individuals, many of them veterans themselves, who are raising their hands saying, I want to be in this spot. They're already working for those agencies. They're not new hires. They're already there, boots on ground, but they want to be taking on this role, and they want to get the education and training that we're looking to provide them as well to become better informed about benefits for their fellow veterans in the agency, as well as those whom they serve constituency-wise.
Really quick on that, if you could provide our office with a list of who each veteran liaison is, that would, I think, be incredibly helpful for us because, especially my district office, we get a tremendous amount of cases. So if it's a veteran and it's specific to a veteran, it'd be great to have that contact.
You will have it on the afternoon of the 26th of this month.
Good. Thank you. And also for the update on what we're spending for within each agency, that would be helpful as well. So we have a better, more comprehensive idea of what we're spending and investing in New York veterans. And I also just wanted to leave you with this. As we see changes coming down from the federal government, I think it's really important that New York State takes a leadership role in making sure our LGBTQ+ veterans are taken care of, whether that's mental health resources, additional protections for benefits if they lose any benefits. I think that's really important that New York State starts thinking about that. Thank you.
We are fully prepared to pursue justice on all the fronts you are mentioning. Our appellate unit in particular, both with VA cases and discharge upgrade cases and with Restoration of Honor Act matters. We have had many conversations internally about that topic, and we are ready for what comes.
Thank you
and
very
I was
much.
just on our first meeting with the doctor who's been reappointed as the Office Office of Experience, Dr. Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to close for the Assembly, Assemblyman Stern. 3-minute follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two issues. Following up on Gold Star Annuity Program, the last annual report of 2023, looking forward to getting the 2024 as soon as we can, by the way. But 2023 report, there were 206 Gold Star parents. Has there been an analysis on, with the expansion of the program, how many more beneficiaries we expect to have in the coming years, so that we can plan accordingly going forward? 2024 annuity was $588. I'm wondering if you know what the 2025 annuity number is going to be. The second issue, in the 2023 budget, there was a requirement for the agency to submit a report on the Justice for Heroes initiative. These are legal services provided through the law schools throughout the state to provide vital representation for veterans in legal proceedings. The report was supposed to be filed, submitted at the end of the year. So when can we expect to receive that report? And prior to receiving the report, I'm wondering if you can share maybe just a little bit of insight on the impact of that very important program.
I'd be honored to, sir. Yeah, taking your questions in order, if I recall them correctly. First, on the Gold Star parent, the answer is yes. We do have several mathematical calculations about what this looks like in the out years. Happy to share those. Probably more complex than we have in the minute and 20 seconds I see left in the timer, but happy to provide those to you about what that calculation looks like. When it comes to Justice for Heroes, that's going to be in our annual report that you'll be getting for the 2024 calendar year, talking about the successes of that program. I've had the honor of being a part of that since the very beginning of that grant program, and we're actually in the new cycle right now. The RFP is going to be coming out quite soon for law schools to apply for what's going to be a third round of funding in that area. What we are seeing is life-changing services being provided free of charge in areas ranging from character of discharge upgrades to housing matters, family law cases, a lot of work being done, even as far out as things like driver's license suspensions, which can be devastating to a veteran, and making certain that they can get access to justice when they are facing those situations. That's part A. Part B, and in some ways the best part of the entire thing, it's helping the veterans of today. It's also training the veterans advocates of tomorrow. Because when you have law students going through a clinical legal education program and they see firsthand the direct impact of what veterans law in its various forms can do, that'll inspire them to go into this field for a career, or if it's not their main focus, to at least make it a part of their practice in some way, shape, or form.
Very good, thank you.
And with that fine answer, that ends this portion of the hearing. Commissioner, Director, Attorney, I'd like to thank the three of you for your testimony, and I'll call up the next panel, Panel C.
Thank you all. Appreciate your support.
Calling AARP of New York, New York Statewide Senior Action Council, the New York Foundation for Senior Citizens, Lifespan of Greater Rochester, Live On New York, and Association on Aging in New York.
Mr. Brooks' dad now.
Well, Mr. Brooks is dead. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
in the booth, could you just introduce yourselves so they'll know what names to put up on the screen when it's being broadcast? So we start from my right, your left, and just go right across, just your name and organization. Don't start your testimony until, yes.
Gail Myers, New York Statewide Senior Action Council.
Kristen McManus, AARP New York.
Barbara Baer, New York Foundation for Senior Citizens.
Anne Marie Cook from Lifespan of Greater Rochester.
Dora Fisher, Live On New York.
And I'm Becky Prevey, Executive Director of the Association on Aging for the State of New York.
Thank you. Welcome, one and all. You can start wherever you'd like, left or right.
Yeah, sure. I'll the order.
They'll pick you to start, huh? Okay.
Thank you. As you heard, I'm Kristen McManus from AARP New York, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here to testify in front of you today. AARP is a nonpartisan, nonprofit social mission organization. We have 2.2 million members in the state of New York. We advocate for the needs of the 50-plus population, and that is a population that is booming. There was a report that came out yesterday from the Center for an Urban Future that says the 65 and over population in New York State is 3.5 million people. This is a 50% increase from the previous decade, and unfortunately, this is also a population that is increasingly living in poverty. More than 50% of this population is under the federal poverty line, and around half does not have access to retirement income. So the need really is for a state budget that looks at the needs and wants of this population and meets them. And what we know from our research is that overwhelmingly, this is a population that wants to age in their own homes and in their own communities. The programs that we've been speaking about today, the non-Medicaid home and community-based services that are administered through the State Office for the Aging, allow older adults to do that. We are, speaking for AARP, unbelievably appreciative of the legislature's historic commitment to funding these programs, providing the additional investment every single year. We are beyond grateful that the governor has recognized how important these programs are and put a historic investment to be able to finally address these waiting lists. Some of my colleagues here are going to go into a little bit more of the details of what more funding is needed, but I just want to emphasize how important this is for unpaid family caregivers that are taking care of their aging loved ones. This provides respite. It allows them a break. These family caregivers are spending money from their own pockets. They are leaving work, moving to part-time, and overwhelmingly, these are women. These are older women around 58 years old that are leaving the workforce in their prime years to be saving for their own retirement to take care of their aging loved ones. I also want to quickly mention our support for increasing funding for the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program. This is critical eyes and ears for our most vulnerable residents. And lastly, I just want to close and say that AARP strongly supports efforts from the governor to combat senior elder financial exploitation, allowing employees of financial institutions to place a hold on a suspicious transaction will really help the demographic that is most frequently targeted for scams and fraud. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Hi, I'm Gail Myers from New York Statewide Senior Action Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. A lot of what we say, we are joined in arms to support a strong aging program for New York. In addition to ensuring adequate funding for the 2 helplines that our organization has through state contracts, our members have prioritized the need to stop Medicaid home care cuts from being implemented, and also to invest to build the capacity of the aging service provider network to meet the needs of today's seniors and future seniors. We need investment to address both inflationary costs and unmet need. I'll talk about those in our 2 contracted programs. The Patients' Rights Helpline Project, We have had an increased number of callers and increased complexity of patients' rights concerns. In our written testimony, we've given you some data looking at 2020 to today. A number of clients we have helped has increased by 184%. The amount of time spent has increased by 250%, and our outreach and community education has increased by 2,000%. We are asking you very sincerely to stop the cut in the governor's budget. The legislature in the past has added $200,000 to this program that is not in the budget. We also need help because one of our $100,000 bequests from the legislature has not been included in the reappropriation. I'm asking for a 30-day amendment from the governor's office for that. We also request an additional investment of $500,000, so the total funding for this program would be $731,500. You've heard this morning from NYSOFA about the MCAP program. It complements the HICAP programs in the county offices for aging. We are very, very involved in trying to reach people who are eligible for the Medicare Savings Program, but have not yet enrolled. And we expect that there's over 300,000 New Yorkers who would fall into that category, putting about $8,000 a year back in their wallets. We need additional money to complete that outreach and education and to meet those needs. There are 6 not-for-profit providers. We're asking you for an additional $1 million proportionately allocated to those providers. I also wanted to let you know that in our testimony, we have recommendations for improvements to the EPIC program. We have concerns about cuts to the Medicaid program that do affect older New Yorkers as well as their families. We care about everybody. And we also are very concerned about economic security issues, so we want to establish a SNAP cash assistance fund for victims of compensation, and we want to increase the SNAP benefit for families and also improve the use of chip cards so that there's none of the scamming that's going on in the SNAP program. HEAP needs to be funded for both heating and cooling. We can't have people freezing. And thanks. See my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Thank you. So, hello to Senator Krueger, who I've known for a long time, and hello, Chair Pretlow. I want you to know that I grew up in your district, and I still love Mount Vernon, and it's a secret gem, so pleasure to meet you. And to
pleasure.
Assemblywoman Seawright and Senator Claire, we're so happy that you're the chair of the Aging Committee. I think you really understand the issues, and really that's a blessing for seniors, all seniors. So I'm Barbara Baer. I am the program director of the New York Foundation for Senior Citizens, and I may be a little hoarse from sitting quiet for 5 or 6 hours. The foundation is the only nonprofit, non-sectarian organization serving older adults throughout New York City's 5 boroughs. We are truly grateful for your past, present, and hopefully ongoing support of our citywide home sharing and respite care programs. The programs provide the only services of their types in New York City. These services allow the city's older residents to age in place in their own home and thereby respond to the city's housing crisis, prevent institutionalization in nursing homes and homeless shelters, and provide significant savings to the state in Medicaid. Our free home sharing service is implemented by social workers who use their professional skills to successfully match older adult hosts who have extra space with guests who need a place to live. And I am the recipient of thousands of phone calls myself, having been a policy wonk. I'm moving off the speech for a second. Having been a policy wonk my whole life, to actually be back in the field and hear the daunting stories of seniors, many of whose only income is Social Security. Thank you, Francis Perkins from Another Age. These people really need help, and in our own way, we are reaching out to them, and I'm constantly daunted by this poorest group you're talking about, the 450,000 seniors who have so little income, and really they're living on Social Security. So during the past 44 years, we have successfully matched 2,600 in 1,300 shared living arrangements. I see I'm running out of time, and I apologize, but I did want to speak to you. So what we're looking for is an added on, and listening to these budget numbers, this is peanuts. We'd like an allocation from the Senate and from the Assembly for $250,000, and we'd take less, but it would increase our ability to do home sharing and respite care, which is really both terrific programs for our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Senator Krueger and, of course, Assemblymember Pretlow. And I also want to thank, of course, Senator Clear, Assemblymember Seawright for your incredible support of aging services. And I have to give a shout out to my Assemblyman, Assemblyman Meeks. Thank you very much. I'm Anne Marie Cook, and I'm President and CEO of Lifespan of Greater Rochester. We're a direct aging service provider. We provide services to about 30,000 older adults and family caregivers every year, and among other things, also operate the New York State Elder Abuse Coalition. We really are seeing right now a convergence of issues that are making our work more challenging. Very specifically, a dramatic increase in the older adult population. We've talked about that all morning. A dramatic increase in older adults in poverty. I will also say a decline in the family caregiver because families are smaller, and of course those family caregivers are the backbone of the system. We've seen a dramatic increase in scams, thank you for talking about it earlier, workforce shortages, and of course a historic underfunding in aging services. And while I applaud the governor for the $35 million increase, it was $35 million, that in no way makes up our ability to serve those individuals on waiting lists. And of course, the Aging Service Network primarily serves those individuals just above the Medicaid line, and sometimes the only way we can serve them is to have them spend down, which is exactly what no one wants. I'm going to focus today my budget requests on those older adults who are most vulnerable and ask for your consideration. One, for the restoration of $375 to serve older adults who have been abused. This is a restoration in funding, and we serve all individuals across the state in all forms of abuse: physical abuse, sexual abuse, psychological abuse, and of course, financial exploitation. And while financial exploitation and elder abuse is typically perpetrated by family members and close friends, what we've really seen an explosion on, which is number 2 for me, is an explosion in scams. There isn't a meeting I go to or a presentation where I talk about scams where someone doesn't come up and talk about them either being scammed or almost scammed. So Senator, thank you for saying that earlier. You're keeping my perfect record for me. While the governor has increased victims' compensation for people who are being scammed, quite frankly, we have to look at the prevention side and add money for that. Couple more things because I'm running out of time. We need to establish a guardianship program across the state for vulnerable individuals. We have to be able to address the social determinants of health and coordinate care better for older adults, and we need increased funding for the Long-Term Care Ombudsman program. There are 5 million older adults in this state, 4.1 million caregivers, and they need support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not everything I wanted.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Dora with Live On New York. At Live On New York, we believe that everyone should have the opportunity to age in the communities that they built. I want to thank, again, I want to echo my colleagues' much appreciation for the legislature and for all of you who are champions here today. Live On represents a network of more than 120 community-based organizations that are out there serving older New Yorkers every single day, providing essential services that help older New Yorkers age in place. Services like senior centers, home-delivered and congregate meals, case management, affordable housing with services, elder abuse prevention, transportation, and more. We are really proud to represent these organizations because what they are doing is they are out there giving people the services that they need so they can age in place. Countless older adults across New York are providing invaluable services to their communities, such as volunteerism, caregiving, civic participation. But New York is failing to meet the needs of older New Yorkers. Current aging policy is fragmented, siloed, underfunded. Older New Yorkers lose their independence, communities lose economic benefit of the older adults in their communities, and hundreds of thousands of older New Yorkers are at risk for financial ruin, social isolation, and poor health outcomes. And so we have an over 65 population projected to grow to astronomical proportions, and now is the time that we have to address these core issues. The core issues are our entire system is set up to prioritize the most expensive services and the least effective services. We spent like 8 hours yesterday talking about the ballooning Medicaid crisis. Well, guess what? We have the answer, right? Like we have the social and the community-based care that we know saves money and that people want. It costs 10 times more per individual to provide institutional care than it does to provide community care. The funding has not kept pace with the need. Service providers have been doing more with less and have still not recovered from major budget cuts in 2010. Plus, that doesn't even include the pandemic, all while the demand continues to skyrocket. There's waiting lists, as we've discussed at length. So the current and future demand cannot be met unless we build capacity. We simply do not have the number of service providers that we need nor do we have a simplified process to access services. So I don't want to be all doom and gloom here because the good news is we do have amazing programs and services that help people. Our members are doing it. All of us on the panel, we know about these amazing programs and services that are happening that save the state money, give people the services that they need to stay in their community, and they're so much cheaper and they're very popular. So we have to act. Now is our chance to lead the country. The cost of inaction is clear. Without investment, more older adults will be left without the support they need. And I see I'm running out of time. Please see our testimony for our specific asks, and Live On New York shares the stances of everyone of my colleagues on the panel. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for the opportunity to testify. I'm Becky Prevey. I'm the Executive Director of the Association on Aging, so I get the distinct pleasure of having the membership that Greg Olson oversees, so you can imagine I am tired all the time based on the enthusiasm that he spoke with. And I think this is probably the only time as a legislative body you're going to see a whole group of advocates completely agree on one topic. This was done intentionally. We started at the micro level. I'm going to talk about the macro level. You all don't know the demographics very well, but it's imperative to know a few key items. Older individuals pay over $72 billion per year in state and local taxes and make up almost 43% of the tax base in the state of New York. It is astonishing that although older individuals are paying the bulk of all of the costs, the State Office for the Aging, who is tasked with supporting the non-Medicaid eligible individuals, only receives less than 0.1% of the overall state budget. The current investment actually decreased us from 0.8% to 0.1% because the overall budget grew so significantly. This funding pales in comparison to the need of the network, and it continues to show the inequity of NYSOFA's budget in comparison to the demand and the growth of the 60-plus population. Additionally, there was almost zero mention of older adults in the State of the State budget book, and in the hearings this body has been hosting for the past few weeks. And yes, I have watched all of them, so I feel your pain. Our network supports individuals who are over the Medicaid benchmark but cannot afford to privately pay for the services and on paper qualify to go to a skilled nursing facility. We serve them on average for 7 to 8 years at less than $10,000 per year on aggregate versus $150,000 in a skilled nursing facility. And it's confusing to all of us that instead of focusing on Medicaid prevention and supporting individuals at the lowest cost with the highest impact, the state continues to choose to underfund aging services, specifically home and community-based services. These individuals are not numbers. They are human beings that are dependent on a hot home-delivered meal. They cannot bathe without someone coming into their home. These individuals are retired teachers and healthcare workers that were the heroes during the COVID-19 pandemic, but somehow have completely lost all value as they age. Through the 2-year MPA process, one thing is abundantly clear. Over 600 members have come to consensus that NYSOFA needs to be fully funded to allow older individuals to age with dignity, autonomy, and respect. From an advocacy perspective, this is very frustrating. Professionals have come before you Individuals have come before you. Older individuals have told stories of laying in their own soiled linens because they can't get assistance, and none of it has worked. Caregivers are in crisis. They cannot get support for loved ones. They're using alcohol and substances to cope, have significantly increased suicidal ideation, and are leaving the workforce in droves, which is obviously an economic impact. We've made the economic case that the state is overwhelmingly benefiting from the wealth and contributions of older adults, and we have shown the cost savings to the ballooning Medicaid problem. Even with all of the data and metrics referenced in mine and their testimony, the state refuses to prioritize the older population by investing any real funding into the Aging Services Network.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Seabright? Seawright.
Thank you. It's great to see a table of all women with Women's History Month coming up soon. Thank you each for your testimony. I'd like to address my questions to Barbara Baer from the New York Foundation for Senior Citizens. You said you're requesting $250,000 from the Assembly. Are you also requesting $250,000 from the Senate?
Absolutely.
And what is the history of the foundation with regard to your home sharing and respite care program? And why are you seeking more funding this year than last year?
The history of the foundation is that in 1981, Linda Hoffman started the program with, I think, half a social worker and somebody answering the phone, and actually Roy Goodman and Helene Weinstein, who helped start it in South Brooklyn. And it grew from 10 to 20 and went back and forth for a while. And then last year we did 31 matches, which means we helped 62 people. This year we're on track to help 100 people, which means 50 matches. So that's I don't know where I got the word peanuts from, but that's very little in terms of what you're all dealing with, and I totally realize that. But basically, this program is cost-effective and compassionate. By cost-effective, for all the money that the governor and all of you put in, it costs about $3,900 per person to match. So in my view, when I get excited that we're matching two people, we are putting two people under a roof for less than $10,000, and many of the people stay many more years than 2 or 3. So essentially, while you're sending down $300,000 for an affordable housing unit, we are at least acting as a bridge for several years to house people. And we save guests because people can't afford New York City. We all know that. And we save hosts because their mortgages and the water bill and everything else is going up. So people can stay in their own home in both ways. And we also help some students who are, one person has to be 60, the other can be any age over 18. So it's a gem, and I kind of fell in love with the program. With vision, it could really grow and be helpful. There was just a study, there's 10,000 vacant rooms.
Do you have any programs with CUNY or SUNYs matching up young people for the home sharing with the elderly?
You know what, I didn't hear you, Assembly.
Do you have any programs with SUNY or CUNY matching
No, we
students?
have NYU, and but we'd love to extend it, and that's a great idea. No, we don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I wanted to ask you, can I answer one question about respite care?
I'm sorry, we have to cut you off. We're equal opportunity mean here. Cordell Claire.
Thank you, all of you, for what you do every day to uplift our older New Yorkers. I just want to lift up the name of Alma Rangel, who passed away this year and who was a big part of the respite care for the foundation. It's a program that I really believe in, and I hope that it grows, and we'll fight to make sure that that happens, and we should work to see if we can reach even more people, because I think it's a great program. I just want to ask, and this is random, whoever wants to jump in, the master plan for the aging.
Senator, I'm
Master
old.
plan for the aging.
I'm aging.
Yeah, the aging, master plan, MPA.
Yeah.
Anything that sticks out that we really should be including in that. And also, if you could speak to the $35 million ad, which we're all happy for, but are we getting everything we need? Do we need more quick as you can?
We absolutely need more, and I've conferred with my colleagues on answering this question. I will tell you, I personally had attended hundreds of hours of meetings of the MPA for the past 2 years, along with Anne Marie Cook and many of our colleagues. I'm cautiously optimistic on what we will see with the report. The process definitely was difficult at the inception. My hope is that it will absolutely include the over 100 recommendations, which included fiscal components, which were very significant. And that's not surprising when you're talking about capital improvements to nursing homes, to funding the Home and Community-Based Services Network to an additional $252.5 million, which is what our recommendation was being put forward. So I think a lot more to come on that. That is supposed to be a 10-year long plan moving forward. Regarding the $35 million, I will tell you it's not 45. It was a $10 million restoration of legislative add-ons that we have to beg for each and every year for services that are already turned on. The $35 million will go a very long way to address the waiting list. That is a waiting list that was from last September. So if you told me today, do a statewide advertisement for services, we would be inundated and we have a very robust wait list again. I will tell you, I do webinars on a monthly basis. Our advocacy line then blows up with people looking for services, and we have to tell them we can't turn those on yet. So does it address the wait list from September of last year? Absolutely. Does that right size or adjust for inflationary costs to our network? Absolutely not. Yesterday, the food pantries testified to a 25% inflationary increase to food. Our home delivered meal program uses food to feed people, and we got a 2.1% COLA increase. We also did not get the $2 rate increase for the home care workers, which is a $7 million hole times 3 years. So absolutely, we have not received what is just, fair, and necessary for the Aging Services Network.
Thank you. Anybody else, or did she do it? She's good. Thank you.
I would just say we can't wait for funding until the master plan for aging gets printed.
We'd like to be included in the master plan. They were contemplating including home sharing, but I'm not sure it is, and I would push for it to be put in the master plan.
Let's make sure that happens. Thank you.
Assemblyman Akers? Assemblywoman Hooks?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here today. A special shout out to Live On New York, as I was a member of Live On New York. And also, I was also a member of the Master Plan on Aging, so I know the beginning. Could you provide the current number of older adults on the wait list for case management services? Additionally, how much funding would be required to eliminate the backlog? And there should be a higher reimbursement percentage for case assistance and friendly visiting services, as they constitute a significant portion of case management. Ensuring equity in this area is essential. It's essential also for pay rates for staff.
I couldn't agree more. We have around 6,600 individuals that are waitlisted for case management, but I do want to clarify something that's really important. If someone reaches out to their local office for the aging or a case management service agency and says, I need assistance with mom, she's coming out of the hospital, and you're told you're going to be placed on a waiting list, most likely you're going to pursue a different avenue. So that does not reflect the actual need for case management services. I will tell you, I used to run a local office for the aging. I was a case manager. I know how vitally important those services are. And case management isn't just a one and done. We follow a client the entire time that they're in need of service, and we also are not episodic in nature, and I think that those are two things that I wanted to point out. We're not like it is under the Medicare system where we can come in for 3 weeks and help you and then we're gone, and there's also no payment criteria, so you can receive case management services just if you need them. I think the other component that's not captured within the waiting list is our New York Connects program, which is really advocacy birth to death. So you could call to say I need early intervention services for a child, all the way up to my mom needs to go to a nursing home. And I will tell you, those case management services aren't done in a half-hour block of time. You might spend 10 to 15 to 20 hours with one family to get a placement or get home care services. So I couldn't agree with you more, but I want everybody to know that the waiting list is not reflective of the actual needs of the aging community in the state of New York.
Thank you for that response. Yes, I know I was the VP of 4 older adult centers, but my real question is about case assistance and friendly visiting, because they do the same work. But what's happening is the staff is not getting no pay equity. They are also actually, Friendly Visiting Services provide more services than case management to go in and visit the home. So where they have to do it every 2 weeks and case management has to do it every 6 months. What I'm saying is, where's the equity in those services?
Again, I can speak to that just in the sense that it's an equity issue and we don't have enough funding, and case management is legally required for our federal and state funds, but I couldn't agree with you more. Friendly Visiting is an unbelievably important service that really carries the backbone of the work that we do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Becky, earlier when you were talking about different parts of the master plan that are going to be coming out, what can we do in the legislature to prep for that? So if you're aware of the priorities within it, right, and the stakeholders, which are many, right, rollout, I would imagine, is going to be fairly comprehensive. What can we do within the legislature to help clear a path?
Well, first and foremost, I think it is a disservice that the legislature was not included in the MPA and the MPA process, because I will tell you, I personally put forward recommendations on bills that you guys were voting on that are going to be in the master plan that we didn't want invoked, that were invoked, and vice versa. So I think it's counterintuitive for us to have spent 2 years on a master plan that the legislature was not included in. That's not something that we can fix. What I would say to any elected official, we are all available to meet with. All of us have been very involved in the master plan for aging, and we can share the knowledge that we have. I do believe there's not much content to the interim report, so you can't really get anything from that other than we had a lot of meetings and there were a lot of discussions, and these are the pillars. I do think that final report will be forthcoming, but I think, in us in advocacy, at the end of the day, this was a governor's signed executive order to really look at the aging process in the state of New York, which is not about them, it's about us. And policies that we implement now are going to impact our aging future. So I think continued conversations with those of us that are in the field doing this work, that we're part of the MPA, are really important. And I also think that there should be pressure put on the executive to share what has happened through the MPA and the MPA process, because it directly influences what you're going to see before you as far as bills and laws are concerned.
Do you think that any of those conversations could have an impact at the local level to help the counties prep for it as well, potential early actions of success?
No.
At least in my network, I speak to every single director in the state of New York on a weekly basis. I will also say that Commissioner Olson holds at least 2 times per month meetings with all of the directors, so I feel like our network is prepared for the MPA. But we have over 1,200 subcontractors that organizations like Live On and others support. None of what can come out of the MPA can be an unfunded mandate. We are at a breaking point in the service industry. There are a lot of recommendations that are going to make sense as far as service delivery and increasing what we're providing to older people. But if it does not come with funding, you are going to see the Aging Services Network crumble.
Thank you.
Good. Assemblywoman Clark.
Thank you. And to Barbara first, I will just say, I hope as we look at your program that we continue to look and how we in the legislature can fund it to be statewide and to look at other opportunities to see it in other areas where we know both housing crisis but also isolation and other factors are really on the increase, and really enjoy the success it's seen in New York and hope we can bring it upstate at some point.
Thank you.
To Anne Marie and the gem that is Lifespan in Rochester, New York, question. Why do we need this extra funding for scams? Like, why can't it just be included in what we do now with elder abuse and fraud? Why, at this moment, do we think we need more money here to really focus on this very specific piece?
Well, I will have to say that the elder abuse funding hasn't increased in years, and because of the legislature, each year you at least restore us up to where we were before. Since COVID, we've seen such an explosion in scams, I've had to use elder abuse funding for scams. In the field, we see these as two different issues, quite frankly. That puts tremendous pressure on serving individuals who have been abused. I do not have any additional information on scams. So it is really using our elder abuse funding to meet the needs of older adults right now, whether being abused or scams. But I'm telling you, I've never seen such an issue explode, and I've been doing this for decades, almost 30 years now, like I've seen this issue in scams. Older adults being scammed by the computer, by romance scams, by AI scams, by bank scams, and government impersonation. And they're losing, on average for us, $10,000 per scam. Wonderful. But we do not have additional funding to expand this program, and we need to.
Perfect. Second question, and I asked it to our acting director of the Office of the Aging. If there is, we already know connected care community. We've seen it. We've seen it in action. We've seen what it's done. But can you just give a little synopsis of how this very inexpensive program has reduced hospitalizations by 30%, not to mention all the other numbers, but it is a small investment on the front end and ends up being a huge investment or a huge savings on the back end.
Yeah, I'm just going to describe our client, typically those without a family caregiver who are medically complex, who need to navigate both community-based services and health care. And when we provide this team approach of a social worker and an LPN healthcare navigator, we can reduce hospitalizations, ED use, and observations by 30%. It's been evaluated for years by the New York Academy of Medicine and has been in 2 peer-reviewed articles about really this very small expense of what the Aging Service Network can do, can save hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is the exact direction I think the waiver wants to go. We should do this in the Aging Service Network.
Thank you, Senator.
Other senators? Yes, no? No, thank you very much. Back to the Assembly.
Oh, okay. Assemblywoman Giglio.
Thank you. My question is for Rebecca. So you had indicated earlier that the home care wage increase was affecting your ability to actually pay people to get that increase because it's not funded. Can you talk a little bit more about that, please?
I would love to. Quite frankly, it shows the complete inequity in the Medicaid versus the non-Medicaid system. So we provide non-Medicaid eligible individuals home care services. So we use the same licensed home care provider network as the Medicaid system. We authorize home care services for, toileting, bathing, dressing. And what happened was when the $2 mandated rate increase went into effect, which we wholeheartedly support, home health aides need to make way more money than they currently do. We were mandated to provide that $2 rate increase to the licensed home care provider network because they were getting it from Medicaid. MLTC plans got the funding to pay for the $2 rate increase. We got $0, which created a $7 million hole. We were told to use our COLA funds to absorb that cost so we didn't have to cut services for people. I have personally raised that with the executive since 2022. We have never gotten the $2 mandated rate increase in our service network, which just shows you again, everything is laser focused on Medicaid, and the Aging Services Network is stuck trying to fill those holes and those barriers. Our home care program, our average client is an 83-year-old low-income female who lives alone, has 4 to 10 chronic conditions, and needs assistance with activities of daily living. They are sicker than the traditional Medicaid patient, and we're serving them in homes and communities but couldn't get the rate increase. We were also completely disregarded in the consumer-directed conversation regarding going to one fiscal intermediary, even though we run a consumer-directed program through our home care program. So again, it's a complete disregard of the Aging Services Network versus the Medicaid system, and the Medicaid budget is well north of $120 billion, and we're around $230 million.
Okay, and then also you had talked to the consumer-directed home care. So how many have you spoken to that have transitioned over with PPL?
So again, because we were completely left out of the conversation about the one fiscal intermediary, we have not been told to transition anyone. We are literally waiting to see what FIs that we contract with are going to close their doors. There are a lot of questions around that. I will also note that yesterday, last evening during the hearing,
we were informed that PPL is using text messages and links to click to get individuals to enroll. You just heard Commissioner Olson testify that we tell people constantly, do not click a link and do not open a text message. So our clients, which are a little north of 1,000 that are using the consumer-directed program, we have not transitioned yet because we've gotten no direction that we need to, but it does appear that many of the FIs we contract with will be closing.
Yeah, and the memorandum of understanding that PPL is sending out to those consumers is really basically do it yourself. So
I will say if we're forced to transition people, we will handhold because that's what we do.
Thank you. Assemblyman Meeks?
Thank you. This question is for Anne-Marie Cook. We all experience the cost of groceries at the store, cost of a dozen of eggs, the rate of inflation. How has that affected the population of seniors that you all work with, just on a weekly basis, daily basis? I know you also Lifespan offers like the Woke Cafe and a food pantry. How has that affected you all in costs as well?
Well, the cost in particular, you mentioned our food pantry. 5 years ago, we didn't have that food pantry, and as you know, it's just around the block from your office. A few years ago, because we had so many older adults coming to us saying we don't have any food for the weekend, we had established that food pantry so they could have food over the weekend. And as you know, because you visit our center so often, they get their meals during the week at our center. I have never seen so many older adults in need, and as you know, Rochester has the second highest poverty rate of older adults in the state. The older adults are hurting, and we really need to connect them to benefits, ensure that they're receiving all the benefits they need, but we also have to be there when they have no food over the weekend. And it's right in your district, Assembly Member, and we had to establish that. It's the only food pantry for older adults in our area.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your service.
Assemblyman Hevesy?
Thank you. Ms. Baer, very quickly, I hope you hear somebody else's words when they come out of my mouth, but how are home sharing and respite care matches implemented among the participants?
You know what, Assemblyman, I have to admit I'm a little deaf, and I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Not a
but I'm
problem.
glad you're
I'll
asking
speak
me.
up. It's my fault. How are home sharing and respite care matches implemented among the participants?
Well, they're two different programs, but somewhat the template is the same, which is with very great care. So with regard to respite, you have funded the foundation to actually offer respite care for 3 months to anybody who asks for it. And what it is a program where if somebody suddenly, for example, goes to the hospital and is alone and they have to come home, we have home health attendants who we've certified who are fine. And if you call, we interview you and then recommend a home health attendant, and that person goes and works for you and is paid only by you. And they are paid $19.10, which is in the city the minimum wage. And the idea is that it's between the client and the certified home health attendant. And that person must work 8 hours a week, but can be lots more. And that person can work for 3 months. And then if you think the person is terrific and you want to have a continued relationship with them, we say hooray, and we find another home health attendant, another case. So it's an incredibly popular program, much easier to explain and sell than home sharing. But it's really wonderful because, as you know, so many seniors are alone, and when people might have a stroke and there's no family, as is often the case, this person can be terrific. So because of your funding, it's $19.10, whereas if you go for a for-profit agency, it can be $30 or $40 an hour. So that's what that is. And the template for home share is somebody calls, yes, we'd love to have you as a guest or a host, but as a host, you have to show us proof that you own the home or that you lease it. You have to show us proof of ID. Then we interview you, and we also do a background check, or in the alternative, get 3 letters of reference, and we check them. And with regard to the guest, we ask for 3 letters of reference, photo ID, and proof of income, which is frequently Social Security only. And then we have a Zoom call with each person. We have 40 minutes with 40 questions, you know, from do you have a dog? How far will you walk to the laundry? To, you know, who do you want to live with? And then we match. It's very hard and very daunting. And also, one has to be very responsible because you're having 2 people move in.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Griffin?
And it's been safe.
That was
Thank
very
you.
helpful. Thank you.
Appreciate your comprehensive advocacy and support of the aging in our state. I'm new to this committee, and I'm interested to learn the many ways we can help. My first question is for Barbara. I really appreciate the success of this citywide home sharing and respite care program. And I wondered, is this throughout the state, or is it just in specific cities?
No, it's in New York City, but we'd love to make it statewide. There's 70 programs across the country. It should be huge.
Yeah.
Because there's such a need for housing, and it should be huge. And we wish it were bigger.
Yeah, I represent Assembly District 21, which is the South Shore of Nassau County. And I know so many people that are living by themselves that would love the company, that would love to be in a system where they could save money, have a companion, live with them. It just seems like such a great idea.
Yeah.
So I would love to see
We'd be happy
it.
to expand.
I'd love to see it expand. And then on the, Gail Myers, on the Statewide Senior Action Council, I really appreciated your mention of the dental coverage for all. And obviously, I believe that's so essential for everyone. And I just wondered if you could speak to it. There's people that are in Medicare that they're not able to get that. I just wonder if you could speak to that and describe what level of people does that mean? Like, what number of people are shut out of that program as it is?
So original Medicare does not have a dental provision in it. There's no dental benefit. Some people who purchase a Medicare Advantage plan for their coverage choose them because they say they have dental benefits, but the benefits are generally not comprehensive. So there might be a screening, there might be a hygienist appointment, there might not be dentures. So what we're looking for is the ability for people on Medicare, like anybody else, to be able to purchase on the exchange. The state's exchange excludes anybody who's covered by Medicare from using that network and services. And there is now, starting January of '26, going to be a freestanding dental option on the exchange. The Department of Health is moving forward with that, but it is not going to be open to people unless you purchase the rest of your insurance on the exchange. So that's what we're looking for, and we also implore you to help increase the capacity of the dental provider networks so that people who have insurance can actually access the service and use them.
Okay, thank you. And that seems like such a necessary idea, like all people should be allowed to purchase that without purchasing some fuller plan. Thank you very much.
And thank you, and that closes out panel C. Thank you all for your testimony. And I'm calling down now panel D, ECE on the Move, Citizens Committee for Children of New York, Early Care Learning Council, Wonder School, and Project Guardianship.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start to my right, and you're going to each just give your name and affiliation so the media guys know whose name to put up when you're speaking, and then we'll go to the testimony. So starting here.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Moss. I'm the head of New Government Initiatives from Wonder School.
Good afternoon. Shanita Bowen, Chief Operating Officer for ECE on the Move.
Good afternoon. I'm Alice Bufkin with Citizens Committee for Children.
Kimberly George, Project Guardianship.
Meredith Chimeno, Early Care and Learning Council.
Why don't we start again with you on my right? Just your 3 minutes, we'll just go down the line again. Thank you.
Esteemed Chair and members of the Joint Legislative Budget Hearing for Human Services, thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of Wonder School. I'm here to address the Executive Budget's proposal on the creation of child care support centers to implement early childhood education substitute teacher pools. Wonder School is the leading provider of innovative solutions for the child care industry, and we commend the Governor's commitment to addressing the critical shortage of substitute teachers in early childhood education settings. The shortage of substitute teachers is a significant challenge faced by child care providers across New York State. The shortage leads to disruptions in care, limits program quality, and creates additional stress for already overburdened child care providers. When a teacher is absent and no substitute is available, child care centers may be forced to close classrooms or even the entire facility for the day. This results in parents and families missing work, causing lost wages and productivity, and ultimately impacting the state's economy. The Executive Budget's proposal to establish child care support centers is a crucial step toward addressing this critical need. Wonder School has a proven track record of success in implementing substitute teacher pools. In Mississippi, our partnership with the Mississippi Department of Health and Human Services resulted in the creation of a statewide substitute teaching pool. Since beginning operation on November 1st, 2023, we've recruited and trained over 450 early childhood educator substitute teachers. These individuals have worked over 50,000 hours and 7,000 individual substitute job postings. This initiative has significantly improved the availability of substitute teachers, particularly in underserved communities. We believe the Executive Budget's proposal provides a strong foundation for establishing a successful substitute teacher pool system in New York. However, we propose the following amendments to optimize the program's effectiveness and increase the chances of success. 1, statewide digital platform. The legislation should require child care support centers to utilize a statewide digital platform to facilitate the efficient matching of substitute teachers with child care providers. This platform should also streamline administrative processes such as recruitment, background checks, substitute teacher payments, and training verification. 2, collaboration with CCR&Rs. Child care resource and referral agencies possess extensive knowledge of local child care needs and training requirements. We recommend integrating CCR&Rs into the substitute teacher pool model to provide high-quality training and support for substitute teachers. 3, incentives and support. The program should include mechanisms to incentivize participation by child care providers and substitute teachers, such as financial incentives and professional development opportunities. And 4, data collection and evaluation. The Office of Children and Family Services should be mandated to collect data on program outcomes and report on key indicators such as substitute recruitment, deployment, training service quality, and financial management. We're confident that with these amendments, we can establish a robust substitute teacher pool.
Thank you to the chairs and the legislature for the opportunity to testify today, and especially to our child care champions, Senator Brisport and Assemblymember Hevesy. Over the past 3 years, we have expanded access to child care assistance, helping thousands of families afford care. The governor promised to make child care a priority, yet today the sector is suffering more than ever. Families may qualify for assistance, but if providers can't afford to stay open due to low wages, there won't be enough child care programs to meet the demand. As well, New York City and other counties underestimated how many families would need and rely on child care assistance. Funding is running low, and without action, families will lose subsidies. Child care programs, especially those in economically disadvantaged communities, will close, and parents will be left without care. But this isn't just about filling a short-term gap. We must prepare for increasing demand, and ensure that there is enough funding to meet it always. The demand for childcare isn't just about families. It's also about the workforce. Right now, educators, especially those operating from residential settings, are watching to see if the state values their profession. If workforce-specific funding to supplement the current market rates is not included in this budget, it will send a clear message that those who educate and care for young children do not deserve fair pay, benefits, or a sustainable future. The overhead in operating our businesses is insurmountable, and it isn't fair to ask childcare programs to donate their services for little to no profit. This isn't just about today. It's also about ensuring that we have enough providers for years to come. Without real investment, we will lose current educators and fail to attract new ones. When providers struggle to stay open, families and businesses suffer. Every day we see childcare educators leaving this profession, not because they want to, but because they can't afford to stay. ECE on the Move and Empire State Campaign for Childcare continue to report on increasing workforce shortages. Educators cannot afford to stay open, and they're driving taxis, working retail, or anything that will pay them at least minimum wage. The governor made a commitment to childcare. We urge this legislature to hold her to that promise. Hold the governor firmly to the recommendations set by her own deeply committed childcare availability task force, and ensure that the childcare workforce does not have to rely on the current low market rate wages.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and committee members and chairs. My name is Alice Buffkin. I'm the Associate Executive Director of Policy at Citizens Committee for Children. We're a children's advocacy organization dedicated to ensuring every New York child is healthy, housed, educated, and safe. Thank you for this opportunity today. In the time I have, I want to uplift some of the most pressing issues facing parents, families, and children in the state, although there are more in our written testimony. I first want to reinforce what my colleague from EC on the Move has referenced about the urgency of investing in the childcare workforce, as well as ensuring that low-wage workers and parents working irregular hours can access childcare assistance. I also want to flag an issue that New York City and other counties are at risk of exhausting their childcare block grant funds without additional state funding, which is jeopardizing the access of thousands of families to childcare assistance. I next want to pivot to uplift a package of critical investments arising from the Child Poverty Reduction Advisory Council that was established by Governor Hochul's Child Poverty Reduction Act. As you know, CPRAC's mission is to reduce child poverty by 50% over the next 10 years, and we support the package of recommendations they produced. First, we support their recommendation to permanently increase New York's Empire State Child Credit to $1,500, eliminate the minimum income requirement and phase-in that prevents lowest income filers from receiving the full credit, permanently index the child tax credit to inflation, and ensure the enhancement includes all children under 18. These changes go further than Governor Hochul's executive budget proposal. We're deeply grateful for her proposed investments as well, and are estimated to reduce child poverty by 23%. Second, we support the establishment and funding of a statewide housing voucher program to assist populations on the brink of homelessness or in shelter. CPRAC's voucher proposal would reduce child poverty by nearly 16%. Third, we urge state leaders to adopt CPRAC's recommendation to increase the public assistance benefits level by 100% and index it to inflation. This reduced child poverty by 18% over the next decade. And finally, we applaud Governor Hochul for proposing full funding for universal school meals, but more must be done, including increasing the SNAP minimum benefit to $100 per month and supporting the creation of a state-funded nutrition program for those ineligible for the federal SNAP program. In the area of Raise the Age, earlier, OCFS indicated that counties can apply for Raise the Age funds. This does not adequately convey the deeply onerous process counties must currently undergo to receive funds. Advocates also are not confident that New York State would approve a waiver of hardship for New York City. That is why we support investing $50 million for Youth Justice Innovation Fund, which would directly fund CBOs that provide a continuum of critical youth services, including prevention, early intervention, and alternatives to detention, placement, and incarceration for youth aged 12 through 25. Raise the Age was intended to provide counties with resources needed to prevent involvement of youth in the criminal justice system. However, these resources have never materialized for communities. In fact, only a third of the money appropriated, and sometimes as little as 10%, have been used for the community-based services and programs they are intended for. The Innovation Fund would address this failure by directly supporting the community resources that bolster positive youth development and keep young people out of the youth justice system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly George, President and CEO of Project Guardianship. Thank you, Senator Kruger, for asking Acting Director Olson about guardianship. I'm here today to talk about New York's broken guardianship system. Article 81 of the Mental Hygiene Law states that any person or entity can petition for someone else to be appointed a guardian, and after an investigation and hearing, if a judge decides the person is unable to meet their personal or financial needs, is unable to make reasonable decisions, and is at risk of coming to harm because they do not understand their need for help, the judge must appoint a guardian. But there is nothing in place to ensure that a good guardian will be available to serve. The system relies on family and friends to do the work unpaid, or for the person needing the guardian to have money to pay a private practicing guardian. This leaves many adults who don't have family members able to take on the role, or who are aging alone and living on limited financial resources in precarious situations. In some parts of the states, nonprofits have stepped in to fill the gap, working not only to care for their guardianship clients, but also to raise the funds year after year to keep their programs going. Several have closed their doors in recent years, and those of us who are surviving don't have enough funds to meet the demand. This leaves guardianship judges struggling to find appropriate guardians. The judges report having difficulty finding a qualified guardian to serve in 1/3 of the cases they hear each and every day. In New York City, that number goes up to 1/2. Project Guardianship and a coalition called Guardianship Access New York have been raising awareness of this serious and growing crisis for a number of years now. New York needs a publicly funded guardianship program. We are very disappointed that the executive budget for fiscal year 26 did not include any funding for guardianship. We have a proposal for an annual investment of $15 million for a statewide initiative of nonprofit guardians, also called SING. SING would ensure New Yorkers who need a guardian have access to a high-quality, person-centered guardian, regardless of their financial or social circumstances. SING would build the capacity of local nonprofits across the state to serve as guardian. It would create a workforce trained to do the healthcare coordination, social work, money management, legal services, housing services, benefits applications, etc., required of good guardians. It would establish a database with demographics and outcomes of nonprofit guardianship clients. And it would result in an estimated net savings of $80 million per year in Medicaid costs by shortening hospital and nursing home stays and keeping people out of institutions and in their homes and in their communities. Our proposal is rooted in decades of practical experience and a deep understanding of what it takes to be a caring guardian for another person. Please fund SING, and if you're not convinced, please Google ProPublica Guardianship, because as Senator Krueger mentioned, there's been 10 articles in the last year focusing on the crisis. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon. I'm Meredith Chimeno, the Executive Director of the Early Care and Learning Council, and it's my pleasure to speak with you today. Assemblymember Hevesi, Senator Brisport, and Chairs Krueger and Pretlow. You guys are rock stars. It's been a long day. I can't begin to explain how excited I was today to hear child care resource and referral agencies stated over and over again by each of you and by Commissioner Harris-Madden. We are the state network of the 35 child care resource and referral agencies that serve all 62 counties of New York State and the 10 regional economic development councils. We work closely with community members at the community level, working with child care providers, families, and local businesses. While 64% of New York State is classified as a child care desert, and there have been large investments to increase the capacity of providers, investments in child care assistance, it's record-breaking, more families can access care. But we must continue to follow the roadmap defined by the Child Care Availability Task Force report and move toward a permanent workforce wage fund. As Shanita said, we need it desperately. I am hopeful that the Child Care Coalition and the governor, the state, will make quick movements to fund universal child care in an intentional manner. CCR&Rs are the workforce behind the child care workforce. As we move toward universal child care, our involvement in working to improve the business operations of our programs is critical. CCR&Rs are positioned in communities to coordinate the $3 million investment in substitute pools. We can vet and train subs quickly so they can be sent to programs quickly. We have relationships with providers to build and manage the sub-pools. We are in touch with other CCR&Rs nationally that run sub-pools, and we have access to lessons learned from 4 of the 7 states that are currently running substitute pools through their CCR&R networks. We are ready to go. This past year, ECLC worked to develop the Business Navigator, an employer's guide to child care solutions. We are grateful grateful for the governor for the inclusion of an additional $1 million to expand this project in the next year. As we toured the 10 economic development regions, businesses cited that availability and affordability of childcare were among the top 3 challenges to recruit and retain employees in your communities. We've identified simple opportunities for businesses to survey their employees, implement small, favorable movement towards supporting childcare in their communities. If you don't have a copy of this toolkit, ask me or ask your local CCR&R. We'll be sure to get you one. We are an integral mechanism for the state to distribute the critical economic supports that have kept childcare afloat. We are positioned to do this once again by supporting them to access the $110 million investment in capital grants, much needed investments for home-based providers and centers alike. But I ask you at this time, when we are horrifically uncertain about federal funding, to recognize that the state and the legislature must commit to supporting nonprofits like Child Care Resource and Referral Agencies.
Thank you. Our first questioner is Assemblymember Hevesy.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony. I'm going to go pretty quick through what I gleaned from each of you, and then I have a question for Ms. Bowen, if I can. So let me start, Mr. Moss. Thank you for those recommendations. I'm going to review them and see if we can reconcile what you're recommending to see if it goes in our Assembly One House. But I do appreciate about the substitute pools. Ms. George, I'm really sorry to hear about the lack of funding for guardianship, and I appreciate your testimony. Ms. Bufkin, I heard all of it, but I'm particularly grateful for your comments about the child tax credit, but more importantly, that $50 million innovation fund is absolutely crucial as a starting point for us getting back on the track to raise the age. Ms. Gimeno, all I can say is the CCR&Rs got the recognition, I believe, from the commissioner that they deserve today, and with the existential threat from the administration that I'm going to leave that alone. I was about to opine on the administration. The fact that it even could be potentially on the chopping block is a frightening thought. And yeah, we do need to, as a state legislature, make sure that you are whole, because we're not only grateful for all the work that you've done, but also prospectively to help us with substitute pools and other parts of the child care service that we need to provide. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then finally, sorry, I've rambled enough. Ms. Bowen. Thank you so much for your testimony. I agree wholeheartedly. My question for you is, as a former home-based child care provider, can you explain to me what a compensation benefit, a bonus for compensation, how important is that for you as a former provider? If you could speak to your experience about how crucial the compensation is, because that is the primary thing in front of us in the legislature as it relates to child care. It is paying the workforce.
Thank you, Assemblymember Hevesy, for that question. It's extremely important. I ran the program in my home for 14 years, and it was devastating because we go into it for our heart. We love working with the children. Sometimes my program looked like a school because that's how I wanted it. Every corner was safe and quality. There was so much to do. It cost. What it cost me was my own livelihood. I was able to pay, in my program, I wanted 2 assistants because there's so many jobs involved in taking care of children. And it just wasn't enough to pay myself as well. And I could only give the young ladies who later became nurses in the field. They loved working with children, and I could only afford to pay them minimum wage. No one got benefits, and I could only keep the lights on and keep the doors open. It just wasn't enough. And the second prong to that is when you don't fund the family child care enough, or any program enough, it creates a disparity between the haves and the have-not of children who have enough in child care, and those who, when a program is sufficiently funded and when a program is not, depending on the neighborhoods that we're serving.
I'm sorry, I have to
Thank
cut you off.
That was very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Brisport.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have, using my time for the representative from Wonder School today. Hello, thank you for being here. I was listening to a podcast that your CEO did for Mark Anderson's venture capital firm with some other folks from Silicon Valley, and he said a few things that worried me. He said to this venture capital audience that you haven't seen much price sensitivity from governments, and that in your past experience, you've asked yourself, are we undercharging for your services? He also mentioned that you're looking to land and expand in some jurisdictions, and I suspect New York is one of them. You also said that the best way to actually achieve this childcare expansion in a capitalist society is to empower businesses. Here in New York, we've definitely had some issues with contractors overcharging the state for its services. I'm also very worried about large investors trying to divert state subsidies towards investors at firms like Goldman Sachs and Andreessen Horowitz, who are two of your company's investors. On top of that, I think that the childcare sector is one that has been a classic example of a big market failure. None of this is about you personally. We see lots of people that come into this industry looking to do good things and just get paid a decent wage while doing it. I just think that some of your CEO's comments really underscore the bigger problems we have with this entire sector, and that when we introduce venture capital firms, we can get even bigger problems of sophisticated parties diverting state resources towards investors rather than the childcare providers who need them most. I think it's a big danger. So I know this isn't a question, I just wanted to say for the record that when it comes to things like substitute pools, I'd really like to see our own agencies, nonprofits, and CCR&Rs who have on-the-ground know-how take the lead, and not as a sort of junior partner or a captive audience paying fees to some platform. I do have a question with my remaining time. I saw in an interview, another one your CEO did, where he was asked how Wonder School makes money. He responded, we have two models. We either have a monthly subscription fee that providers pay us, or we take a percentage of tuition. He then said that Wonder School will take a 10% from parents. So my question is, with the cost of childcare so high right now, how can we all afford a 10% increase in costs?
I believe what my CEO was referring to is a model for sort of as providers are able to generate more enrollments, the economics work such that when you start to reach capacity, you're able to charge higher prices, or you're able to have the ability to maximize your P&L for that reason. So it is understood that sort of childcare providers sort of operate on tight margins, but part of what Wonder School has sort of always aspired to do, and I think part of his comments that you alluded to earlier, are really about sort of how do we help childcare providers to have sort of a market mindset.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Seawright?
Thank you. I have a guardianship question. The state judges came up with their plan and proposal. How is yours different?
Thank you for that question. It's great. The biggest difference is the price tag. The judge's proposal is to create a new Office of the Guardian where the state would become the guardian, and they estimated it would cost $72 million per year. Our proposal is for $15 million. We also have a coalition of nonprofits ready, willing, and able to do the work, that have programs that exist, that have staff that are trained. So we're ready to go. It doesn't need to be built. We have expertise that we've gained over 2 decades serving thousands of people as guardian. And we do the tough job of like running services 24/7, 365 days a year. A lot happens nights and weekends and holidays. I think the nonprofit model, I mean, we outsource social services to nonprofits all the time. Why should this be any different?
Thank you.
Okay. Do more? No?
Nope. No, I have
No, I got more.
Okay.
Sorry. Senator Rollison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Meredith. I was lucky to be able to come to the event at Orange Community College in Newburgh just a week or two ago as far as the toolkit was concerned. And then you said that you've been throughout the state, you've conducted all of those forums like the one in Newburgh. And ESD, they were all done in the different regional economic development areas. That's correct? Yes. Now, does ESD have a role to play in any of this navigating and developing? Because I don't know the answer to that. That's why I'm asking you.
It's a great question. I thoroughly enjoyed having you at the launch, and so thank you so much, and I always enjoy our conversations. ESD was there at every one of the Business Navigator launches in the 10 economic development regions. The representatives were. They are ready to work with local businesses. We will need to rely on them so that they can bridge that gap with childcare resource and referral agencies connecting with the local businesses. So we need to continue to develop that relationship. That's the hope of this additional $1 million, is that they will play a larger role in it. There are childcare work groups with some of the regional economic development councils that function, well to okay. And we need to continue to move that so that we continuously educate local businesses about the importance of this work. So they were there, we're ready to work with them, and I believe in many of the regions they're absolutely committed to strengthening this work.
So there could be a role to play with ESD, because it
Absolutely.
is economic development and the child care system, that especially if they're going to be granting monies for business development, expansions, people relocating into New York State, and I guess maybe not right at this complete second that we're having this conversation, but to me, that's the perfect partnership. And that ESD, which has access to those types of economic development funds, it's the same thing.
Absolutely. I think as we move toward universal childcare and figure out the revenue model that's going to support this, we're going to need those partnerships. And so it's a step, right? It's not the complete answer, because we need this permanent workforce fund. We need those supports to lift up our childcare providers, but absolutely that's what the Business Navigator project does. How are we able to look at incentivizing businesses to come into these communities so that they find supportive childcare for their employees? It's a barrier for them. Corning Incorporated's model of investing in childcare to the tune of $7 million a year is a perfect example of economic development. They support centers, 3 centers in their region, and home-based providers.
Makes good sense. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblyman Ra.
Thank you, Chair. For Wonder School, at the risk of asking a very general question, what's the biggest lesson you've learned from running a statewide sub-pool in other states?
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman. The biggest lesson is that this takes a lot of learning, it takes a lot of trial and error, and it takes a tremendous use of sort of technology to figure out how to scale. So I think there's an important distinction between if the goal is to run sort of a local sub-pool, what that can look like, and if the goal is to run a statewide sub-pool, what is necessary. And what we have seen is that sort of the investment in technology in order to drive the necessary application pool to support that, in order to ensure that sort of as people are engaging with the process, they're sort of quickly moving through so that we can get them onboarded, in order to ensure that people get the appropriate background checks and all the qualifications done. All of that sort of takes sort of an integration of technology and then really a platform to ensure that when a provider posts a job, it can be quickly responded to get that provider help. And that's not an overnight learning curve. So the ability to sort of do that with the numbers that I shared in Mississippi is really what we've learned over time.
Okay, and you mentioned briefly in your testimony, mechanisms to incentivize participation by both providers and substitutes. What type of things do you feel have been successful in incentivizing that you've seen in other states?
Yeah, I'll give several examples. The first is that if we think about getting substitutes into this market, like we're competing with McDonald's, right? Like that is a more attractive financial option. So there's got to be a way to complement what a sub might typically earn and add to that to make this sort of attractive thing. That's the first thing, is we've got to get substitutes. When you speak to local sub pools, this is the hardest challenge that they have across the country, is recruitment. Beyond that, there are ways to use incentives to help people to travel to farther away jobs. In Mississippi, there's a lot of rural communities. So thinking of travel reimbursements to get somebody to go a little farther distance is a great way to support your more rural, less populous providers. If you think about once you've invested the time to get a substitute, how do you keep that person on the platform? That suggests, are there ways that we can think of like retention bonuses, things like that. All of these are sort of different incentives to complement the work and building a statewide subpool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you all for being here. I'm going to make a kind of a statement. I'm going to kind of piggyback off what Assemblyman Hevesy was talking about as far as wages and pay for child care workers. So a couple of years ago, drastic increase in minimum wage. And while I get the reason behind it, there were warnings that it could have some unintended consequences, and that's what we're seeing. So the increase was not just an increase, it was a drastic increase, and then continues to increase, which put businesses with small margins in peril. And one of those also was the direct care providers. The same thing happened with them. They came up and they were, you know, we need a living wage, we need more, we can't survive, but the margins were just so tight. So our answer was, we'll give you bonuses or retention bonuses, something like this, and we threw bonuses at them. My opinion, that's not a solution, that's a Band-Aid. If that were to be something that were offered up to you, is that a solution or just more of the same?
As long as you are recognizing that it is a Band-Aid, it has to be a step that leads to another step that leads to, to a permanent solution. So we are asking for a more permanent solution to supplement the market rate. We need it to be acknowledged that the current market rates, that the whole system does not work. You know, we cannot continue to be paid what the community can offer if the community cannot offer. And our expenses as caregivers are high. And I'm just going to say real quick, the paying the workforce, paying your assistant and paying yourself, and we haven't been able to pay ourselves, is the #1 expense. Then followed by all of that comes with having a small business and payroll, taxes and liability and insurance. So we are all, and I'm speaking on behalf of residential at this time, we have the expenses of a small business, but we do not get the income that we should have to operate. So we are constantly at a deficit year after year until we just systemically close. So you are right. Yes, we need to move from thinking temporary and more permanent. Yes.
Anybody else? Okay, that was good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Assembly. Oh, let me see. Griffin, are you here? Yes. Did you?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Losing my voice a little bit. Thank you all for being here to testify. My first question is for Kimberly George. I really appreciate the work the Pro Guardianship does, and you did a great job explaining how vital this is. And one question I had was about how many people would you say are in need of a guardian but cannot find one, or you don't have that ability to be matched up with one?
Thank you. It's a great question, and it's unfortunately hard to get at because our court system, which is where the guardianship proceedings go through, have not been collecting great data. So I think it was mentioned earlier when Acting Director Olson was up here that there isn't good data on how many family or friends are serving, how many nonprofits are serving, how many private guardians are serving, and as Senator Krueger pointed out, now we're seeing for-profits get into this business, which I think is not even legal according to the statute. Our proposal would serve 1,500, and we think that that would meet the current need for the judges who are struggling to find guardians for a very specific population, which is people that are living in poverty and people that don't have other supports and often have overlapping, very complicated situations to untangle.
Thank you. I appreciate your goals and would support your funding because it doesn't seem like that much funding to make this happen. And one more thing I wanted to ask and mention, if I have time, to all of you is, with the minimum wage going up, that might have exacerbated issues, but it was already your workers were being paid too low a wage. So to me, it's not like, oh, well, the minimum wage went up, so now you have a problem. You already had a problem because it was a low wage to begin with. So I really support that workforce development. I've spoken to a lot of childcare providers in my district. Mostly they're all women-owned businesses, and it's women working, like some of you have described, working other jobs to enable your business to stay in place. One thing they discussed was the problem of finding suitable workers to help with special ed children that come in. And I just wondered, if anyone wants to speak to that issue. And we don't have that much time, so.
Definitely, children who come to the program and need special attention and have special needs, we have to be able to pay for that.
Yes.
Okay, and also minimum wage is not enough. We want, for people who are working with us as educators, we have to pay educators as educators should be paid, which is not minimum wage. We have to think beyond minimum wage when we're talking about educating children, 0 to 5.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Prasad. A lot of times. I do.
Oh my God. Thank you all for being here. I just wanted to follow up with the Wonder School, because I'm looking at, you have a tremendous amount of resources. The others can't compete with you. What are your salary rates like for, you talk about people leaving, wanting to, you can't compete fast food, but you have a tremendous amount of resources, so you should be able to offer the staffing that you have higher wages. How are you paying them? What are your wages like?
Are you, just to clarify, Senator, are you talking about the substitutes?
Yes.
So the substitutes are not our staff. The substitutes are hired by the
You're hired by
the childcare providers,
Right.
right?
But
And so the recommendation is that when childcare providers, as has been said on this panel, obviously are running on very tight margins in terms of what they can offer a substitute. Our recommendation in terms of the incentives is to take that amount and add a little extra on, which would come out of these dollars that have been allocated for the substitute pool, because that's what's going to allow us to incite demand. That's what's going to make this job now a little more attractive, which is what we need to do, and that's what we've seen in Mississippi. In fact, if we look at Mississippi, Colorado, Washington, anywhere where there are statewide subpools, this is a common practice.
Okay, so so what do you offer, because you're doing a lot of fundraising to get to the funds that you have, right? And you're coming to us asking for the same pool, from the same pool as others who can't fundraise. Why should we be offering money to you and not, in the same pool?
I think the question should be, what does it take to operate successfully a statewide subpool? What is needed to do that? And our belief is that doing that well requires a mix of putting in place the necessary technology platform so that something can scale to support your needs, so that you have real-time data to understand sort of what you're seeing. It requires having sort of the automations in places from the recruitment through the onboarding to get them involved. It requires having the incentives in place. Sort of all of those pieces are necessary to operate a subpool. And so we're here to say that as you think about sort of this legislation, you should be thinking of it with that kind of structure in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Assembly.
Assemblyman Burdick.
Thank you, and I wish to thank all of you for your testimony and the critical work that you perform. And this is a question for Shanita Bowen. You mentioned in your testimony that the top recommendation of the Governor's Child Care Availability Task Force is workforce development. And, I think you've got a lot of support for moving ahead on that in the legislature. But there are many ways in which the state can do this, and I'd be curious as to what you think is the best mechanism. Child care reimbursement rates, the statewide wage supplement program, expanding workforce stabilization grants, and so forth. And please don't tell me all of the above. What would you say would be the best way of addressing it, what would you think would be the most equitable?
Well, thank you for that question. Definitely, I want to say that childcare is a public good. And just like public school is no means,
I think we all agree with that.
yeah.
You know, I think you
I
got a
mean,
lot of support up here.
so
And
it-
so
so
what would you say that we should be focusing on? Should it be the reimbursement rates? Do others have ideas on this on the panel?
If I could just
Sure.
definitely, you know, we'll hear any ideas, but also parental choice. So different providers, different programs, different family child care programs, we offer different levels. So, you know, create a system where if we want to offer more, we would get more. Give us incentives to do more. Pay us according to experience and offerings.
Any others have?
I think you'll hear more about that in another panel with the career lattice and tying compensation to education and experience. We've addressed very well the child care assistance program, right? CCAP is at its highest that it's been ever. The investments are incredible. We have to take care of the workforce, and we have to look at the regional or local differences in compensation, reference the Alice report, what's occurring in
Thank you.
different communities.
Any others in the?
I do just want to reference, I know that there's a lot of momentum around establishing a child care workforce compensation fund, which would really allow us for having a central place to make sure that we're able to address long-term and permanently the need to compensate the workforce adequately.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I think I'm the last senator, so just quickly, not a question, for Kimberly George. Yes, we have to do much more about guardianship. We were very impressed with your model. I don't believe 1,500 people is the universe that we need to serve, so we need to figure out how we expand good models that protect people. From Wonder School. So we take early childhood education quite seriously in the state. We have pre-K, we have 3K, we have daycare, we have home care, family-based care, but we have certification and licensing for everyone. Do your people go through our standards, and are you allowed to even operate in New York under current rules?
I'll speak to Mississippi first. In the case of Mississippi, which is the example that I gave, all the substitutes are going through 100% the state-required guidelines for being in the centers. We follow that to the T. We work very closely with the licensing department. So anywhere where we operate, we are ensuring that we follow 100% the requirements of the state.
So when I was reading your website as you were answering questions, it talks about Missouri, Mississippi, West Virginia. Those states have some of the worst education rankings in the country. We pride ourselves in New York of having and trying to have some of the highest education rankings and recognizing the importance of quality early childhood education because it gets us better outcomes throughout the kids' lives. So you're actually looking for some kind of approval to operate in New York? Am I misunderstanding that?
I'm here to present our recommendations on how to amend the current legislation. And that's where I sort of suggested the different points that I think would make the current legislation meet I think what are really sort of the true goals of the substitute pool. The second thing that I would say just regarding the states is we do work in a number of states, and Michigan is a state that we've been in for many years, and I think you'll find that our goal is always to help states and help providers achieve sort of the best outcomes.
But right now, you're not allowed to operate in New York State under our current rules.
Right now, there is no substitute teacher pool, and we are not approved to be a substitute teacher pool in New York, correct?
Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Giglio?
Yes, I was wondering if any of you could please answer the question when it comes to the 4410 preschools and the 853 schools, which are the not-for-profit schools that deal with special education and mental health. They are, no? because they are at risk of closure because of the low wages and attracting, and those kids will go into the public schools. Anybody?
3 minutes? No, something was wrong. You didn't really use 3 minutes.
It's okay.
She used the rest of my time, sorry. Let's give her, you already had your question, let's roll with the answers, okay?
Thank you.
Just say, I know we'd be happy to follow up with you on that. There are some recommendations around the 4410s, around some of the state recommendations that have occurred recently and wanting to support that, but I don't have those in front of me. But I'd be very happy to follow up with you with those afterwards.
That'd be great. And also the continuation of education when children turn, or when people turn 22 in the middle of the school year and the funding cuts off right when they turn 22. So if you could get back to me with that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, then that ends this panel D. Thank you very much for your testimonies. And we'll move to panel E. Northern Rivers Family of Services, the New York Foundling, Council of Family and Child Caring Agencies, and United Ways of New York State. Okay, I had a feeling. Is one missing?
Yay. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, we're missing one entity, so if you would just introduce yourselves, just your name and your organization, so the people in the booth know what names to put up on the board.
So we get their time too?
No. Good, yeah, that's a good try. So how are you? Good.
I'm Michelle Newman. I'm the Associate Executive Director upstate at Kafka.
I'm Bill Getman, CEO of Northern Rivers Family Services here in the Capital District.
Hi, I'm Therese Daly, President and CEO of the United Ways of New York State.
United Way, all righty, so we're missing the Foundling. All right. You're on.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's Michelle Newman, Associate Executive Director at Kafka, representing over 100 nonprofit organizations providing foster care, prevention, adoption, and juvenile justice services in New York. First, I want to strongly emphasize the collective human services sector ask for an investment at 7.8% instead of the 2.1% included in the executive budget, which is previously known as the Human Services COLA. Our members report experiencing significant costs to operate their programs, including health insurance increases of 15 to 20%. Food expenses have grown more than 10%. Insurance costs have increased by 20 to 40% for some. Additionally, agencies are struggling with staff recruitment and to raise salaries in order to stem significant turnover in the sector. We request that the legislature include language in their One House budgets to strengthen these investments by ensuring foster care rates grow year and including prevention and health home care management programs. Next, the Family First Prevention Services Act provides the state with the opportunity to draw down federal Title IV-E funding for prevention services. While New York has had an approved prevention plan for some time now, the state has yet to draw down these funds. We encourage the state to maximize federal Title IV-E funding and reinvest these savings back into community services, including in primary prevention services as proposed in the Child and Family Wellbeing Fund, and increasing prevention funding to support programs and the workforce that help families safely remain together. Last but decidedly not least, providers must be able to obtain liability insurance in order to provide foster care services. Due to social inflation and increasing pressures in the insurance market specifically related to foster care, agencies in New York State and nationwide are experiencing significant challenges in accessing coverage. This is becoming an increasingly urgent issue. There are very few insurance providers in the sector already, and we are seeing the field get even smaller in recent months. In late August of last year, the Nonprofit Insurance Alliance of California, which insured 90% of family foster care agencies in the state, announced it would no longer insurance coverage for family foster care providers across the state. That was as of October 1st. This change on such short notice created a crisis in the sector in California, and to date, there is still no current statewide solution. Then in January, the same company announced that effective April 1st of this year, they will not renew umbrella coverage for any of their insured foster family agencies nationwide. We urgently request that the state intervene to stabilize the insurance market for nonprofit child welfare agencies providing foster care in New York State. If our providers who care for more than 80% of the children and youth in foster care across the state aren't able to provide these services, this responsibility will fall on the counties, and the infrastructure is not there to take on that load. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bill Getman, CEO of Northern Rivers. We're a human service provider. We serve 18,000 individuals from the age of 6 weeks old to Medicare-eligible seniors. We provide foster care, prevention, mental health counseling, 853 schools, early Head Start, and child care. We serve 42 counties. While the governor's budget addresses affordability, all good for New Yorkers, the not-for-profit sector has ignored in her budget. The 2.1% is this underfunded insult, quite frankly, to our sector. We are the safety net for all New Yorkers, be it childcare, be it social work, be it healthcare. The not-for-profit sector is so fragile today that unless we infuse new dollars for our workforce to pay for our insurance, we're going to have closures, we're going to have higher wait lists, we're going to have kids in school who can't get special education services. We're in a crisis. And while affordability is an important issue for everyone in New York State, we need to invest in our workforce and in the sector. As Michelle pointed out, insurance costs are double digits. Food is up 14%, and as a residential provider, I think we should provide high-quality food for our kids. Every single day we are faced with an increase that's not supported by the state of New York. At the same time, the foster home insurance crisis could put agencies out of business, send kids back to congregate care, or leave them in unsafe situations. We need a risk pool. Our third recommendation deals with the creation of a fund to support justice under the Child Victims Act. We need to find a solution to this problem that is both just for individuals, but also keeps the viability of the sector alive. My last recommendation, related a little bit to health or to schools, because we run a school, is we support the school cell phone ban, because it's a good thing for kids to educate, especially those with mental health needs and those who have social and emotional. So again, we support the efforts in the past to keep our sector alive and vital, but it's a very serious tipping point right now, and we need investment of resources, we need additional flexibility as it relates to the workforce, and we need innovation. So we encourage you to press for those things in your final budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairpersons Kruger, Pretlow, Persan, Davila, Hevesi, Brisport, as well as the distinguished members of the Senate and Assembly. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you today to elevate the essential priorities for the United Way of New York State. My name is Therese Daly, and I am the new President and CEO of the United Way of New York State. The core mission of United Way is to be a leader and an advocate for community solutions. Every day, the 32 local United Ways work with local communities to help find solutions to complex problems. They work collaboratively with community partners to define issues that impact health, education, and financial stability of individuals and families across New York. As the new president and CEO, I look to invest more than $160 million in our communities statewide. To continue our impact on local communities, United Way New York State once again is seeking your support for essential priorities to be included in the 25-26 enacted state budget. Your support will help the United Way maintain, sustain, and build on these effective initiatives. We're requesting $2.8 million investment in the 211, which is a $400,000 increase over last year's enacted budget, but it will help maintain and expand access to 211. An investment in the 211 system is needed now more than ever. We were once again disappointed to see the lack of funding and support included in the governor's budget proposal. We have requested, as part of the 30-day amendments, a reconsideration and also shared important information on the importance of 211 yesterday, which was National 211 Day, a day celebrated in communities across New York. We greatly appreciate the support of the legislature to ensure funding for 211 has been included in the past budget. The next item is United Way of New York is requesting the legislature maintain the governor's $7 million investment in the Dolly Parton Imagination Library Program in the enacted state budget. United Way supports early literacy, and many local United Ways across New York have been participating in this program. On to universal school meals. We were thrilled to see Governor Hochul's historic initiative to ensure every single one of New York's over 2.7 million students can receive both breakfast and lunch. We request that the legislature maintain the governor's investment to fund universal school meals and provide free breakfast and lunch to all students across the state. Lastly, the United Way of New York State is incredibly supportive of the expansion of the Empire State Child Care Credit. As reported in our ALICE report in 2022, 40% of the families with children in New York were below the ALICE threshold. This expansion will allow more than 1 million families to receive financial assistance and allow individuals to have a direct payment of up to $330 per child. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Hevesy.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. It's good to see all of you. Let me start here. Ms. Daly, thank you for talking about 211. I feel like Donna Lupardo is not going to be mad at me because we've talked about this. 211, you're absolutely right. I thought we were closer to potentially getting into the executive budget because it's a service that the state provides now. So in the absence of that, I want to say thank you for the work on 211, and also that I hope my colleagues will join me in the legislature in pushing to continue and add funding to the 211 system that you recommended. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, and thank you for your support continually.
You got it. Mr. Getman, it's good to see you, sir. Let me start with, I totally agree about the 2.1 COLA. 7.8, is that enough? Yeah. Am I subtle? That's perfect. You know what? I'm done. I have no more questions for this gentleman. Thank you.
In support of your bill, Zod's bill, and Senator Ray.
You know what? I would like to cede the rest of my time to Mr. Getman.
And Senator Ramos's bill on the employee wage board, I think it would be an important conversation to have in the future also.
I appreciate it. And actually, I have a joint question for you and Ms. Newman, if I can. So first, Ms. Newman, thank you. One thing you mentioned that I'm interested in all of it, but one thing I'm really interested is the potential to draw down on the Title IV-E money. Do we have a sense of why that's not happening? Is it, my original understanding, and this, forgive me, from years ago, is that programs have to be evidence-based, and that was a distinct problem in using that money, but the state has drawn down none of the Title IV-E money, or very little of it?
My understanding is, everyone. My understanding is that there was a delay in getting federal approval for the actual spending plan, for which I believe they have now, and it is a matter of getting evidence-based models up and running. It is quite difficult in upstate to get those models running because there's joint risk among the county and the provider. But we're very interested in seeing those funds get taken advantage of and any savings generated reinvested back into the system.
Perfect.
I would add, Assemblyman, that there's a 19% local share, which is always a caution flag for local counties. And then in addition, the evidence-based models require the most highly qualified and credentialed staff. So this leads us right back. Are there enough social workers, clinical social workers, mental health counselors, addiction specialists? So again, we've got to address all parts of the system, which is workforce piece, the administrative burden, cost allocation, et cetera.
I have 10 seconds. Can you each, Mr. Getman and Ms. Newman, tell me in one word what would happen if New York State loses its liability insurance for its voluntary foster care agencies?
Hotels.
Return to orphanages.
Thank you very much. I appreciate both of you.
Can a senator jump in? No. Gee, Assemblyman Ra.
Thank you. Going back to 211, can you just detail a little bit what that extra money would enable you to do in terms of expanding the system?
Thank you so much, first of all, Assemblymember Ra, for your support over the years. Secondly, thank you for the question. So yes, what is happening is 211, for those of you who don't know, is an emergency line. We help with resources. We help everyone 365 days a year, 24/7. So what is happening, the calls are becoming more complex and they're taking longer because there's not only more of those in crisis, but there's more severity to the crisis. It's taking longer. Also, a number of individuals call for the first time, and when you call for the first time, the calls also take longer as well. And the costs just to generate operations are increasing, as is everyone is experiencing. And then also, I would just say, there have been a lot of weather and natural disaster-related events that have happened, and those are not refunded through with 211. So the costs are technically eaten.
Okay. And with my remaining time, if either of you want to expand upon Mr. Hevesi's question regarding what happens if our foster agencies lose access to insurance, I would be happy to hear from you.
Yeah, so they're required, our agencies are required by their county contracts to have liability insurance, and if they don't have that, they can't legally provide the services. The responsibility at that point falls to the county, and if the county is not able to have the capacity to do that work, which many of them currently don't do, our agencies provide 100% of the foster care, family foster care in New York City, and 80% statewide. Then there's going to be a real problem finding placements for children.
And right now, we already know that some kids are placed in hotels or motels because of lack of placement resources. If we had several thousand foster children, where would they go? They would end up either in hotels, as Michelle said, or they're going to end up in congregate facilities, which makes absolutely no sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all of you for being here. I just wanted to say, I agree with the 7.8 makes absolute sense. So I don't think we're getting anyone to argue that point. I just wanted to speak about the loan forgiveness incentive programs to recruit and retain mental health clinicians and child welfare workers. So this is already been, you're looking to continue, but sometimes we never hear directly how you've seen this impact, like how have you seen this work, that you are getting more workers and you're retaining them. So I'd love someone to speak on that.
Yeah, so the loan forgiveness program that's coming out of OMH for mental health clinicians serving children hasn't yet been implemented, so we don't have an impact. We're waiting for the RFP. We anticipate that will be out soon. That's funded at $4 million and continued in the executive budget. The child welfare loan forgiveness and scholarship programs are currently only funded at $50,000 each. Last year, the legislature increased the scholarship program by $100,000, so the total was $150,000, with a maximum award of $10,000. The maximum number of folks that can be assisted at that level is 5. So it's really hard to quantify a system-wide impact of such a small number. It's why we're asking for those programs to be increased to $1 million each.
I can say on the ground level, we privately raise for loan forgiveness, and it allows teachers and social workers specifically to stay longer. So we get an additional year to 2 years of tenure out of them because we're helping them with their loans.
Okay, good. All right, well, thank you very much.
Nope, that closes this panel.
Thank you so much.
7.8, thank you.
2.8, 2.8.
Just one quick question. How many calls annually does 211 handle?
Oh, well, Thank you, Assemblymember Pretlow.
I didn't
for your
hear,
sup-
'cause-
Thank you for your support in the past. Yes, so across the state, we had 2,045,078 calls alone in 2024.
And how many total employees are answering these calls?
That's a really good question. I'm on my 31st day, so I feel like that's a 32nd day answer. In all seriousness, I would say probably about 150, if not more.
What, 150 people handle 2 million calls?
Yes,
Are
I'm
they
sure.
paid or volunteers?
I can follow up with you with the exact number because I'm not confident in that number.
You're the new president. You'll get to know these.
Like I
things
said,
soon.
31 days. But I will get you that. I will follow up with you on that exact information. There might be some discrepancy between part-time and full-time workers as well.
Okay. Thank you. And you're operating 24 hours a day?
Yes, sir. So 365 days, 24/7. So we are always there to help. And just one other plug for it as well. It has been consistent even despite crises and weather-related events, et cetera. It's always been standing strong.
Okay, I only hear good things about you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you work for the Assembly or the Senate? I can't remember.
I don't look familiar. I don't remember. I don't remember. Raising New York, Association of New York State Youth Bureaus, New York State Network for Youth Success, New York Early Childhood Development, Professional Development, and the Adirondack Birth to 3 Alliance. Oh, I guess young kids. Okay. Before we start, just for the benefit of the people in the booth, could you all just announce your name and your organization before you start your testimony? You can start on my right. I guess that's you.
Hi, Kate Ryan.
Okay.
With the New York State Network for Youth Success.
Jen O'Connor, convener of Raising New York.
Donna Anderson, New York Early Childhood Professional Development Institute.
Okay, thank you. Where do you want to start? You got it.
I'll go first. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Kate Ryan, and I'm the director of the Adirondack Birth to 3 Alliance at Adirondack Foundation. We're a coalition of childcare providers, employers, community organizations, and parents across the Adirondacks and the North Country dedicated to ensuring all of our region's families are able to thrive. I would like to use my time today to share with you a portrait of an Adirondack family childcare provider. She lives in Franklin County. She's a 35-minute drive to the local grocery store and an hour-and-a-half drive to the Child Care Resource Center, critical partners in helping her to become a family child care provider. She's a mother, most likely with 1 or 2 young children under the age of 3 years old. Her child care provider closed, and she can't find anyone else to provide care. She leaves her employment and seeks to become a licensed family child care provider. She starts the process to become licensed with the help of the local CCRC. Her home did not meet the requirements, so she had to invest $500 for water testing and remediation, $1,000 for a backyard fence. Upon inspection, her wood stove was found to have had a chimney fire, and instead of having to pay $10,000 in repairs, she instead chooses to cap the chimney and remove the pipe. This all takes time. She found childcare coverage and transportation to the CCRC and participated in the 3-day in-person training sessions. After a long, expensive 6 months, she received her license as a family child care provider. She did it all while caring for her children with no income. Finally, she opens her first business to help financially support her family. On any given day, the first child arrives at 6 a.m. and the last child leaves at 6 p.m. In the evenings or weekends, she's meal planning, cleaning, cooking, bookkeeping, shopping, communicating with parents, and completing required activities to maintain licensure. She's immediately hit with trying to balance the requirements of the business, the needs of the families that rely on her, and her own family obligations, all while spending large amounts of time creating lessons and activities that support the development of the young learners she is responsible for educating, the most important part of the job. In 2023, 21.3% of Franklin County children lived in poverty. The true cost of running a family childcare business outpaces the fee she can charge her families, so she goes without her own salary. In a year or two, her own children become eligible for universal pre-kindergarten, and she closes her business and looks for employment elsewhere. The children and families she has served are now without childcare and have to make their own decisions regarding employment. This cycle starts over, but our families and local economy remain stagnant without growth or opportunities for advancement. Our children go without consistent care and education and the secure attachments to their providers, a critical, if not the most critical, part of child development. Essentially, the system of childcare as it is today doesn't work. It doesn't work for our children, our families, our providers, our employers. It definitely doesn't work for the Adirondack region and other rural areas. We need universal childcare. We need investments in infrastructure and workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As mentioned early on, my name is Trudy, and I'm the Policy Director at the New York State Network for Youth Success. And as the statewide after-school network, we are committed to increasing access to high-quality after-school, summer, and expanded learning programs across the state. I want to read a statement provided to us from an after-school provider that I think directly speaks to how after-school investments are vital for New York's youth, working families, and the state's economic future. It says, after-school funding has been life-changing for our community and school districts, as it has provided safe space for youth in enriching and supervised settings. It creates jobs, helps families maintain jobs, promotes overall health and well-being for the youth and entire family unit. While several funding streams support after-school in our state, I want to focus my testimony on the LEAPS grant and why we think there should be continued investment there. LEAPS was a promising step forward for after school, and it introduced much needed reforms, including a revised funding allocation to help provide further financial support to providers and efforts to advance payments and streamline the contracting process. And it also incorporated a positive youth development approach, ensuring high quality learning experiences that help young people thrive. However, despite these important improvements, notable challenges, or rather, should I say, opportunities emerge. Some after-school providers that previously relied on Advantage and Empire State grants did not receive LEAPS funding and have seen disruptions or anticipated closures. The exclusion of youth over 13 and older from the grant has also left some middle and high school students without the after-school support that they used to receive. Additionally, delays in securing a technical assistance provider have left programs without key guidance and resources, while workforce shortages continue to threaten the stability of the sector. We believe that this year's budget can help chart a path towards a stronger foundation, enabling expansive access to high-quality, well-supported after-school programs by doing three things. Firstly, we want to see an allocation of an additional $180 million to expand LEAPS. About $155 million of that would provide support to applicants that were eligible but not funded under the program, and also about $25 million to help restore access after-school support for middle and high school students. Currently, we know that about a third of eligible applicants received funding, leaving about 48,000 youth who could benefit from after-school programs without access. Secondly, we want to see dedication of $5 billion for school-age childcare and after-school quality supports through the network in our critical positioning as the statewide after-school network. And then thirdly, we echo the call to establish a permanent childcare workforce compensation fund to ensure after-school professionals receive fair wages and career development opportunities. We know after-school summer and expanded learning programs are a lifeline for families and communities alike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Raising New York is the statewide coalition that focuses on children aged 0 to 5 and their families. These are our 4 top priorities. Number 1, ensure that the state adopts the recommendations of the Child Poverty Reduction Advisory Council. While we support all of the CPRAC's recommendations, we're most focused on the child tax credit. We're excited about the governor's proposal, but would like to see that be made permanent, include children up to age 18, and North Star be the working families tax credit. Our second priority is provide long-term sustainable investments in the childcare sector. Shanita said that better than I can, so I'm not going to repeat what she said. But I will tell you that members of the Childcare Availability Task Force, which I sat on for 7 years, sent a letter just yesterday to the governor and to legislative leadership, urging them to address the workforce issue, which was the task force's #1 recommendation. We strongly support school-age childcare and the New York State Network for Success. I won't repeat what Trudy just had to say. Number 3 is ensure that all families have access to comprehensive maternal and child health programs, services, and supports. To that effect, we are highly supportive of the birth allowance for beginning year baby benefit. We just hope to see that increased and extended to 18 months postpartum as opposed to just a one-time payment at birth. We were also pleased to see the Baby to Baby Newborn Baby Box Initiative included in the executive budget, but this leads me to our disappointment that there is no increase in home visiting, particularly the Parent Child Plus program, and no move toward a universal voluntary home visiting program. In order for proposals like Baby to be successful, one-on-one human interaction in the form of research-based home visits are necessary. The state should pair the proposed initiative with strategic investments in home visiting, including restoration of $200,000 and an increase of $300,000 for Parent Child Plus. Finally, number 4 is to increase early literacy. We are thrilled with the $7 million investment in Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. We ask that that be paired with a $3 million investment in the Reach Out and Read program to serve 95 waitlisted clinics across the state. And since I have 48 seconds left, I will say that, again, in terms of childcare, we had a call with some folks in New York City last week. They have a $240 million funding gap based on the fact that they implemented the market rate and expanded eligibility. We need to make good on those promises and help New York City pay for those slots. You can have my 28 minutes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Donna Anderson. I'm the Executive Director of the New York Early Childhood Professional Development Institute. We are located at the City University of New York. I'm really excited to be here with all my colleagues and those who have presented earlier today. And I'm happy to say that I'm here to bring some good news. New York has been really smart about how it has invested in childcare. And 3 of the systems that New York has invested in have smartly, and that my organization has the honor to be able to operate, has really laid the foundation for all the things that we've been talking about here today. So I want to highlight a few of those here first. So first of all, I want to talk about the Aspire Registry. This is New York State's Early Childhood Workforce Registry. This is an online platform. It's a data system that already exists, that already is utilized by a majority of child care centers in our state and a number of our family and home-based centers, as well as some of our after-school programs. And this is really the statewide system that offers a lot of information about the data, about what the workforce does, who they are, what kind of experience and education they have, and where there are areas of opportunity to improve. And so working in conjunction with our CCR&R partners, we see this as a vital part of a substitute pool in the future. This is building on infrastructure that already exists. We are a statewide system that then augments the very local work that CCR&Rs are going to be able to do in this space. So it's thrilling to know that New York was smart enough to really start investing in that system 10 years ago. The other system that I want to talk about today is Quality Stars New York. This is our state's quality rating and improvement system for early childhood programs. We currently serve almost 2,000 programs across all different modalities, centers, school-based programs, home-based programs, and others, including 4410 programs. And what we are looking to do is, of course, expand this. Quality Stars really works very closely with the director, the program leader, to measure their impact and to look at their own quality and how to improve that. And one of the things that Quality Stars does, along with Aspire, is really provides not only a way to improve quality, it also provides a way to for programs to be accountable, and for you to hold us accountable and programs accountable for the significant public investment that you are making through the CCAP, through pre-K and 3K, through all the public investments that these programs receive. These are the systems that help to really keep them accountable and help improve their quality.
Thank you. Assemblyman Hevesy?
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. I appreciate it. Ms. Ryan, I'm just going to go down the list. That was really, really helpful to hear that provider experience, and that can't be specific just to the Adirondacks. That's all across the state. And listen, when you're sitting here and telling us that the system just doesn't work, we're listening. So we very, very much appreciate that. Trudy, it's good to see you. I have a couple questions for you, if I can, about the LEAPS program. So when the conversion to LEAPS happened, obviously, not obviously, the OCFS focused on elementary school kids. Earlier today, the commissioner of OCFS said they're about to put out an RFP to catch all the other kids. I think it was about 3,000 kids that we didn't get before. Yet in your testimony, you mentioned that that would cost, I think, $25 million. Am I right or wrong about that? So how is OCFS putting out an RFP without any money behind it?
Thank you so much, Assemblymember, for that question. So this $25 million is actually based on our calculations of how many students, middle and high school students, were served by Advantage after school. We didn't have the data for Empire State After School Program. And then based on the information we had, it seems about 35% were served, 35% of programs served middle and high school students. So based on that number, we're able to come to that $25 million or so.
That's great. I appreciate that. I'm going to move on to Ms. O'Connor. And Ms. O'Connor, it's good to see you. If I'm hearing you correctly, the Assembly should reject any assistance for literacy and reject the Dolly Parton Library? Is that it?
We can.
No, absolutely. Just kidding. Could you talk to me about home visiting for a second?
I can talk to you about home. I
And
can
the
talk about
importance of home
all day.
visiting? Now that I threw you off a little bit, we are completely for the Dolly Parton Library, just saying.
Don't blow it for me
yeah,
at the last
home
minute.
visiting.
Home visiting. Home visiting improves health outcomes. It increases school readiness. It decreases child abuse and neglect. There are a couple of research-based programs across the state, Healthy Families New York, Parent Child Plus, and Nurse Family Partnership. Parent Child Plus sits at this table, so that's why we're talking about it here. Parent Child Plus actually goes into, on a voluntary basis, into homes to work with families, but also goes into home-based childcare programs to work with providers. And its focus is on early literacy, so we're a big fan of that.
Great. Thanks for bearing with me. And Ms. Anderson, I'd love to, we have no time, but I'd love to talk to you offline about the Aspire registry and how we can maximize the use of that existing resource. We haven't really given that a ton of thought, so I'd love to brainstorm with you.
I'm happy to set up a conversation at any time. We have a lot of data and a lot of opportunity.
Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Senator.
Senator Bridgeport.
Thank you. I was worried that the Assembly member was going to steal my thunder. I had some questions about the Aspire registry as well, but I'm very interested and I'm curious if you could expand on it more for us. Tell us, how many providers or actually childcare workers are currently registered there versus how many are in the workforce in general, and if there are what barriers you may see to having additional providers register with it.
So the Aspire registry is the state's workforce registry. As I mentioned, the coverage, we have about 70% of licensed child care centers represented in the registry. Our home-based providers are a little bit lower. We've got about 11% of family child care providers and 17% of group family child care providers, but statewide, all across the state. We've made significant improvements in the last year to make it easier to get into Aspire and to utilize Aspire. There's now an app, makes it just a lot easier, especially for folks who are on the go, to access what they need to access, to upload documents, and really be able to utilize all the tools that are there as part of that. We have about 40,000 users altogether. That includes not only childcare serving folks, but also trainers, coaches, a lot of these additional folks that are necessary, that are supports for our childcare providers to make sure that they're qualified to do their jobs, that they have the proper education and backgrounds to be able to do that important work as well. And of course, always happy to speak more with you about the opportunities that might be provided. But I will say we're doing some really exciting stuff around how to connect data systems behind the scenes so that it makes it as easy as possible for the end user, for our child care owners and operators and workforce to be able to use the system, and that they are really reducing the administrative burden that's required.
Thank you so much.
Well, I guess I just have a question for Ms. Ryan. Are you advocating that the requirements for doing daycare are too stringent or too expensive and is pricing people out? Or, because it sounded like you're saying that it was really expensive to start doing daycare. I mean, I'm thinking back when my son was born, it was called back then a babysitter, and it was $25 a week. And, you know, she did fine, but she had 3 kids and they all were in the same little room. Now, you couldn't do that. Now you need so many square feet, you need so much recreation, you have to have a certain kind of food. So I know there are a lot of requirements that are there, but those are all supposedly for the safety and the well-being of the individual, for the young people. So that's one of the reasons that it costs $23,000 and up for child care now. But your testimony, it sounded like you were saying that it was overbearing for people that are living in the Adirondacks.
Although those are the barriers that exist, I think, you know, what I really want you all to leave today with is that we need to support the workforce providing the care and the education so that they're willing to jump through those hoops and stay in the career and the business so that they can grow and they can expand, they can access quality stars, they can provide, you know, continual service and education for the children in our region. And so it's worthwhile for them to make that time and financial investment for themselves and for the community.
Okay, thank you. Senator?
No, I think not. Thank you very much. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call panel G, Albany Naming Center, Legal Service Access Alliance, SAGE, and Good Shepherd Services.
Isn't that what you like?
Never heard chocolate.
What is usually covered with? Well, excuse me.
I've never seen a chocolate payday before.
Well, you're moving up in the world.
See, this is the income. Unless you get to see it.
I have, yes.
It's like that.
Do not like chocolate.
I like chocolate.
Oh, well.
Is this just us?
Does that mean we get
Harry?
6? I don't know. That's not my problem.
Are we missing anyone else who's here for this panel?
We're
Nice
here,
to
that's
see
all
you.
we can do.
I know so many people. Hello, everyone.
For the record, one of those people was our counsel until recently.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Let us know when we can start.
First, introduce yourselves so that they know at the booth which is which.
Oh, sure. Brian Ellicott, Cook, Sage.
Nick Rangel, Executive Director of Legal Aid Society for Northeastern New York.
Welcome, the two of you.
Thank you.
Ladies first.
If I can be called such. Okay. Hello. I've been here all day. So have you. It's really wonderful to be here, senators and assembly members and esteemed colleagues. I just introduced myself. I'm Nick Rangel. I'm the executive director at LASNY. LASNY's service area covers 30% of upstate New York, from Columbia County to Canada and the St. Regis Mohawk Reservation. Today, I'm here as a board member for the Legal Services Access Alliance. The Alliance is grateful for the opportunity to speak at this legislative budget hearing today. We are a membership association that represents 7 of the largest providers of free civil legal services outside of New York City and includes Neighborhood Legal Services, Legal Assistance of Western New York, Legal Services of Central New York, Legal Aid Society of Mid-New York, Legal Aid Society of Northeastern New York, and Legal Services of Hudson Valley, and Legal Services of Long Island. All but one of us are grantees of the Legal Services Corporation, which is an independent 501c3 led by a bipartisan board of directors at the federal level.
We collectively serve every county outside of New York City, and we employ over 900 legal service workers. We are deeply grateful for the governor's continued commitment of $35 million in her executive budget for the Eviction Prevention Housing Stability Program through the Office for Temporary and Disability Assistance, OTDA. This vital program provides essential legal services and representation for eviction cases outside of New York City. Further, the legislature's additional appropriation of $15 million last year to expand this program throughout New York State has helped bridge funding gaps and other pandemic-related sources have dried up. And it's working. This program, through its various iterations since the first tranche of ERAP, has drastically expanded access to civil legal services across the state, helping keep more people in place by preventing evictions while also distributing millions in rent arrears and rent assistance. This helps keep rent units affordable and prevents foreclosures as well. In fact, over 100,000 people have been served in the 57 counties outside of New York City with this program. Over 43,000 cases have been closed by Alliance members and their subcontractors. More than 325 jobs have been created, though some positions remain difficult to fill, and the vicarious trauma of eviction work contributes to issues of turnover. We are still very glad that we've been able to expand our services with so many new positions. 6 collaborations and partnerships have been created with New York law schools to recruit and train new lawyers in housing defense and eviction law. We've created 35 paid legal internships that help to cultivate a more diverse and robust pipeline of civil legal service providers. 25 subcontractors have been engaged to further broaden services to tenants, and we've developed a statewide toll-free number, including an intake portal to increase access for legal representation to tenants.
Thank you.
Of course.
I guess this should say good evening, I guess. My name is Brian Ellicott Cook. I am the Director of Government Relations at SAGE. On behalf of SAGE and the LGBTQ+ elders and older adults living with HIV whom we serve, thank you to the members of both the Senate and the Assembly for holding this hearing today and providing a platform for SAGE to present our state budget priorities. Just to highlight, we are asking for the $650K of continued funding and $450K of new funding given the attacks against the TGMB and immigrant communities that we are seeing under the current president administration. I'm going to keep this really short. My testimony's on the record. I wanted to thank Senator Jessica Scarpella-Stanton as a born and raised Staten Islander for her dedication to the SAGE Vets program. It's a program that I was the program manager of up until 8 months ago. I come from a military and veteran family, and that program has saved lives of LGBTQ+ veterans, not only through discharge upgrades, but by making sure that they are connected to the services that they sometimes distrust. That is the essential component of the SAGE Vets program. That is the same essential components that are part of our SAGE Positive program and our SAGE Trans program. And we know now more than ever that older adults of trans and non-binary experience are going to go through hardships where they distrust our state and federal governments, and they're going to need folks like me to stand up for them, which means I need funding from all of you to make that happen. I don't think I need to explain to any of you right now the attacks against LGBTQ+ people and that New Yorkers are scared. However, we know by evidence, like last week, there was a bunch of you with me outside NYU, that we are committed to keeping LGBTQ+ New Yorkers safe, whether they are young or aging. So I wanted to say thank you for your support, and I welcome any questions, because it's been a long day.
Assembly?
I have one quick question. Do you, when you're in legal services, do you deal with undocumented individuals?
So LSC-funded programs are prohibited under federal regulation from serving undocumented individuals. However, the state's eviction prevention funding has allowed us to subcontract with providers specifically for the provision of eviction services to undocumented households. And our program and all of the other ERAP recipients have done exactly that.
Okay, and do you get any direct federal funding?
Yes, about 12% of my budget and a larger percent for other LSC programs receive federal funding. And in fact, part of really why this funding at the state level is so crucial is that some of our state programs, some of our federal programs like HUD are subject to the funding freeze evaluations and could be at risk of being cut in the near future.
And I guess if you lost that federal funding, it would be devastating to your organization.
Absolutely. Many organizations would shutter or would have to end some of their very crucial programs. Some of those programs include HIV/AIDS legal services. Again, I mentioned HUD programming, which is a right to counsel funding stream at the federal level. Potentially some of our domestic violence work, which does serve people who are undocumented.
So, Mr. Cook, same questions to you. She said 12% of their budget comes from federal money. What percentage of federal money goes to your organization?
I'd have to get back to you on that, but I can look into it and get back to you. We've already had one of our programs suspended, but a great deal of our HIV work is done through the Ryan White funding, so that's a big component
Well,
of
that's
that.
federal money. And
Yeah,
it's
exactly, but I don't have a
subject.
percentage for you. I'm a bad numbers guy.
Thank you. Is that it?
I want to thank you both for your work. I know your organization, SAGE, I know the legal services world, and Nick Ringel forever. Brian, I know how hard this is if you are LGBTQ in this country at this moment. And yes, no doubt, you're not going to get government money, federal money. That might be the least bad thing that would happen, to be fair. But I just want to remind everyone, we passed a constitutional amendment that went into effect in January that we're not allowed to discriminate against people based on their LGBTQ status. And it doesn't matter what the federal government says, we are still not allowed to discriminate against people in the state of New York. So on a personal note, I'm telling every LGBTQ family member and friend who lives in any other state in the country, come to New York. We're still welcoming. We're still open to everybody coming. And guess what? We usually just work everything out and live in peace here in New York, and that's my goal for us in the future. So I know it's going to be really tough going, but I think it's also really important that we do all stand together and that we make it clear this is New York. This doesn't happen here. So thank you both for your work.
And I have a late entry. Assemblywoman Simon?
So thank you both for your testimony. Brian, thank you. It's great to see you here with SAGE, which is an organization I certainly have supported throughout the years. Do you have any sense of the increasing numbers of seniors with HIV who would be more likely to seek your services going forward, particularly if we have federal cuts?
So I believe, according to the data I have from there's like up to 36% new HIV cases amongst the state of people over the age of 50. And that's mostly because until recently, your primary care physician did not encourage you to get tested. So yes, rates are going up, but I would say people who are living with HIV are living longer, which means they are in need of services for longer. So we are happy that people are living longer lives. However, they will need medications and services for longer in their life.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Rangel, just curious about retention of attorneys. One of the concerns I have had and have recommended, of course, is to expand the student loan repayment program. Are the legal services attorneys with your organization similarly affected by that?
Yes, of course. So we've been working with groups like Empire Justice Center on counseling law students and undergrad students on loan repayment options if the public service forgiveness program is eliminated. LASNY and many legal service programs and LSC itself provide reimbursement to people who are making payments on their student loans. it does have to be after the payment's been made, but we're trying to help bridge that gap. We do use funding from many sources, and I would say that supporting additional funding for IOLA is one way that we are bridging the salary gaps to help ensure that we're paying student loans, but also that we're paying competitive wages. And we would respectfully request that the legislature add a $2.5 million in funding to IOLA to continue the work that we're doing with IOLA on the Justice Infrastructure Program and the many other programs that IOLA is supporting at the state level that's helping us with some of these federal challenges.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for being here and all the work you do. And Brian, it's just such an incredible honor to represent the Sage Center that's located in Brooklyn. I was curious, in addition to your budgetary request, I know this is a budget hearing, but are there any other legislative suggestions that you're looking at for what we should be doing in this new era that we are in?
So we are part of the coalition for the Compassionate Care Act, which around death with dignity, which I'm sure they spoke about yesterday in the health hearing. And we are also looking at a long-term home-based community Bill of Rights. We know that last year the legislature passed the Healthcare Bill of Rights, which was quite expansive. However, given the state of how things are looking in the federal government, even though Senator Krueger did say that we here have Prop 1 and all of the things that came in the Constitution with that, we are seeing a spike in fear when it comes to LGBTQ plus older adults having folks come into their home to even do like plumber changes, adding grab bars to your shower. People are fearful of what it looks like to be an LGBTQ plus person and invite someone into your home to do contracted work.
Thank you.
Okay. Assemblywoman Romero?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question, but I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out Nick for the incredible work that you've been doing. Nick's a constituent of mine, and I just wanted to really thank you for the intense work and legal services that you've been doing. You're not necessarily within my practice area, but I've seen you as an attorney shine and be such a great leader and mentor for other attorneys. And it's really wonderful to see another attorney be a mentor like that and really shine and help other attorneys. And it's great to see you here testifying and waiting all day. So thank you for the work that you're doing in the legal field. Thank you for the people that you're helping every single day. And thank you for waiting all day to testify. And for helping us kind of do the work that we are doing as legislators and guiding us in the work as we work through this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you both for your testimony. And this concludes Panel G.
All right.
I am now calling Panel H.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimonies. Supportive Housing Network of New York, New Destiny Housing, Immigration Law and Justice of New York, United Neighborhood Houses, and Essential Care Visitor.
This week, she just told me only 3 of them checked.
I think I gotta call them anyway.
No, I got you. And there's only one person in the next panel.
Yeah.
This last person that checked in. I said, who is it?
Is Hunger Solutions of New York here? You want to join this panel? Okay.
Flies today.
It's supposed to be bad weather, I think.
I guess that's why.
I don't know if it is.
Here's my vote for Ways and Means, Chair.
I think I'm feverish.
No, this is the only, everyone else is left for the day.
I feel like I'm having like hot
Okay, just to
flashes.
double check. If there's anyone else here who thinks they're scheduled to testify, come down,
Give you some
please.
room. I don't want to get.
There's some more here. Okay. All right, we've got another one and maybe another one.
You said they didn't check in. I didn't sort of.
Well, that's why I asked.
But I called everyone. They didn't come down.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing my best.
I read them all up, didn't I?
Well, maybe they were for the last one. And then when you called Hunger, they shut up too. It's fine. We'll pull up another chair. We can all be friends. They better introduce themselves.
Okay, could everyone please introduce yourselves so the people in the booth know which names to put up. So I guess starting from my right, and
Hi, everyone. Ryan Healy, Advocacy Manager, Feeding New York State.
Rebecca Zangen, Chief Policy Officer, Supportive Housing Network of New York.
Gabriela Sandoval Requena, New Destiny Housing.
Krista Hestorfer, Director of Public Affairs at Hunger Solutions New York.
I'm Marcella Goheen, founder of EssentialCareVisitor.com and wife of Robert Victor Viteri, who resides in a nursing home.
Thank you and welcome all. You can start wherever you wish to start.
Okay, let's go. Well, thank you, Chairs Kruger and Pretlow. My name is Rebecca Zangen. I'm the Chief Policy Officer at the Supportive Housing Network of New York. When we talk about how supportive housing can meet New York's housing and homelessness crises, we need to focus on two tracks. First, building new housing, and second, ensuring the existing stock remains safe and stays open. Regarding the existing stock, let's talk about NYSHIP, the New York State Supportive Housing Program, which we heard about earlier today. NYSHIP touches over 20,000 units of supportive housing statewide. 9,000 of those units are dangerously underfunded. So the commissioner spoke about that this morning. They receive no other source of social service funding, so only $2,900 per unit per year for individuals and $3,900 to serve families, compared to modern programs like eSHI that start at $25,000. The commissioner spoke about some of those other sources, and she mentioned New York City funding. Some of the 11,000 units that receive additional funding in NYSHIP also could receive state contracts like OMH or OASAS, but that leaves those 9,000 units with no other sources of funding. So those are the ones that we really want to focus on. And the commissioner also mentioned that NYSHIP was not designed to provide operating funds, but that doesn't mean that those programs don't need them. So we have found 7,000 units that have no dedicated operating stream, which puts those programs at serious risk. We're very grateful the governor acknowledged the need with an additional $17.8 million in her budget. However, it's not enough. We are asking the Senate and Assembly to meet that need at a more impactful scale by including $32 million in their one-house budgets and passing the Supportive Housing Modernization Act, led by Senator Clear, who was here earlier, and Assemblyman Hevesi. Thank you so much. And sponsored by many of you, Senator Kruger, Assemblymember Romero, Simon, thank you so much. The legislation calls for a 5-year plan to save the most underfunded NYSHIP programs and would also enable OTDA to issue a new RFP to specifically target those programs. Here's just 2 examples of the programs that are most at risk of the many we've collected. So right here in Albany, there are 2 buildings that serve 96 formerly homeless adults. The buildings are 100 years old, facing underfunded staffing and dangerous building conditions, and they're at risk of being sold at market rate and have received an offer from a market rate developer. In New York City, Senator Kruger, I know you're very familiar with the Woodstock Hotel. It's a 120-year-old building serving almost 300 low-income and formerly homeless seniors with a case management ratio of 1 to 48. They have significant capital needs and dwindling reserves. I should mention that 65% of NYSHIP tenants are older adults, so it's also de facto senior housing. And I have much more in my written testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Pretlow, Chair Kruger, members of the state legislature. Thank you for holding this long but important budget hearing and for the opportunity to testify on behalf of New Destiny Housing. My name is Gabriela Sandoval Requena. I'm the Director of Policy and Communications at New Destiny. New Destiny is the only organization in New York that's solely focused on permanent housing solutions for survivors of domestic violence. We implemented the first rapid rehousing program for survivors in New York City, and we're also the largest provider of supportive housing for those New Yorkers impacted by domestic violence in the state. Why do we do this work? First, because domestic violence is the main driver of family homelessness in New York City, pushing more families into shelter than evictions. Because 1 in 3 New Yorkers across the state will experience abuse by an intimate partner in their lifetime, and because access to a safe and affordable home often determines whether survivors leave their abuser and stay alive. We submitted extended written testimony, so I'd like to spend this time focusing in our number one priority, that is protecting domestic violence survivors living in New York State Supportive Housing Program, or NYSHIP. New Destiny operates 5 NYSHIP buildings with a total of 177 homes for adults and children who survived the double trauma of abuse and homelessness. NYSHIP is supposed to fund basic case management and security, but it falls tragically short. The program provides $3,900 per family per year, which for New Destiny translates to about $91,000 per building. So simply put, NYSHIP covers essentially 1 case manager and 0 building security for buildings where we have domestic violence survivors. If New Destiny relied on NYSHIP only to provide 24-hour security and 3 case managers to maintain the generally accepted case management ratio of 15:1, our staff would earn $5.51 per hour, which is a third of the minimum wage. Like the other nonprofits that have NYSHIP contracts across the state, we are forced to constantly fundraise to try to bridge the gap and pay staff a livable wage and benefits, yet it's impossible to make up the difference. The shortfall leaves NYSHIP staff chronically underpaid and domestic violence survivors unsafe and without the services needed to recover from the trauma. New Destiny is grateful that the governor included $17 million for NYSHIP in her budget proposal. However, it's not enough. We urge the Assembly and the Senate to increase NYSHIP funding by $32 million and to pass the Supportive Housing Modernization Act. On behalf of New Destiny, again, thank you for the opportunity to testify and happy to answer all your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm here representing Hunger Solutions New York, a statewide nonprofit dedicated to alleviating hunger for all New Yorkers by maximizing federal nutrition assistance programs, including SNAP, WIC, Summer EBT, and other child nutrition programs. SNAP is our nation's largest anti-hunger program, providing monthly food benefits to more than 2.9 million New Yorkers. For nearly 40 years, through a contract with OTDA, we've worked to maximize SNAP by providing statewide outreach and application assistance through the Nutrition Outreach and Education Program, or NOEP. NOEP is a network of SNAP navigators based in community organizations across the state. These navigators help low-income New Yorkers determine if they may be eligible for SNAP and provide a helping hand through every step of the application process. For the last 2 years, the legislature has allocated an additional $2 million in NOEP funding to expand services in high-need areas. Thanks to your investment, NOEP has added 24 new SNAP navigators and has reached more than 163,000 New Yorkers each year, providing an estimated 25-to-1 return on investment to the state. Unfortunately, that added funding is not sustained in the 2026 executive budget, and if it's not restored, NOEP will be forced to scale back at a time when families are struggling to put food on the table. 17 counties across the state would see reductions or a total loss of NOEP services. To sustain SNAP navigators statewide, we ask the legislature to restore $2 million in NOEP funding for a total of $5.624 million. We also join many of our colleagues in supporting a $100 minimum SNAP benefit. Providing a more adequate minimum benefit would increase participation in SNAP and support food security for our seniors and people with disabilities. We also urge the legislature to establish a state fund to replace SNAP benefits when families are the victims of EBT skimming, and to ensure OTDA has sufficient funding to support a transition to EBT cards with enhanced security. And finally, I'd be remiss not to mention universal school meals. Though it falls outside of the Human Services budget, it is a critical anti-hunger investment. We're thrilled Governor Hochul included full funding in her executive budget, and now we call on all of our lawmakers, including the longtime champions in this room, to make sure that that investment gets across the finish line. Our written testimony notes several other priorities, from summer EBT funding to SNAP for All. Together, these strategic investments can support food security for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Marcella Goheen, founder of EssentialCareVisitor.com and wife of Robert Victor Viteri, who is a resident in a long-term care facility nursing home for We're on our 9th year. In our testimony, we highlight the need for innovative care infrastructures on the front line amidst the devastating reality of a clear financial care war as a solution for the owners in the state legislature and the DOH who duke it out of what they can constitute as safe staffing. We have lived as long haulers a magnificent journey through COVID of what nursing homes could be and what they are now, with little improvements and only a frustrating care gridlock that my husband daily depends on. He's nonverbal, he's a neurodegenerative 70-year-old who Mayor Adams just gave him, actually, I think he's the only nursing home resident in New York State that has a day named after him, July 1st, 2025, Robert Victor Viteri Day, as a nursing home resident who advocates. He worked in disability for 30 years. I am his voice. It's care crumbs on the front lines, and it's devastating. I'm going to keep it simple. I sat on 4 work groups for the Master Plan for Aging. I kept mentioning the word nursing home, nursing home, nursing home, and it was dead silence. And that devastated me on the anniversary of the 5-year of COVID for all Bob's resident mates who we lost. He was a miracle. And it's 1:38, and it's an odd life that I live. I never thought I'd be in this position, but there is a solution, and I have hope. And one of those solutions is a program that I've engineered, and I'm delighted to let you know that the NYSOFA office and the Association of Aging has given us pilot money to navigate a family essential program, which I'm on my 11th week, and I'm here to tell you there is a need. And you talk about the Ombudsman program, nobody knows about it. What we do at Family Essential is we advocate, we educate, and we collaborate, and we navigate. It's a model of a peer-to-peer, and we work with the provider, and we answer questions for the families in several different ways, and we help them get to the next step. We had a win last week where 2 families were matched up and they were able to be directed to the Nursing Home Diversion Community Program to get them into the community. You know, families on the front lines don't know about any of the services. That's one thing I've learned as being on the Master Plan for Aging. I'm a lucky person. I read a lot, and I'm a word person, so I love words. And I would ask the state legislature to invest both sides. By the way, it's an honor to be here. There's a $200 million you're saying that you were going to allocate to hospice and assisted living. Those should not just be capital dollars. They should be innovative, programmatic infrastructures that are transformative. And when I say transformative, I just don't mean programmatic. You know, my mom was just saved in Indiana from an eye watch. She fell in her bathroom in an assisted living, and it saved her life. We got there before the nursing home people even knew she fell. So I'll finish with we can do better, and I look forward to working with you. I want to meet with every one of you and show you our program so you can give us $500,000.
Thank you.
And thank you to the chairs, ranking members, senators, and assembly members for the opportunity to provide remarks. On behalf of our network of food banks and over 3,000 community-based partners, we're grateful for the chance to share our perspective. To start, New York State has made significant progress in recent years on the issue of food insecurity. 2 years ago, the state budget expanded free school meals for over 350,000 kids. Last year, our state opted into summer EBT and increased funding for statewide hunger relief programs. This is excellent. And this year, we're encouraged to see Governor Hochul's support for universal free school meals for all New York kids and an expansion to the state's child tax credit, both of which would have a tremendous impact for New York families. The truth is, however, we have a lot more work to do. Building off Governor Hochul's efforts to create a more affordable state, we need to make sure that every New Yorker participating in SNAP receives a benefit of at least $100 per month. Despite the program's success in helping New York families afford a more nutritious and well-rounded diet, far too many New Yorkers receive inadequate benefit amounts. Ask yourself, go to the grocery store today, what can you afford with $23, the federal minimum benefit? And ask yourself, will that sustain you for an entire month? The answer is, of course, no. Guaranteeing a $100 SNAP minimum would raise benefits for around 110,000 New Yorkers. These individuals are typically older adults, making around $16,000 per year, over a quarter of whom are actively participating in SSI, receiving disability assistance. As Krista mentioned earlier, low benefit amounts are often cited as a major barrier for SNAP participation, suggesting that a higher minimum benefit could draw down more federal dollars into our state. This initiative has strong bipartisan support in both the Assembly and Senate. At its core, though, this issue is a matter of dignity for New Yorkers struggling to afford food. In addition to raising the SNAP minimum, vital nutrition benefits must be accessible for all New Yorkers. regardless of their immigration status. This is a recommendation provided by CPRAC, the state's Child Poverty Reduction Advisory Council. We fully agree. Immigrant New Yorkers contribute over $27 billion each year in state and local taxes. The very least we can do is ensure that monthly food benefits are available to all. Additionally, we support a series of other food and nutrition priorities, such as fully funding HIPNAP and Nourish New York at $75 million, restoring the $2 million legislative add-on to support the nutrition outreach and education program, replacing benefits for victims of SNAP skimming, and upgrading EBT card security for SNAP participants. Each of these initiatives are cost-effective ways to guarantee food as a basic human right. And of course, ending hunger and poverty will require bold action beyond food and nutrition programs. We need to ensure living wages for all workers, address the worsening housing crisis, and guarantee health care for all New Yorkers as a basic human right. A lot more to do beyond that. But today, our state can meaningfully address hunger and food insecurity through these investments and initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Hevesy.
All right, thank you everyone on the panel, I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep this relatively brief, although it's a little too late for that. Mr. Healy and Ms. Hersdorfer, thank you for your comments on food insecurity. Very much appreciated. We have certainly more work to do. Ms. Goheen, I look forward to meeting with you to learn about the program, and nobody gets points for subtlety here, so I'm grateful for your presentation. So thank you very much. And Ms. Requena and Ms. Zagin, I want to end with you if I can. So my limited understanding of supportive housing from our friend Steve, who's sitting behind you, is that New York State invented supportive housing in the 1970s. Groundbreaking. You provide, very simple idea, provide services with housing. But now it seems that a significant portion of our housing stock is just housing stock, and it doesn't provide the services. Can you call the 7,000 units actually supportive housing anymore if they're not providing the services that we need, like security or other, other services that these people need? And if it's not supportive housing, please again reiterate what we need to do to get it back to the gold standard of supportive housing that New York deserves.
Well, I would say that we have an incredible community of nonprofit providers like New Destiny and others that pretty much scrape and scrounge and do whatever they can to meet the basic needs of their tenants. But no, it's not living up to the standards that I think we as New Yorkers should be held to. We should be leading, as we did when we created supportive housing in the 1980s. And so I think the Supportive Housing Modernization Act, thank you so much for introducing that, is what we need to do in order to really bring those most at risk, most underfunded, really, they're in the previous generation, right? This is not what we today in New York are building and calling supportive housing. And I think one of the risks is, as we're building new housing, the community pushback we get. And if people look at NYSHIP and say, well, this is falling apart and there's no security here and I don't want this, why is New York continuing to invest in this going forward? That's a huge risk. So I think the Supportive Housing Modernization Act and investing with $32 million in the first year of a 5-year plan, I will say the $17.8 million in the executive budget is great, and it is the largest investment they've put into the program in decades. But it would take us much longer than 5 years at that rate to bring us up to modern standards. I think that's too long to wait.
Thank you.
And if I can just add, so in our buildings in particular, we are able to provide some security. So we've been able to identify the most at-risk hours, but it's just simply not enough, and it doesn't meet the promise of what supportive housing should be. But we trust that with the support of the Assembly and the Senate, we'll get there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Senator Murray, you asked, yes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And thank you all for being here. I want to say a specific thank you to Krista and Ryan for all of your efforts, especially with the universal free meals. I know how hard you worked on that, and I think this is the year we're going to get this done. It's well past due. And it was interesting earlier today, talking to the Director of Aging, that I kind of didn't think about it, but found another group that benefits from it, and that is some of the seniors who are the primary caregivers for their children, their grandchildren. So it's beneficial all the way around. I completely agree. I also agree with increasing the amount of SNAP from 23 to 100. I think 23 is ridiculous, but I have a concern about doing it right now before we fix the problem of the chip technology and the security. We all know the fix is the chip technology. We know that. And then what I learned last night in doing research and when I further found out today about the fact that Department of Labor is already using it. The New York State Department of Labor is already using the chip technology. Why we don't have it in place, I don't think the effort's been made like it should be. I think we can do it. I think we can do it right now. And I worry about increasing the amount right now where we have people stealing the funds. I worry about setting up a fund to replace the funds when we have the people stealing the funds rather than fixing the problem. I don't mind either one of those proposals once we fix the problem. But I'm concerned about us just benefiting the criminals more than we should right now when I feel like the fix is right there within our reach. It's more of a statement, but I feel like we're right there. I'm supportive of everything you're saying, but we have to fix the problem, and I'm not convinced that we can't do it immediately this year. We got to roll up our sleeves and make that our #1 priority. I also wanted to touch on one thing regarding domestic violence and housing the victims. This may be a little off track, but I want to talk about animal care. And the fact that one of the big issues is, are you finding it a problem, the fact that many of the shelters, many of the places you cannot take the animals with you. And many times people will stay in a bad situation because they don't want to leave their animal. And I understand that completely. How can we fix that? What can we do to make, I understand the limitations, but do we need to put more focus on this? Anyone?
Comment on the first part?
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say, Senator, I hear your concern around SNAP skimming, and I think it's not one or the other. I think it's to do all of these things, right? We do need to improve the card security for the nearly 3 million New Yorkers participating, right? And at the same time, we also need to do what other states like New Jersey, New Mexico now have done and say that, you know what, $23 a month is just woefully inadequate. So I think that you're right to highlight that issue, and we fully agree. We'd love to work together with your office on that. But at the same time, I think for New Yorkers currently participating, they deserve more than 23.
Assemblyman Ra?
We'll talk.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to start with supportive housing. So last week, I had a great meeting with a group that was up for the Advocacy Day. And one of the great things, I always tell people, it's never wasted time when you're here and talking about your circumstances and how the state can better serve you. But it was eye-opening to learn that there's these different, depending on when these different pieces of this program were founded, that you have way, way out-of-date rates. And to Chair Hevesey's point, how do you provide services if you're getting a rate that's based on almost 40 years ago? It makes zero sense. So can you talk a little bit about that and how we modernize that system so that we're providing adequate funding so the services can be provided?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we should be, we're serving the same population and the expectations of service are the same, and the commissioner spoke to that this morning. So I think modernizing with the Supportive Housing Modernization Act and just bringing the rates up to that same level is the way to start. And the second piece is making sure supportive housing requires, we call it a three-legged stool: capital to build the housing, operating to basically fill the gap between what the tenant can pay because they're very low income and what it costs to run a building, and then the services, which funds the case management, the social services, and all the things that help people retain their housing when they have special needs or disabilities. So we need all three of those things, and NYSHIP is only one piece. And we actually have, under HCR, 3 years ago, the governor and the legislature had the foresight to create a supportive housing preservation program, which is capital under HCR. But we can't access it because we don't have the operating funding. We have 7,000 NYSHIP units with no dedicated operating funding. So we're leaving money on the table. The programs that need that capital the most to actually fix their roofs, fix their boilers, fix their elevators, add an elevator if they don't have one, all of those things, they need that more than any other program. They can't access it because they have no operating funding. They can't put it together a 30-year budget showing cash flow, which is what you need to access that type of capital. So the Supportive Housing Modernization Act actually also helps us with that capital piece. I hope I
Thank
answered
you.
your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for New Destiny Housing. Gabriella, and thank you for what you're doing in the area of providing housing for domestic violence victims, their families. Did you say that you're doing work outside of New York City as well in other communities that are?
Well, we are to some degree. So yes, our supportive housing program, we have one, our newest building actually is in Westchester County in New Rochelle.
Okay.
And that is the only project that we have outside of the 5 boroughs. And then our rapid rehousing program that only operates within the 5 boroughs in New York City.
So
currently.
specifically to DV-related housing supports, what would you say the need would be in the 5 boroughs?
Tremendous in one word. It's huge. I mean, in order for a survivor to flee abuse, they have to literally become homeless, especially if they're low income. So they enter the shelter system. In New York City, emergency shelter system has a 6-month cap, and then they have to enter a different shelter if they're able to remain in the DV system. And then they're likely to linger there for years unless they're able to get a rental assistance program or enter supportive housing. But the supply doesn't not meet the demand.
So with your initiatives now in Westchester County, do you have, again, I know it's probably tremendous there too, but do you have any sort of sense of what a number would be with the need for the housing for DV victims and their families?
Well, I don't have, I can certainly look for more numbers for you, but for instance, in our building in New Rochelle, we have 77 units that are set aside for domestic violence survivors, and they're completely full, and we know we have received more applications for those 77 units. So there were some folks that unfortunately we had to turn away.
Yep. Which is unfortunate, but thank you for what you're doing. Is that specific to Westchester as well, too? Westchester?
Yeah.
And we could follow up on this, but I would be interested, because I hadn't heard this number before and pretty active in that space, is what's like the statewide number?
Well, it's just to give you perspective, it's one of every 3 New Yorkers in the state will experience intimate partner violence, and its chances are that most of them will need some sort of housing support in their journey.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblywoman Shimsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question that's kind of a tip ball for all of you. How would you recommend that we get the word out to people who need your services? What are the best ways to reach out to people?
So I can jump in here. We have a number of constituent resources, outreach resources that we'd be happy to share with anyone here and others to make sure that families in your community know about our SNAP application assistance services, but also programs like summer meals, summer EBT, WIC, school meals, all of the different resources that are available for folks. So I'd be happy to follow up with that.
Oh, that'd be great.
For New Destiny, we have staff that are co-located in the New York City Family Justice Centers.
Okay.
So there is one Family Justice Center in each borough. Folks can call 311 to be connected directly with the Family Justice Center of their borough, and from there we can service them.
I'll just add from Feeding New York State, so we can follow up with your office. We have 10 food banks around the state. 3,000 community-based programs, and so some folks can actually plug in their zip code with their local food bank and find pantries and emergency feeding programs in their community.
And that would be true statewide and not just in the city?
That's right.
Yeah.
We're in the city and Long Island for our pilot, so it's a website and word of mouth and families on the front line. But just go to our website and you'll see our FEP up.
For individuals and families that need access to supportive housing, the entry point is usually the local continuum of care. But unfortunately, the demand for supportive housing just far outstrips the supply. So I know, like in New York City, there's about 9,000 people with active supportive housing applications waiting to be placed into housing, and then each continuum of care outside of New York City would kind of manage that application process as well. But that's the entry point.
Okay.
Typically.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so I thank you. So we actually had another panel on food and hunger last night. So I think a lot of the issues that our two representatives were talking about were issues that we focused on a bit more yesterday, and I think we are familiar with the real concerns out there for the emergency food world, and frankly, real concerns that the federal government is going to radically reduce eligibility and benefits for SNAP, WIC, other school meals program, all the food and nutrition programs we're counting on. So it's pretty scary. And on supportive housing, which, I have more supportive housing in my district than I think any other district in the state of New York. And it works great when it works, but if you don't have adequate funding, it doesn't work. And the thing that you didn't mention, but we all know, particularly for those 7,000 units in the old contracts, another thing, your population are now senior citizens. And so there are additional services and demands because there are folks who might not have been unhealthy earlier when they first got into your buildings, but are now and are aging in place, and they're not going anywhere. So you need that. You certainly need the security. I have visited several of the buildings under the old contract, and I was a little disturbed that the state's statement was, well, some of them have other funds, so we don't have to worry about them. So just please answer that one. Has anybody got like secret cash bank accounts somewhere? You don't need more state money?
There's a lot of questions. Does anyone else want to respond on any other topic? Okay. Well, on that, the additional funding, NYSHIP would absolutely not have survived if our providers didn't access other contracts. Like it's 1987 rates. You cannot operate for 40 years. And frankly, many of the providers in the group of 9,000 that don't have other contracts, it's a miracle. It really is a miracle. Yeah. So the other 11,000 that accessed OMH contracts for supportive housing, OASAS, possibly federal funds for supportive housing, they just did what they had to do to keep their programs open. So I actually do believe that if we're trying to be really strategic about how we move our portfolio into the future and be a good steward of the state's resources, we should start with those 9,000 units that don't have any other source of funds. Not that the other programs that have multiple sources don't have their own funding challenges, but it's certainly not as dire. So I do want to focus on those that are only NYSHIP.
Right, okay, thank you. I think that's my last question for now, and it's 4 seconds to go. Assembly member.
We'll let the 4 seconds trickle away. Assemblyman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you for being here, sticking it out with us through the evening to talk about such important subject matter. It's good to see two incredible advocates many incredible advocates in all of you, but I send special congratulations to Ryan and Kristen for your successes with getting the school meals. We just have to make sure we push it over the finish line. So I have two quick questions for the panel. Any of you all can jump in. So I represent the 31st Assembly District in parts of South Queens and JFK Airport. And I had an opportunity over the summer, 2 summers ago, to tour one of my Ishai housing developments in my district, or just outside of the district, but servicing individuals who originally had addresses in the district. Can you share some problems with the program and what the executive proposal that the governor has put forth does to work to resolve those, given that you guys have a lot of older building stock? That's the first question.
So Ishai is the newer program, and I think overall it has been quite a successful program. The intent is to create 20,000 units over the course of 15 years. We're waiting, we're about halfway through, waiting for the 8th RFP to come out, and I think they've awarded close to 9,000 units, so almost half. I think we're continuing to make the same mistakes over and over again, which is they started Ishai in 2016 with a rate of $25,000 per unit per year, and then now it's 2025, it's almost 9 years later, and there's been no increase to the starting rate. So, we keep making the same mistakes where we we don't follow inflation, right? We don't have COLAs.
So does the governor's executive proposal, which bumps it up to 3,100, at least put it on the right track? Or is
I
that
believe
something
so.
that will, okay, so that's good to know. And then just for the folks who are watching, the Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative is just, I know acronyms are sometimes inaccessible.
Can I add one thing on that? So what's good about the governor's increase is, of course, that, the starting rate needs to be higher in order to deal with 2025 costs, right? Not 2016 costs. It doesn't address the older contracts that actually started at 25,000 and only got 2% increases. And some of them started at below 25,000 because they were concerned about being competitive. So when they submitted their response to the RFP, they undercut themselves.
Sure.
And even though the contract is only a 5-year contract, once it expires, there's no opportunity to submit a new budget and say, now that we know our costs, at least bring us up to what the starting rate is for other new programs.
Certainly.
So the governor's proposal does not address those older contracts, and I know New Destiny has that.
We have one building.
We'll talk offline. I had a food question
Thank
too,
you
so we'll get
very
offline.
much, and this ends panel HI. Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you all.
bye. I want to thank you all for your testimonies, and I think it's nice weather. I don't know what's happening out there, people, but anyway, thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much. This hearing is closed.
This hearing is closed, yes.
Tomorrow morning, 9:30, public protection, a very long day.